this thing on. Oh, help if I had audio on the other end. And if I had my noise gate on. Hold on, let me get that going. Uh, Sorry I'm a little late, guys. Taking my mom out to get some ice cream. Okay, should be able to hear me now through the correct noise gate thing. Yeah. Now my ice cream's like half melted because it took me so long to get this set up. My green screen didn't want to work, so I was flubbing around with that for like 10 minutes. It looks like ass, but whatever. Like half my face was just like disappearing and I couldn't fix it. Man, this is one of the changes of all time. Okay, so let's pull up the thing so people that don't know what we're talking about. I gotta find it. Hold on. Posted it in the Runaways earlier. Here we go. So they announced, normal retailer thing for how you're supposed to run ProQuests. And in it, they announced that if you win a ProQuest, you cannot continue to play in ProQuests. Let me find it. Hold on. What's the header of it look like? Registered players eligibility. There it is. So, where's my cursor? There it is. Uh, ProQuest seasons are intended to provide a qualification pathway for players to the next Pro Tour, and players who have already qualified are restricted from entering events as follows. A player who wins a ProQuest Yokohama event is not, man, English is a language, isn't it? I can't talk. A player who wins a ProQuest Yokohama event may not play in any more ProQuest events during this season. We are now creating a system that prevents you from playing the game if you want to play the game. A number of people pointed out the very obvious thing that the ELO system is being gutted because it's currently disincentivizes you from actually playing the game. Basically, if you had a lot of ELO and you knew that you were queued for the next event through ELO, you are disincentivized to actually play the game. You're better off just squatting on your ELO and just going to the next major, disincentivizing you from playing the game. This system does the exact same fucking thing. Why are we doing this? Like, who is this for? I have so many things to say about this. For one, the invite already passes down to second place. So if first place has an invite under the pre testing. Can you guys hear me now? Did it lose sound or did it not have sound the entire time and I was talking to no one? What was the last thing that I said that you guys heard? Let me drink my ice cream soup. Did you know that Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when he did the Fat Mac thing, he had his assistant bring him a quart of ice cream to the set every day, and he would just leave it out so it would melt. And then before he would get on set, he would drink the entire thing. I learned that recently. I don't know, just insomnia rabbit hole on YouTube of watching stuff. Apparently, he was watching Friends, and he had that realization that you can tell when people start getting successful, and they now get like estheticians and stuff, and like skincare things, and all these different things, and like people are taking care of them now because they look so much better. And he went, what if I just did the opposite now that we're successful and just started looking like shit? What a good bit. I fucking love that show. Okay. Okay, yeah. So if I'm just going to restart that thought. If you win, let's say I go to a ProQuest and I win, I get my invite. I go next week and I win again. That invite doesn't die, it passes down to second place. So that already happened. It already passes down. So all this does is it means that if first and second place would have had their invite, the invite would have died. Surely sub 1% of all ProQuests, it does not pass down to third. It only goes down if first place has it, it will go to second place. That's it. I think that was okay because this happens so infrequently. I think that's fine. It passing down further literally only matters if first and second both already have their invite from a ProQuest. Now, to clarify further, it has to be an invite from a ProQuest to pass it down. So let's say I qualified from, I believe this is how it works. Things have changed. So someone correct me if I'm wrong on this. If you qualify through other means, such as how now Pro Tours and stuff give you an invite to the next Pro Tour, that doesn't count. So you could qualify through a Pro Tour and qualify through a ProQuest. And you now ate 2 invites. But if I qualified through the Pro Tour, then won a ProQuest, it does not pass down. It's not going to see that I already have an invite. All it's seeing is, did I already get a ProQuest invite? That's all it's looking at. So really, and the new change, if we go back to that, all it's looking at is, do you have a ProQuest Yokohama invite? Not an invite from a Pro Tour. So you're still going to have people eating invites if that was the intent of this change. So realistically, this change only really affects things if both first and second would have had an invite already by the end of the tournament. Now, this has other implications as well beyond that. I don't want to be reductive and say that's the only thing that really matters here. But we're gonna yap about this for a bit, so don't you worry, chat. I think it's a little silly that we're making this change at the same time as the ELO change, because I think I already talked about it a little bit, but basically you could squat on ELO and then you'd get your invite to the next thing. And they're getting rid of ELO because the system disincentivized you from playing the game. This current system, this change, disincentivizes me from playing the game by not letting me play the game. I'm being told you're not allowed to play the game if I get an invite, which completely goes against the ethos of that ELO change. I will say, I saw someone talk about this on Twitter, and I'm going to respond to this tweet specifically later. I was in the middle of doing ice cream time with my mom, so I was like, I'll deal with this later. There is something to be said of removing the good players from the ecosystem over time will incentivize people to come out and actually play ProQuests slightly more on some level. I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I agree. That is a outcome of the system. And I think you can argue that's a positive outcome of this system change. What is this event? It's a Pro Tour qualifier. If there's a Timmy out there who's going, ooh, I don't know if I want to go to the ProQuest because Michael Hamilton goes there, so there's no chance of me getting my invite. They probably shouldn't have like, this event isn't for them. This is a Pro Tour qualifier. This is supposed to be a competitive, sweaty event. If you can't get an invite from a Pro Tour qualifier, you don't belong at the Pro Tour. This isn't charity. This is going to sound mean, but this is a competitive event. This is the Pro Tour. This isn't like a skirmish or something. There's events for those people that play the game more casually, but people that are flying across the world, they're taking this fucking game seriously. This isn't for you. I'm sorry that you're sad that someone else might take the invite, or there's good players in your ecosystem and you want it also. Step up, get better at the game, get that invite. There's lots of resources out there to get better at the game. There's lots of people that will help you get better at the game. But you shouldn't. This is not a right. It is a privilege to go to the Pro Tour. And you have to earn that shit. And there's also something to be said of, well, this potentially lowers the quality of player going to the Pro Tour. Is that something that we want? That might be something that they want. I can't speak for what LSS wants on these types of things. I'm just saying what I think on this. And it's the Pro Tour. I'm assuming we want this to be the pinnacle of the game. Now, there's another angle on this. Games being played to their natural conclusion. My group chat blew up, my like locals group chat. I'm gonna get to comments once I finish yapping. Kind of blew up talking about this because they feel like this will lead to games actually being played and coming to their natural conclusion. Once again, I'm going to push back against that. If you've listened to me talk about some of this stuff on the Runaways podcast, you'll have heard me talk about perverse incentive systems. And this is another one. This system does not incentivize me as if I perceive myself to be a good player and I'm put in a position where this would matter. This does not put me in a position to actually play events out to their natural conclusion. I am incentivized to do everything in my power to not get first place. I'm even more incentivized now to do prize redistributions because I want to keep playing the fucking game. At the end of the day, I want to play the game. And if they wanted games to actually happen and people to not do scooper troopers, I don't believe this does that. I think this just creates a different system of players doing that and pushing you into wanting to do that more. Now, I hear you, chat, random chatter out there that's going, well, people are always going to try to abuse the system or find a loophole. Players are going to min-max always. And I agree. But there are system changes you can do that disincentivize that from happening, which I think was the intent here. I think the intent is to disincentivize that. But God, there is better ways to go about it that actually accomplish that. Just spitballing. Let the invite pass down further. If I guess I didn't mention this earlier. One of the other objectives of this system can also be, I know I'm gonna come back to the thought that I was just on, but I just need to say this while I still remember. There's the chance that they're doing this to physically have more people get invites to increase the player count going to specific events. Maybe they saw the numbers of Singapore and didn't like the attendance, and they went, oh, how can we fix that? This could, in theory, get more people to actually be going to the events. Okay, maybe. I think there's better ways to go about that, but that could be an objective of the system. What was I just saying? Talking about perverse incentive systems. Chat, what was I saying? Oh, I was talking about people gaming the system. Just spitballing here. Just make the invite pass down further. If the entire objective of the system is to prevent invites from getting eaten up, just let it pass down further. If it's really that much of a concern that there's players gating invites, just let those players keep playing and the invite passes down past them. Whatever. Who cares? Let them keep playing. And if you want it to be, it just goes down to third and you're not sure how to determine who's third in this scenario, you adjust the prize structure. Maybe it's a different promo. I'm just going to make this easy. Let's just say it's promos. It's a different promo for third and fourth place. So now they actually have to sit down and play another game. So while you have the finals going on, you have third and fourth playing the game. And if it matters, we don't even have to sit here and determine whether or not it matters and like have that discussion of, oh, do you guys already have your invite? Oh, well, I do, and it might pass down, and we don't know. We don't have to have that discussion. There is prizing on the line. They are just going to go play their game. They have an incentive to go sit down and play the game. And this does lead to players playing more games, which we want that to happen. We want people to fucking play the game. And then we have an outcome there. And now we have a third place and a fourth place, and the invite would pass down to one of them if that matters. And, there's the question of how far do you want to let that pass down? That's a decision that is like a back-end LSS thing. They just need to determine how many invites they actually want in the ecosystem. That's like they'd have to look at their numbers for that. That's not something that's worth talking about here. But that largely solves the problem of just letting the invite pass down. I'm going to read a bit of chat. Also, it feels sort of shit knowing you got your invite at the last event and because a bunch of good players couldn't play. Yeah, sure. Like you might not feel like you earned it because you're just picking up the scraps. I don't know how much that matters to people, though. I think a lot of people will be excited to get their invite. So kind of whatever on that. Also something else to be said. Not everywhere is getting large ProQuests. There's some places in the world where it's small communities, and you're making it so you're not going to have enough players actually in that ecosystem playing the game to have events fire potentially. On top of that, on the other end of the spectrum, we've got a lot of ProQuests over the past season. The game's gotten very popular. And I know over the last season, a lot of ProQuests, it was like, man, you had to pre-register if you wanted to go to that event. You had to. Are you going to pre-register for things when you don't know if you're going to get your invite? What if the store doesn't give out refunds? There was a store that I went to last season. It was actually the one that I got my invite to last season. It was the win I got on Aurora. Jimmy was sick and he couldn't go, and they would not give him a refund for that. Stores don't always give refunds. So, like, are you expecting players to pre-reg for everything, not knowing if they're going to get their invite? That logistically doesn't make sense, and you're putting a burden on the players unnecessarily. So what happens if an LGS doesn't get 8 players because someone won one? Should the LGS lose the ability to have pre-queue? Yeah, that was what I was just saying. Like, you could have events not necessarily fire because their player base isn't big enough. People with PTIs can keep attending and dream crushing people who don't have another way to go to the PT. Also true. Though that one's like a little weird because I think most people that have PTIs still want to get the invite. It's not like that's non-trivial. Like, I don't want to use my PTI to go to the event. I would rather sell the PTI because those go for like $400 to $800 depending on the event. Like, no one wants to use their PTI if they have them. They want to get their free invite. But if they want to fix Singapore attendance, don't have the PQ season be 3 months before the PT on a $2,000 plane ticket. I agree with that. That's why I did not go. I said, fuck that. That's way too much money. I'm not doing that. And also, given the state of the world right now, given the state of flying, like we're having unprecedented plane issues in North America, given the state of the potential of the economy going kaput, I went, nah, I'm just gonna sit on that money, and because I don't know what's gonna happen in the short term in Trump's America. Like I'd rather make sure I have a nest egg just in case shit goes belly up. I mean, that's like a weird one for specifically this Pro Tour, but there's a lot of factors into not going to this particular event. I don't know the numbers for PT London versus Singapore, but if I had to guess, I would say yes. From what I heard, 20 Singapore invites got deleted from double qualified finals. That's so insignificant. Like, it has to be sub 1% of all ProQuests have that happen. And on top of that, not have any shenanigans go afoot where we know multiple people in the top 4 have their invite and don't need to go, but there's someone in top 4 that does want to go and gets pushed forward. It was like 550 or something like that. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. It was like what, like 300 for Singapore? I think I saw that number somewhere. Man, this is just nonsense ice cream now. Pretty good though. It's black raspberry truffle on one side. I say one side, but it's soup now, so it's all mixing together. And Kahlua chocolate on the other. Stupid good. If you had to take one thing away from this, from my 2 cents at least of it, game systems that prevent you from playing the game are not good systems. You should want your players to play the game. If you're creating a system that disincentivizes them from playing the game or prevents them outright from playing the game, that's not a good system. If you think this system leads to more players playing the game, then surely there was an answer to this solution that was different that could have made both parties happy. Just let the invite pass down, something like that. Like, there's better ways to go about this. Top 4 gets the invite. Oh, we just make it like nationals. Just top 4 gets invites. I don't think that's what they want to do for the Pro Tour, but there's other ways you can do this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I have the answer, but I'm telling you this isn't the answer. Going back to, what is it, Mark Rosewater? Players are good at identifying a problem but not coming up with a solution. Hey, it's not my job to come up with a solution. I ain't paid for that. But if you want to pay me, I'll tell you when that isn't the solution. I will gladly take that job. I'll tell you when you have a bonehead idea. This is a bonehead idea. I would have been the first to tell you that set release a week before Nats wasn't a good idea. Put me on the payroll. I'll tell you when you have bad ideas. I think the thing that's the most irritating to me about all of this, I really don't want to be negative about Flesh and Blood. I don't like being negative. But it feels like every decision made over the past year and a half has been bad and led me to having a negative like opinion about things on the game. Undisputably, this is the best card game in the world. Undisputedly, the game systems in Flesh and Blood are fan-fucking-tastic. But goddamn, they keep making decisions that just make me go hands on head. The design of MST, that whole metagame, Nationals, the changes to the LL system, just so many things. So many things that make me just go, what the fuck is going on? The prices of cards. I've said this in a previous stream or podcast where I'm like, I can't even recommend this game to people. Hey, this is the best game I've ever played in my life. You should try it out. Oh, how much are decks? It's just $3,000. Like, what the fuck is going on? At least on that one, I'm sure they're working on fixing that of the card prices. And I know that takes time for them to like actually get that in the pipeline of like, oh shit, there's a problem. Fix it. And then we gotta wait like a number of months for that to actually start getting printed. But still, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Shit's too expensive. I have no idea what you're talking about of deferring your invite for Worlds. If that's a thing, someone can send me a link to that, and I'll talk about it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They need to try different ways. Maybe if this one does not work, they change it again. You mean the try different systems of incentivizing people to play the game more or whatever? Like this whole change? Yeah, maybe, but like I don't think it's hard to realize that this is going to be negatively received by a lot of your enfranchised top players. You know, you're saying you don't get to play the game anymore. But at the end of the day, I just go, who is this change for? Because this is really just for the people. Like, if you're happy about this change on, like, I'm sorry this calls you out. If you're happy about this change, it's probably because you had no business going to the Pro Tour. I think the only people that this is a like an actual net positive for are the people that are like right on that cusp of like qualifying, and they're like, man, I've done really well at every single ProQuest, but I just keep missing. And the social aspect of my community doesn't believe in Scooper Troopers, which is fine. That should not be an expectation that people scoop you in. But that is a thing that happens in a lot of areas. But, you know, in this theoretical case, you're like right on the line of qualifying every single time, and you just fucking miss out. This change is for that person. That's gotta be a fucking minority of people. Like, I think most people that are good enough to be on the cusp of qualifying every single time surely are good enough to just qualify. And they shouldn't need a handout from LSS to qualify. And if they really believe in themselves that much, just go buy PTI. Like, whatever. It's like $400. Who cares? I get paid pennies on YouTube. That ad rev does not pay the bills. I'd love it if both the finalists got invite plus extra prizing, and if either of them is already qualified, it drops down to third or fourth. I think then you're putting too many invites in the ecosystem, and then it becomes the problem of, you know, what I was talking about before of how many people do we actually want to attend the Pro Tour? They have a number in mind of how many people they physically want for butts and seats. That's not something that we're going to know in this, but they know what they want. And I imagine it's somewhere in the 500 to 700 range. It probably depends on the venue. My only real take is that they should lock promos behind top eights. either if they're going. I don't know what you mean. Lock promos behind top eights either if they are going to do the system. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say, Orc Knight. So many of these decisions feel like they think the game is the size it will actually be in 3 to 5 years. Yeah, maybe. That's okay. That's the other thing. This is a thing that exists or existed in Magic. I don't actually know. I never played competitive Magic really. I'm a commander person. Hold on, I'm gonna take a swig of my ice cream. I can't speak for Magic players on this because again, I wasn't one of these people that this like affected. But I imagine this is less of a big deal in Magic because there's always something else to do in Magic. Oh, I can't play any more ProQuests? Whatever. There's a million things going on online or in person. There's literally 3 fucking things a year to do for Flesh and Blood competitively locally. ProQuest, ProQuest, Road to Nationals. That's it. Skirmish is a fucking meme, and there's nothing else. There's nothing else. Go to armories? Like, if you're trying to play this game in the Flesh and Blood competitively, there's fucking nothing else. Magic, there's something else you can do. You can go find a competitive event in a different format, which is one of the other great things about Magic. When if a format is bad in Magic, Standard's bad right now. Okay, whatever, I'll go play Modern. Oh, Modern's bad. Modern Horizons is terrible. I don't want to play this. Okay, I'll go play Legacy. Oh, there's maybe no Legacy going on right now. Okay, I'll go play on Arena. I don't like the draft format on Arena right now, and I already got Diamond. I'll go play Commander. Like, there's just way more ways to engage in Magic than there are in Flesh and Blood. So, taking away the basically only way to engage with a hobby locally, competitively, if you play this game at a high level, is a meme. Bro, does that help the people that play around Brody? Brody would just fly to another state to play. That guy's an animal. Remember when he flew to Canada? Yeah, so for if you don't know, for one of the ProQuests, Brody, I think there was a battle hardened in Philly or something. It was the one that Noah topped, I think. The one that I was playing Dash at, and then I top 8 at the ProQuest like the next day. If you guys remember, there was like the that time that I was on the Fab official channel and we did the Dash v Icelander video with Dan. It was that. Brody came to that ProQuest or Battle Hardened or whatever. I think he flew back to Texas for like 2 days, flew back up to Philly to stay with Dan, and then went to a ProQuest on like a Wednesday or something. It was just so psychotic. And then there's that one that he went to in Canada. Bro's an animal. He'll just go to anything anywhere. So like, doesn't even matter if he's you're local. He'll just show up. Keck W. But also, whatever. If Brody's at your thing, he's also going to be at the fucking pro tour you're trying to qualify for. You have to play this person eventually. Like, again, this is a pro tour. We're not talking about a fucking skirmish or something. Like, you need to be at a certain level to attend this event. You're trying to, going back to what Orc Knight was saying before, he's reiterating. I'm trying to say that the promos are locked behind top eights, but if you win your first event, you typically have to go buy them from other players if you want the set of promos. Oh, yeah, I see. I guess that's a bit of a problem. I don't know how much of a problem that really is, but yeah, that's kind of cringe. It's like whatever. The thing is, if Brody's at your thing now, you just he tries to like scooper troopers with you. Not that he would ever do that. He never wants to engage in any of that. But you just make sure he wins, and then no one ever has to deal with him again for the rest of the season, which is kind of funny. Am I gonna play Gundam? I wasn't planning on it. I'm not a Gundam person. I also fucking hate Bandai games. The only Bandai game I ever played was Battle Spirits, and they ran that game so fucking poorly that I went never again. I took my free tendies and I left. Yeah, I never like really talked about it on the channel before, but if you don't know the extra lore, um, if you know card games like outside of Flesh and Blood, you might know the name Alex Blandon, who made like a super team of like a bunch of us that are just like good at card games. And we all cracked the Battle Spirits format, and we went to the world premiere event, and we took a fat shit on everyone that we played against. That deck was busted. If you guys know Magic and you know Eldrazi Winter, we had that deck. We had the Eldrazi Winter deck. It was busted. And the thing that was busted about it was less the deck itself and more that we had an understanding of the game edge on everyone. Um so basically in Battle Spirits, think Hearthstone mechanics where you like get an extra resource thing every round. You start the game with 5 life, and whenever you take damage, you lose 1 life, irregardless of how much damage you took. If you take 10 billion damage in a single hit, you lose 1 life. And whenever you lose life, you move that thing that indicates your life total into your mana pool, and then you basically taking damage ramps you. And then there was also a card in the game that was functionally fog and time walk in the same card. You would play it when you take damage, and it cost 4, but like the way that you played the card, it functionally was free because you're playing on your opponent's turn, and just like the way the game system worked, it was basically free. Uh, so when you take damage, you would play it. You would gain back a life and end combat. And there's no second main phase, so ending combat ended the turn. So the combination of dealing damage, ramping your opponent, and this busted time walk fog existing in the game meant that people thought aggro was a meme and just like wasn't a real strategy. But you know what the best card against aggro is? It's time walk fog. You know what the best card in aggro is? Time walk fog. I also get to play that card. So we were just like the only aggro deck in the room, and everyone else was playing these slow, dirtily decks, and we just took a shit on them. They like we just turned every game into a 3-turn game, and people just like weren't ready for that. But yeah, I got like 5th seat in Swiss, and then lost in top 32, I think. Uh, and then it took them 8 months to pay me. I would have considered continuing playing, but like I'm not going to keep playing if I'm not going to get paid for my top. I eventually did get paid, but then by that point I was like, fuck that, I'm not playing this game. But what was really funny was it was undisputed that this was the best deck. What we were playing was so good. There was no reason to play anything other than this deck. And after that event, no one played that deck. And it was the best deck even once the next set came out. And still no one played it. Alex just kept playing that deck at every event and just rolling everyone. It was so free. Part of me wishes I kept playing because he just got a lot of free tendies by playing that deck over and over. But whatever. It be what it be. But yeah, all that to say, I don't play Bandai games anymore. That shit was ran so poorly. That was literally the worst run event I've been to my entire life. Okay. I think we yapped enough about this, unless you guys got any last minute thoughts to unzip me again. last stream, we watched Hamilton's Mirror, we watched the Verdant Syndra game, and we watched the Slippy Mirror. So we have one game left in top 8, which is, I think it's the other Gravy Mirror. Yeah. It's this one. And then we have top 4 and then the final. So we got 4 games left to watch. And I believe all of the games involve Gravy Bones from here on out. Is that correct? Where's the bracket? Hello? Okay, yeah. Every single game involves Gravy from here on out, so we're going to yap quite a bit about all the Gravy games, trying to dissect them. You got some Gravy questions, I might have Gravy answers. We watched it for comedy yesterday. Not yesterday. Sunday? Red Swell's really good. I am a big fan of Red Swell. Let me just adjust my volume real quick and then I'll answer that question better. My headphones not connected? They are not connected. That would help.
Champion versus the challenger that is looking to take the first title.
Can you guys hear the game?
Singapore versus France. Let's go ahead and get down after this quarterfinals match.
And sure,
Is the volume
getting
fine?
to choose whether he wants to go first or second, and I believe he's chosen to go first, just like how Michael Hamilton did in his mirror match against Anki.
Okay. Red Swell's good. So what Red Swell lets you do. So first of all, you need to have go again attacks in your deck for the mirror. It's just you just have to do it. What it lets you do is, for one, it has some efficient plays in the deck, like playing a Swabby or something like that. What I really like about it is in the aggro mirror, and against the aggro decks, you typically get a stack of gold that, because they're just like not blocking your hook ever. So when you don't have a good outlet for all your resources, you just get to draw free cards off of it, and then it just gives you a lot of flexibility of what to do with all your extra resources, with all the gold in play. Because you get into spots where you're like, I can't really find a good way to use all of this gold unless I just want to go gambling and hope that I hit some stuff. Where this lets you go, okay, I'm gonna play this, and my turn realistically only is like 3 resources, like Swell into Rigor Mortis or something like that, or Dead Threads into Sawbone, something like that. Well, I'll just get these 2 resources and then crack a gold to get a free arsenal. And that's pretty good. It's just, I'm going to play a 1 for 3 that draws a card. Functionally is what it's saying. Like, would you put 1 for 3 draw a card in your deck? I would. That's pretty good. And then you can be like, okay, if I draw a red, it's a good arsenal. If I draw blue, it's a good arsenal. If I draw yellow, I'll just hero power discard that to draw a fresh card. And it's only bad if I draw runner allies. In that scenario, maybe I just crack another gold to the second ally. What's the odds of me drawing 3 allies in a row? I don't think it's like mandatory in the deck though. It's a good card. It's got good value caked in. Yeah, it's tough striking the balance of like the right number of reds in the deck. Who's the one that won? Is it this guy, the Shiryu Wu? This guy? Yeah, that's about where. That's actually more reds than I like to play, I think. Wait, he didn't play 10 reds. What are you smoking? That's what, 15 reds? I'm assuming it's in the sideboard. That's the other thing. The tipple, not the tipple. I mean, also tipple, but the swell is pretty good with Command and Conquer. You don't have to play Sunken Treasure, but I think it's just like a good main board card. You've got things in your own deck to put face down, like Sea Legs and Yellow Tipple. And there's other decks in the meta that play yellows. Like you look at Slippy, you got Codex, you've got Take Up the Mantle. Putting down a dagger against Syndra's pretty nice. The Earth Heroes do play yellows. And they got yellows that are like pretty annoying if you put them face down. And you can mess up their count for Decompose as well. You got Prism. What else is in the meta right now? Dio plays yellows, though that's like not a reason to play that card, just it's an example. I haven't actually looked at Naib's deck yet. What's playing Yellow Siren? Holy shit, he's cooking. I guess they play yellows. Honestly, you basically mentioned every single deck in the top 32 other than Dorinthia, and Dorinthia does play yellows. I guess that's the other thing. Regular warriors play yellows as well. You know, all the hatchet warriors, they play plenty of yellows to hit. I feel like my Nightbot's being way too aggressive right now. It's supposed to be every like 10, 15 minutes on these. This does not feel like 10, 15 minutes, but whatever. Y'all can deal with it. Yeah, it's like the Sea Legs doesn't do shit in your graveyard anymore after you've done the thing with it. Like, well, you're not putting that shit back in your deck.
An earlier quarterfinal. However, that did not end up going very well for Michael Hamilton. Let's see if it's going to be a little bit different for Shiryu as he starts off our final quarterfinal.
Let's see, they're both playing same equipment setup. Okay. And he chose to go first.
At World Tour Singapore.
Game action here for Shirui. What's the first play going to be? Ooh, he has his options, Portside Exchange or Rigor Mortis into Sea Legs. What does he want to value, getting the Gold Kiss Rum or the Ally in the Yard?
More and more I see less Give No Quarter and 1 to 2 Whaler. Is 2 Whaler too much for the other thing with Give No Quarter is it doesn't actually have that many targets in the deck other than Whaler. Like it's really just something to pitch for your Whaler for late game. I actually still really like Give No Quarter. I think this might be incorrect and should still be in the deck. Because one of the weaknesses of the deck that we've talked about in the spreadsheet thing over here is small hands being an issue. Like if your opponent forces you to block, just like whatever they're playing assassin or something, and they like do something that makes you block, and then they juice you anyways, or Vincent or something like that. Your small hands are pretty booty cheeks. Or maybe life totals are getting low and you just have to block. Like just shit happens. You have to block sometimes. Or they throw a Command and Conquer and it's just profitable to block it because you needed that card in your arsenal. Yeah, your small hands are pretty terrible. The Give No Quarter opens up some small hands, so I do like it for that. I like the card quite a bit, but I think it's reasonable to cut it, especially if you're intending on just like not really blocking very much. And the Whaler is really just there as an anti-fatigue tool. If you think you're beating fatigue without it, then it's reasonable to not play it. But if you think there's like a lot of ignorant fatigue players, I think it's pretty reasonable to include it in the deck as more of. Like locally, I know there's a lot of Jarls, so I'm probably going to play more. Yeah, but that's like what Dead Threads is for. You just go like activate hero power, discard, Give No Quarter, put a guy into play, Dead Thread, swing. You've actually played a single card. You went card neutral on your hero power, so you basically just have a free arsenal now, and then you put an ally in and swung off of a single card. That's pretty good. Like the Give No Quarter just said, put an Anka into play and swing. Like that's a very reasonable play. you having some of these small hand plays, I think, are pretty good. Or same idea. You go hero power, give no quarter, dead threads, play chum swing. You just had a 1 card 10 because you got 4 on offense and 6 on defense with the chum. I'm pretty into 1 card 10. Have you guys heard about this card called Codex of Frailty? I'm down to play that card.
Also has a golden tipple to potentially discard both of them. We port side exchange is one of these awake and golden tipple the other one.
Nice start here. Sea Leg's going to trigger on the discard, make the gold and the gold kiss rum.
What a
Card
start.
drawn off the top. Looks like it's a murderous rabble. He's going to compass off the top. I think we see another port side exchange on the top of the deck.
I think that's what it was. Can go ahead and reach for it with the golden tipple if he wants to. Interesting choice to discard Sea Legs first or port side exchange. Had he discarded rigor
Let's see if
mortis,
he
death
decides to
threat
put allies in play.
and looks like this is why he just wants to play the rigor mortis from hand manually and goes ahead and arsenal the golden tipple.
And I think we know.
Interesting. So he decided to raw dog an ally in play instead of activating Gravy Bones to put it in the bin and save it for later. Basically giving Arthur something to clear on this turn versus sandbagging a guy in the bin. I think that's pretty reasonable because he's only on the 1 gold. But he did have a tipple, right? So he could have just like tippled. Maybe he saw the card on top as a bad arsenal, so he didn't want to go for that play. Wait, how is this question number 4? Isn't it you? Oh, you did question number 2 twice. What an idiot! What an idiot! Chat, point and laugh. He said 2 twice. Idiot. I'm personally a fan of 2 sea legs. It's reasonable if you want to put in more. The other nice thing is that it's a popper, so if you know there's a lot of prisms in your area, just like adding another 6 to your deck is pretty nice.
Know why after seeing a number of Gravy Bones mirrors. The golden tipple, that's a great card to clear an ally, not a card you necessarily want to send for no value on turn 0. First ally of the game.
So one of the things that I've noticed in the mirror, though, from watching Hamilton and Hamilton's game, and honestly, also Hamilton's game of the one they played against Fang at the Battle Harden, is having some guys in the bin is pretty nice if it's kind of trivial cost. It basically means that if you draw a brick hand, you still have a play, and it means that you guaranteed have something to clear their board with. But like if his top card was like another ally, this is pretty reasonable because he didn't want to Gravy Bones into that ally and then just like have a poop soup arsenal. I guess he always has the tipple, but whatever.
Boy, the golden tipple blue is going to go ahead and attack. You have to imagine this rigor mortis. Trigger the golden tipple, going to find the chum, hit straight to the yard, make the gold, draw the card. This card got to be the single greatest blue card in Gravy Bones.
Stupid
The other aspect
aggressive.
of not sending golden tipple on turn 0 is that it would have left Shurei vulnerable to the sunken treasure that we already see in Arthur Trahey's pitch zone. So very, very heads up play from Shurei over there to not send the golden tipple because
I would not say that is
would have been turned
the
face down
key to the
thanks to
mirror.
sunken treasure on Arthur Trahey's
The
side.
mirror is incredibly nuanced, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of failure points. I think that to be extremely reductive, I think the key to the mirror is playing in such a way to mitigate failure points on your side of the board, so that way you don't like have shit fall apart on your side, and then you just play the game. And then if you're playing that way, maybe your opponent isn't playing that way, and if they ever run into a failure point, the game snowballs instantly. Night work night. See you later.
2 floating now. Arthur Trahey
I'd say see you at the ProQuest, but I might only see you for 1 week. Keck W.
is going to compass. Take a look at the top.
And a blue
because
has
he's
the
gonna
graveyard
win
for
one.
Arthur Trahey, so chum friendly first.
I
mate,
wasn't
also
being
available for him to
egotistical.
deploy
He's
if he
gonna
wishes to do
win
so.
one.
I believe he's holding on to another ally in that hand, another chum friendly first mate. Does that have the option to gravy it away to get rid of the card?
Ever count his?
Knows what he's going to draw into as well. Thanks to
Oh my God, I
Magus'
almost said
death.
rigor mortis. His riptide out. He's riptide Jesus.
See what Arthur wants to make on this play. 40 currently still playing 40. Very beginning of this highly important quarterfinals match, the Pro Tour here in Singapore.
Gravy Bones mirrors, you want to make sure you extract as much value from all your cards as possible. You want to make sure you use them to the fullest extent. And right now, the golden hook for Arthur Trahey is risk-free activatable because he's already made a gold this turn. He wants to make sure he makes use of the card just to put pressure a little bit on Shurei Wu's gold economy. We saw how impactful that was in Michael Hamilton's game, but when he was 4 or 5 gold ahead.
Why are we
of
not just
Hamilton, he
activating
was able to do
Gravy
some
Bones here?
very devastating things with those with a pile of gold.
Arthur saw it was on
Is this better? So you still end up with the chum in the bin. Either way, we end up with 1 gold in play. It's either activate Gravy Bones, go to 0, draw the port side. Assumedly, at some point, we play the port side because we're arsenaling it. We go to 0, then go back to 1. Honestly, I think Gravy Bones Arsenal the port side might be better because then we have no gold in play, so we don't have to worry about our 1 gold getting hooked. Like now we actually have something on the board to fight over. Because the only reason I'm gonna give a shit about having gold in play, like at this stage of the game, is if I draw allies and I'm like, I don't have a way to get rid of them. But if I have a port side in Arsenal, I have a way to get rid of them. I think setting port side's probably better here. Then again, we have an Arsenal to fight over with Conk, and if that gets conked, but like we still have Helmet. Like our Helmet is there to block the first Conk. I don't know. Because it also there's like I just don't want to fight over the hook, honestly. Like that's the biggest thing.
On the top, knew we wanted.
And we're still getting we played a tipple this turn, so we still get to hook. And this like spreads it out so we can make sure that we have a thing that makes gold next turn, so that way we can hook on the following turn. Like maybe that's wrong, but
side exchange from the 2 float.
Because the other thing is like we might draw a card here that we don't actually want to arsenal because this is just a blind draw. And then like let's say we draw an ally, now we're kind of forced into Gravy Bonesing that card. I don't really want to do that. It's double chum in the bin, right? So no matter what, we're pitching the blue in our hand. Oh, we haven't. No. The tipple was a blue, right? So we've played a blue this turn. Yeah, I don't think I agree
gold
with this.
token remakes the gold token and gets another.
This is the thing with Gravy. Like, I don't know if you guys saw my whole Twitter thing about that, and just like me talking about it over previous things. Gravy is so fucking hard to play and so complicated. Like, this really is rather insignificant of a decision, but could be one of those decisions that the entire game was because of that. Because like, oh, what if I can't fight over the gold next turn, and then my engine falls apart. And this is what I was talking about, of playing in such a way where you can't get boned and hoping your opponent gets boned instead. I think we put ourselves in a position to get boned on this next turn cycle potentially, and get boned by the top of our deck of just like drawing an ally.
Another chum into the yard, refreshing the gold. Dead Threads grabs a resource here.
Most of the time, it's probably not game.
Play chum alongside the Murderous Rabble in the pinch.
But I don't want to.
Hook gets to be activated here. Chum comes
risky.
in.
Like, I don't want to
that
take
gold immediately. I wonder if the hook's going to get.
Because I don't think there was an upside to this
Instead,
gamble.
Gravy Bones are going to be activated.
Wants to make use of the gold before it can be stolen by the opponent.
Conqueror of the High Seas, chum of his own. Looks like there's an Oyston in that hand.
I do believe he has 2 blues for the High Tide of Conqueror. Discards his own chum.
I do love how complicated
Gonna
it
have to
is.
keep track of the allies that both players have used in this game. In Michael Hampton's game, the pace of the game was a lot quicker, and we didn't quite get to the potential fatigue end state.
I guess that's something else we could yap about, the whole meme of Gravy Bones being S tier. So on that podcast, we were talking about, I should just pull it up, right?
Yeah, the combo of foot.
Okay, so this tier list was basically us trying to make a tier list of what we thought were, this is at least my interpretation of what it was, somewhere within the framework of how good of a deck is this to bring to the event / how well do we think this deck will do at the event. And, I think Gravy was a really good choice to bring to this event, and I thought it was going to do good at this event. I thought in the hands of the best players, Gravy Bones was going to be ridiculous. I was obviously correct. Now, if this tier list was a ProQuest tier list, and it's what do we think people should play at the next season, and we're counting for like your average player going to a ProQuest, I honestly think Gravy drops down a tier. I think Gravy Bones is like B tier potentially. I don't think it's like incredibly broken in the hands of most people. I still think it's very good. The deck's very inherently powerful, and it asks a lot of difficult questions. But how many times have I listened to Cherry Bomb? What's that? Was that on my previous thing? I've never listened to this. I'm not going to click on it though. I don't want to get demonetized. um, it's not to say that Gravy Bones is like so 19 head that like your average player can't play it. It's just getting that last percentage out of the deck is such a big deal, and I don't think most people can do that. I think it's very hard to do that. I think you can still have success with the deck without doing that because the deck just does funny things. Who knew Felling of the Crown would go again was a good card? Crazy. But you've got a lot of failure states, and you got to know how to navigate those situations to either get out of that or prevent that from even happening. And I think that's the biggest thing with the highly skilled players. They play in such a way where they don't have those situations come up, so it makes it look like the deck doesn't have any weaknesses. And navigating the game that way is very hard to do. So if you don't know how to do that, some percentage of the time, your deck's just going to shit on itself, and you're just going to lose. And that's just the nature of it. And you can't win a ProQuest that way unless you're running hot.
State that Gravy Mirrors can sometimes go to.
These players very methodical.
That being said, you only have to run hot once, and then you don't ever have to play again.
Event.
So now the gold-baited hook activation on the Trahe's side only threatens 1 extra gold for him, and still the -1 for Shurewu as well, thanks to Gravy Bones' ability being instant speed.
And I think that final card in the arsenal there was the random draw off the port side exchange. So we're not quite sure what it is, but Arthur was happy enough to arsenal it. They're getting to develop the chum and has a second one floating around beneath the depths of the graveyard, ready to emerge at any given point.
Happy enough to arsenal it over the Murderous Rabble, and we've seen how important these...
I guess my thought of not having a gold to fight over, maybe he's assuming that he's always getting the gold off of gold-baited hook on this turn. So that's not a relevant factor to the turn cycle. Then again, maybe he fights over the gold because we went to 0 gold, and he doesn't know that we have a port side in arsenal.
Small golden attacks can be in the mirror match.
Let's see what the play is here from Shirui.
Whatever.
It's impactful for both of these players, especially on that first Conqueror of the High Seas attack for 8.
I'm just making that analogy because it takes a card.
Confirms quite a little bit of awkwardness for Shirui.
It's just easy to compare to that.
First thing
like realistically, plow, but
before the chum is allowed to be activated.
Pro Tour.
I feel like if I say plow,
in
I
earnest
have
with
to
this quarterfinals match.
even more.
See Chum there, smiling over at Shirui, and it is going to be the Command and Conquer to start this off.
And looks like it's going to the face. Looks like Conqueror of the High Seas is going to Arthur Trahe's face over there, just directly at Gravy Bones, bypassing the chum. So priority window is now handed over to Arthur. You could activate chum as you want, if he wants, to stifle any future attacks on this turn. Question is, does Shirui have other plans to deal with the chum? Conqueror of the High Seas on.
I wish we had a hand
Arthur Trahe's arsenal and create a gold for Shirui, who is currently sitting on 0 gold.
So what did he have? Is that
Justice comes into play on this turn?
What's the other blue there? It's port side and something else. Is it a rabble?
Tipple and an Eye of Ophidia. Not a lot of block potential.
That hand only blocks 2. He could filter with the Gravy Bones ability, but decides it's not worth the risk. Just goes and loses the red golden tipple to the Conqueror of the High Seas. That creates a gold for Shirui. Chum still not being activated yet.
Targeting chum.
Golden tipple targets chum. Discards the Oyston. Which means Oyston can come in and clean up this chum.
He hasn't played a blue yet this turn.
Oh, he would have to find it off the top. He has to have been confident that he would have.
He did see what was on top thanks to Compass of Sunken Depth, so almost certainly is a blue. Can deploy.
Rabble shows a red.
So good at the game, so talented, so handsome.
Before he does the reveal. Yes, and is going at Arthur Trahe and will steal a gold. So while it's only coming in for 1, still has the annoying on hit thanks to gold-baited hook. And this is a blue that will hit the graveyard, so he can go and deploy the after this and clear out the chum, who currently is only sitting at 3.
Yeah, so how fascinating.
Bit of an unfortunate hit off the top for Shirui over there for the rabble.
Still going to buy a block from the gold-baited hook. That's a button you only get to press once in any game. Blocks out the rabble.
And
he gets to keep his gold.
Conk is such a silly card.
Threaten a little bit more.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Threads to draw a card with a gold, it looks like. Draw a card.
So that is the second card drawn for him this turn. He did start this turn off with a golden tipple. So Balance of Justice on Arthur Trahe's side is available should he want to use it.
Trahir looking like he might want to respond. Is this a blind draw off the top with the gold?
How would you
Believe so,
respond?
because he knew he was going to draw
Yeah.
Murderous Rabble from the Compass of Sunken Depths.
I'm not even sure. Has Shiroi even looked at the card that he drew? Maybe very briefly, if at all. I think this is a response window for Arthur Trahir. He's just going to let the chum
Did he even look?
not utilize the card that
Second,
Dead Threads to draw a card with a gold, it looks like.
draw card.
Draw a card.
So that is the second card drawn for him this turn. He did start this turn off with a
Bro,
gold.
what a baller move.
I think this is
Bro pulled a Yugi Moto of I'm gonna draw a card from my deck and blindly put it face down.
a response window
What a
for Arthur
gamer.
Trahir. He's just going to let the chum hit the bin. Not utilize the effect to get a card in the yard. Watery Grave.
Bro, I respect the fuck out of that.
So that's one Rigor Mortis down for Shurayu and one Chum, friendly first mate down for Arthur Trahir. Random card off of the gold went to the arsenal for Shurayu.
Fifth question, holy shit.
Oyston on the field for him.
Versus Verdance.
Time for the second gold trade. You have to
Barrier,
imagine the golden tipple here just to
one,
clear out the
two.
Oyston. Oh, though I guess I always forget Oyston just has the measly one.
I don't have an answer for you
Yellow
yet. I'm
golden
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, it's only yellow.
I haven't played that
There's that
matchup
Oyston.
yet.
I have a video going to let him fix the draw off the
It
top
was
as well.
exuding
See
aura.
what he's looking with there. Ooh, he does have.
He's got the menacing
and
symbols
saltwater
all
spell, but
around him.
He's not going to know unless he can. So he can compass, right? He can draw the saltwater spell compass to see if it'll hit a blue from there.
But
It
if he-
doesn't.
if it doesn't,
It's a much more awkward hand.
could draw it off the gold. I mean, he is quite likely to hit a blue if you see these many non-blues in a row. He's
Mhm,
holding two
mhm.
yellows. See red and yellow on top. These lists have 33 to 36 blues in the main board. So it's quite
I
likely.
think he just bottom
Question is, do you
here.
really want to take that gamble?
Compass.
Are you behind enough that you feel like you need to take risks like that, or can you go for a little bit more of a conservative line? Does also want to potentially try and find a blue to hit the graveyard this turn so he can actually play an ally.
See how he wants to opt this.
Bottom, compass. If it's a miss again, gravy bones, and
Either video.
then hope.
Contentious for certain reasons. Really puts in some major work in these Gravy Bones lists. Yeah, that is going to be the call. The seed legs to the bottom, swell to the top, or maybe considering putting that to the bottom as well. So we know whatever that card goes, it's saltwater swell. He's either going to be comfortable drawing it here,
The thing
with
is,
the
we
tipple,
like
then utilize
we
the
don't
compass
need
to
the
see if
swell
there's a blue card on
here.
top. No, he's putting the saltwater swell as well. He's going to draw a random card off the top with the Sipple.
I'm down for getting rid of the swell. Like we don't actually need it here. All it's doing is letting us cast a chum. I think it's whatever. We have allies in our hand that we could just play instead. Like we don't actually need all the extra resources. And I think I'm actually pretty happy leaving some high cost allies in the bin so that way I have a resource dump later.
And it's another Rigor Mortis.
Oh,
So it would not have hit with the saltwater swell, but now he's all of a sudden pretty ally flooded. And it's a pretty awkward list of allies he's working with.
does have the Gravy Bones activation. You have to get rid of one of them. Could potentially draw another looting effect like a Port Side Exchange or another Tipple.
Looks like he drew a blue Sunken
Sunken
Treasure, so there's a blue to power up.
That's a
the turn.
blue.
He needs a blue to get to the
Gamers, he's got a
graveyard in
blue.
some way.
Yeah, so currently deciding on the discard Gravy Bones. Could
I think you have
potentially
to discard
the
for blue
blues. You
here,
can play
right?
out the Chum. Because if you discard an ally, you can play an ally from hand, I suppose, but you won't be able to play an ally from the grave because no blue has hit his graveyard this turn.
So I played Golden Tipple pitching I to clear Oyston. I resolved up 2 of I, and then I forgot to discard, but still made the effects of as if I had discarded it the yellow.
Ooh.
All right, so yeah, Arthur forgot to actually do the whole discard part of Golden Tipple. Did just went ahead and drew the card.
These
Let's get down back to the table and see just how the resolution came to pass.
So it looks like the judges allowed the opponent to manipulate the top of, to randomly select from the top of Arthur Trey's deck and gave the opponent some level of agency on that because it was a misplay in the end from Arthur Trey's side. But that's all said and done now. We're back to Arthur Trey's turn.
So I have to discard a card.
So Arthur Trey, I believe at this point, is deciding to discard Gravy Bone.
Should that not be a further penalty? I feel like that should be a further penalty. Maybe I'm wrong. It is just looking at extra cards, but he like has so much more information now than he should. Shrug.
This effect.
Yeah, so just to be clear, 2 random cards were selected face down, I believe, by Shiroi to go back on top of the deck. Then the triggers resolved in the order they were supposed to.
Oh,
So
okay.
now we are back to resolving the effects just with basically a little less.
That's-
So that
that's
the information is still,
reasonable.
the cards are still there. The cards that were effectively, there on the turn didn't change. But Arthur
I think it's a
made
reasonable
them random
fix.
again, and now the Sunken Treasure hits the yard.
So that is the blue that's hit the yard to the Gravy Bones' ability, and that means Gravy Bones can now play watery grave cards from the graveyard, meaning the allies in Arthur Trey's graveyard are available to him. I believe there's a Rigor Mortis in there right now, alongside a Chum as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's a pretty efficient solution here by all the staff. Random selection by Shiroi, face down on the table, no knowledge gain by Shiroi. So it was really just like, let's make this just like as random as it was, make sure we can resolve the cards correctly.
I don't know if I've ever
So now
seen
go
that
ahead,
resolved
2 floating
that
into
way
the gold.
before.
So that is actually the third
I
card
actually
drawn
really
Arthur Trey on
like
this
that
turn. He
fix.
drew
I
one
just
for
don't
gold,
know if
one
I've
for Gravy
ever
Bones, drew one off a gold, but
actually
there's a balance
seen
of
that.
justice on Shurei-Wu's side available to him to deploy should he wish to do so. However, definitely wants to block with it first before he goes and activates that effect.
Plays the Rigor Mortis from the graveyard. Now plays the Jittery Bones here. Just going to go ahead and discard that other Rigor Mortis. Here comes 2. Go again.
No blocks.
No blocks for Shiroi. Arthur Trahey not interested in arsenaling that Jittery Bones. Focusing more on just getting the Rigor Mortis
Attack you with Rigor Mortis.
out of the hand into the graveyard. And now the hook is going to power up the Rigor Mortis.
I feel like if you're just going to discard another Rigor Mortis, you didn't need to actually play the Rigor Mortis there. It was just better to hide information, but whatever. Like, what? He blocks with 2 Sunken Treasures on your 2? Okay. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I do that.
Mortis attempt to steal one of the 2 golds.
4, then nothing 6 on to
And Shiroi is not interested in blocking that whatsoever. The 6 damage is going to be taken. 1 gold down for Shiroi, 1 gold created for Arthur Trahey.
And then when we reverted back, I had to
And he's still going to have 1 gold remaining despite one of it being stolen by Arthur Trahey over there. So still will be able to fuel his turn off of the 1 gold, either pitching to it to draw a card or activating Gravy Bones.
And you can see them players actually discussing exactly what happens. Arthur Trahey saying, when we rolled it back and made it random, I think it ended up exactly the same. After the 6 damage taken, Shiroi down to 28, playing Arthur Trahey's 32 as a Pro Tour champion of last year. Attempts to continue that legacy.
Blue Golden Tipple headed Rigor Mortis' way. Very, very efficient. 1 power to Rigor Mortis' 1 health, and will be a blue that hits the graveyard for this turn for Shiroi.
I will
And
say,
hits the graveyard as well.
To Arthur's credit, I hate resolving Tipple on paper.
1 golden tipple deserves another.
Your hands are going all over the place.
Sawbones and
It's so
Swabby into
easy
the
to
yard.
forget
The ally
one
advantage
part
in
of
the
it.
graveyard firmly at the moment in Shiroi Wu's favor. As this golden tipple is now something that Arthur's got
I
to
think
think
it's the
about.
most card manipulation I've ever done to resolve a
turn 0
single
player
effect.
discarding sea legs. So we could be potentially seeing a double ally here, a turn here,
down to 20.
without the use of Mage Master Boots, which is one of the strongest turns that Gravy Bones can potentially do.
Agree.
With the activation of the Gravy Bones, looks like we are not going for a Rum line this turn, since Rum, of course, requires Gravy Bones to be untapped when you play the Rum, when you activate the Rum.
Limpet here into the yard. Top of the deck shows a tip the barkeep.
All right,
Now Shiroi has to
Shiryu,
decide when he wants to continue this turn.
show
Look
me
at
why
all the
Limpet is good.
allies.
'Cause I'm not a
Graveyard
believer.
slowly rising up from the depths. A stark difference when you consider just the Rigor Mortis and the Chum over on Arthur Trahey's side.
Gold economy as well, equal on both sides for now, but of course Shiroi Wu does have a free hook activation this turn. So might have something to say about that, while Arthur Trahey is holding on to a Conqueror of the High Seas.
And a red golden tipple. This is a kind of awkward hand for him if he wants to try to find a way to get an ally out of the yard as well.
Shiroi Wu closes the chain. He's currently holding to 5 resources.
It's been really bad for me. I don't actually like it.
Reaches for the Swabby, can pitch to it, can activate Death Threads as well to attack with
I
the
think it's
Arsenal.
really
the sea
only
legs
good
is
if you're
not
playing Command and Conquer, which
great
he
hard
is.
to Arsenal if you're in Shiroi Wu's position. So maybe we'll just pitch it. I'll pitch it. Looks like it's going to be pitched to gold.
Simply pitch the sea legs away, draw the card, go down to 1, activate the hook, activate the dead threads, make the requisite resources to attack with the Swabby, so 7 damage crashes down. Arthur Trahey's got to think about it. He's got the blues for a Conqueror of the High Seas, and he's got the golden tipple to clear the Swabby.
Doesn't have a card to discard Golden Tipple though, so it
No.
would be clear Swabby and threatening the Arsenal, which is still a fairly strong play, given that Shiroi Wu is representing putting a card in Arsenal on this turn. Also, to point out, Balance of Justice is available for Arthur Trahey.
It's just okay,
More
because
than
the-
2 cards on this
okay.
turn.
So let's consider what Tipple plays look like. What do you actually want to accomplish when you're playing not Tipple, Limpet? Is the intent to play 2 allies? You're probably better off just playing the other ally and just not playing the Limpet then. Because most of the time what ends up happening, if you're doing that, is you go play Limpet, swing, play the other guy, pass. It's really only good if you have like a gold kiss or something, some way to generate an extra action point. So you can go Limpet, swing, go again, find an action point, play the other ally with go again, swing the other ally. Really all it's doing is functioning as like an Avasti cosplay on like a shitty attack. But we talked about this in the last stream when we were talking about deck lists. You'll notice on Hamilton's, he even trimmed an Avasti in his list, and he's playing 0 Limpets. That playline just like isn't that good very often. It's just like not that impressive. You're more often better off just playing the one ally and swinging it, because most of the matchups just like swarming the board ignorantly isn't that good, and it just kind of leads to you getting fatigued. And in his list especially, he had to be a bit cognizant about that because he's on the leaner ally count. It just it adds and removes problems to the deck. Like you have less allies in the deck, so you're more prone to getting fatigued. But then by having less allies, you're less prone to bricking and less prone to fuck, my hand doesn't block.
Good look at the top of the deck. Block with the Balance of Justice. Get that 2 value. Then go ahead and pop it.
and potentially find an ally off the top that you can discard to your Golden Tipple,
Gosh,
which
that would
unlocks
be
the turn completely.
huge
Go
on
Golden
this
Tipple,
turn.
discard the ally, go Conqueror as well. And you can potentially find a blue to put in the yard as well. You could even resolve the Rigor Mortis and swing with that as well.
Wonder if Arthur Trey's going to see it. Wonder if he's going to look at the balance. Consider the block. You look at the top of the deck first. Get some info. I think you see the highest level Gravy Bones players wait until the last possible minute to look at the top of the deck with the compass. They know they're going to take some other game actions. Wow, Honkage, you called it out. The Balance of Justice is going to get in front because of the multiple cards being drawn.
Looks like he might not want to compass before it, though. Decided that no matter what, he'll be drawing off a balance this turn, regardless of what he draws. So he's going to save the compass activation for potentially the Tipple or further gold draws on his own turn.
It's fascinating when you look at Balance of Justice, a card that was printed in the days of Art of War, a card that was printed when in the days of Tome of Divinity, when all of these cards were drawing to, the books were around, and now utilized in these Gravy Bones mirrors, where the cards are being drawn, but they're also being discarded at such a high rate that the Balance of Justice in this matchup, drawing an extra card, is absolutely huge.
And what did he find off the top from Balance of Justice? Looks like he found a Loot the Hold, so yet another blue. But he does have a gold remaining, so he could potentially fish for the yellow to discard the Golden Tipple.
Does he look at the top of the deck at any point to get a sense of what...
So decks largely are broken up into two categories right now for Gravy. Decks that are going to try killing you and decks that are going to try fatiguing you. Technically, there's some gray area then. Some decks try to backdoor fatigue you, where they'll punch you and then switch into... They'll pivot into fatigue after you piss away too many allies. Or decks that can't actually race you, but if you don't respect them, they can actually race you. I'm not going to talk about that. We're just going to keep it simple on those broad two categories. Against the decks that are just trying to kill you, typically swarming the board with multiple guys really isn't that good. Like against Syndra, having two guys on board really doesn't matter that much. It's just going to kill them all and draw a card. It's like whatever. You took how much damage to do that and presented how much damage? It just wasn't that good. Against the decks trying to fatigue you, well, there was not a decision of, oh, are they going to hit that or my face? No, they're just going to hit the guy. So you just like put a guy into play with 1 health, but that doesn't matter. They're just going to kill both guys. And against those decks, swarming the board can be good. But I would rather swarm the board with more substantial threats and actually actualize that damage. It can be fine, but it's risky. Sometimes you end up playing all these allies on the hope that they're going to inefficiently clear, and then they just have some like rando go again bullshit attacks, and their deck can clear your board anyways. And you're like, damn, I got 2 damage last turn, and they clear 2 allies. That kind of sucked ass. And against the fatigue decks, you could just play go again attacks instead. Just like play actual go again attacks, and it accomplishes about the same thing. But you didn't have to jump through all these hoops to like make sure you have enough action points to do everything. It's really like at its best in 2 scenarios. You go like limp it into Command and Conquer, and that was just like a pretty good play. Now I have to like against the decks that don't actually want to deal with your shit necessarily, and they just want to punch you. That's pretty good. You disrupted them and still got a guy in the play. And the other scenario that's good is you play Limpet with something else, and they keep killing your other guy because they're like Guardian, where they only have 1 action point a turn. But those decks should just be playing go again attacks to clear 2 guys. So like that just realistically shouldn't happen that often. And even then, it's usually better to just like play a guy that actually does more damage, because I just want to push their life total down. It could be fine. It's just like whatever. But also the decks that Limpet's good against, I should just be beating those decks anyways. And I'd rather honestly just play another Humperdinck. What gives me that upside? Playing blue go against?
He could be drawing or not. Looks like this is the moment. Activate the sunken depths. See if he'll
Looks like he's
just
not
outside.
just slightly out of the
It's not a
range
bad
for us.
card. It just underperformed for me.
Has 2 ways to access the top card, either via pitching to gold or by activating Gravy Bones. Currently, live lead on Shurei-Wu's side. Board state also on his side. Of course, we
Yeah,
all
for me,
have
it's like
place
the
limits holding a
swells
5-card
in
hand
kind of
with
that
Conqueror of High
spot.
Seas in it.
I'm just playing a 1 for 3 go again instead of
Another
a
potential pivot point
1 for 2 go
this
again.
game is the use of the Mage Master
It
boots.
doesn't leave a
Both sides
body
want this
behind, but
depending
it
on the
makes
very
3
powerful
resources
equipment.
instead.
Gold being drawn here. Let's see what the rip is off the top.
And that's a Rigor Mortis.
That's a Rigor Mortis, and that changes everything on this turn for
Okay,
Arthur
what's
Trehey.
the hand?
All of a sudden, the
Tipple,
Golden
Rigor
Tipple can come forward,
Mortis.
target the Swabby, finally find the card to discard to the effect. Arthur Trehey going to resolve it correctly this time. Make the gold. Draw a card. I think you can hear both players have a little laugh about that. Draw the card off the top. Looks like it's another blue. I think it's a Murderous Rabble that just joined the hand for Arthur Trehey.
Loot, Conk, I believe he just drew the loot. Blue. Okay, let's put on our thinking cap. We know there's a ally on top at the start of this. The only way to put that into our hand is by drawing or activating Gravy Bones. Isn't it better to just activate Gravy Bones here? We don't have a Gold Kiss. Is it correct that he drew the...
To discard to the effect, Arthur Hay
The
can resolve
loot
it correctly
gold.
this time. Make the gold. Draw a card. I think you can hear both players have a little laugh about that. Draw the card off the top. Looks like it's another blue. I think it's a Murderous Rabble that just joined the hand for Arthur Hay.
Okay, he drew the Rabble. Okay, let's put on our thinking caps. How would I play this hand? Okay, if we activate Gravy Bones, though, then we don't have an ally for the tipple. But I'm also pretty fine setting the tipple. We know it's Rigor Mortis on top, but we don't know about the card underneath it. So we don't know what we would draw off of the tipple. We currently don't actually have a blue in our hand before drawing the Rabble that's like actually good. I guess the loot is like pretty reasonable. Am I crazy for just trying to arsenal this tipple? Go like activate Gravy Bones. No, because we have to clear a guy, right? Yeah, so we need to deal 3 damage. Okay, no, this is pretty reasonable. So go like tipple, conk. Okay, we drew a Rabble, so things change. Maybe I play that instead. So it's just a question of, do I want to play the Rabble or do I want to play the Loot the Hold? There's still armor on the table, so I'm pretty inclined to just play the Rabble. I think if we'd already blocked with the armor, maybe I'd play the Loot the Hold, but yeah, this is pretty reasonable. We go conk, we go Rabble, 2 floating, play Rigor Mortis, swing, unless we have something better resource-wise in our bin. I don't know if we do. I think it's just chums.
And all of a sudden, one blue is in the yard. Excuse me, in the pitch. Second blue will join shortly. The arsenal for Shirui will be threatened. Conqueror of the High Seas, such an important card in this matchup, really is the defining moment when you see the tempo and the life leads begin to shift.
Arthur Trey could line up a very disruptive turn right now, thanks to Loot the Hold as well. Could go for a Conqueror into playing Loot the Hold, which would be the blue that hits the graveyard this turn. Could follow that up with a Rigor Mortis, attacks for 6, and
we're playing the Loot.
from Shirui's hand after he's already had to deal with the
I don't know
Conqueror
if
of
I
the High
agree with
Seas.
that.
Without a Gravy Bones activation, no 2 cards have already been drawn here. Drawn with the gold and drawn with the golden tipple, so Balance of Justice is alive for Shirui as well. If a block for 8 is called, if Shirui has the requisite 3 block.
And including the call out there. Actually, maybe that's wrong. Because actually, no, I think I like this play. Because we're playing the conk, we're already incentivizing a block. And then playing the Loot the Hold afterwards, after he's already committed to blocking the Conqueror, means that he's either going to discard a card off of the Loot the Hold, or he's just going to lose his arsenal to the conk. Or we get the whole hand. He like blocks 6 plus helmet, and then blocks 6 on the Rigor Mortis, which is pretty unlikely, but could happen. And then we have an uncontested Rigor Mortis in play. And he just passes. That seems pretty good. Okay, yeah, no. Because it's a conk, I like this. So, I think this is worth adding to the strong interactions part of the sheet.
To put in front of this card with the Balance of Justice.
Which can be a tough ask. We saw Michael Hamilton in his game get caught. I mean, the game ended because he didn't have the requisite 3 blocks needed to survive the onslaught. Looks like Shirui was going to line up his own Conqueror of the High Seas block. He would have loved to send that.
Actually, maybe that's unlikely to happen. He's already incentivized to crack the balance here, so that this might not actually happen. He might just like look at the top and go, okay, whatever, block, play a blue, play the limpet, have a reasonable turn. So maybe the 3 damage is better. Because the thing is, with the 3 damage, we also, I guess we're hooking the Rigor Mortis in that scenario. This is a tough one. This is a tough one.
Towards Arthur Trey instead of needing to block with it, was forced to do that.
Close chain here. Is the balance of justice going to be? Oh, Guardwell. It's Guardwell. I always forget that it's Guardwell.
Little does he know, is yet more disruption coming from Arthur Trey's side, and that's exactly the line he goes for. Loot the hold. That's blue that hits the bin into Rigor Mortis, into hook, and attack for 6 on hit discard, on hit steal a gold from Shirewu. Arthur Trey has lined up an absolutely massive disruptive turn off of the 5 cards.
This is a turn that can swing a quarterfinals match in the Pro Tour. 24 plays 28 with the ally advantage. Now in Arthur Trey's side, and the 2 cards left in Shirewu hand do not block very well at all. It's time to look at the top card of the deck and see if Gravy Bones can help out with the blocks on this turn. It's another 2 block on the top of the deck, and a golden tipple.
Can access that via Balance of Justice or via Gravy Bones. Of course, that will cost him a gold should he go down that route.
Balance of Justice here to draw another 2 block to lay 3 cards in front of this Rigor Mortis. This is a massive turn. The loot to hold, just powering this turn up for
You could
Arthur
also just let the loot to hold hit and discard an ally.
Here.
I don't know what the hand is.
I want to also point out, in terms of ally differences in both lists, Shirewu is packing a couple copies of Limpet Hopalong. Perhaps the most efficient answer Gravy Bones has to Rigor Mortis. However, if he wants to resolve that card, we'll need to find a way past this disruption that Arthur Trey has managed to find on this turn 3. Conquer the High Seas into Loot the Hold into Rigor Mortis. Just so mean, really. It's like 8 damage attacking the arsenal and 6 damage attacking your hand after that.
Doc, have you seen Gravy Bones? You think that dude's nice? He is not interested in doing anything other than the most dastardly, devilish maneuver possible as he raises these allies back from the depths beyond, crashing through the Whitecaps, emerging in the darkness as they slumber forth, trying desperately.
I will say it seems like Wu is
low.
significantly
Adds
ahead.
disruptive effect like the loot to hold. It can start to get too much for any
Life is
player to
close,
overcome. What's the
but it's
discard
going
here?
into
The
his
golden
turn.
tipple.
So this is massive gold generation for Arthur
Stacked
Trey.
up.
He gets a gold off of the Loot the Hold effect.
Graveyard.
The was discarded and
Still
steals a gold
has
from Shirewu
balance
as well, thanks to
advantage.
gold-baited hook. And now Shirewu is just down to 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. However, still has Balance of Justice available, so we can deal with the Rigor Mortis in a somewhat efficient manner.
Not gonna
and
balance.
board state.
Interesting.
It's like, yeah, Shirewu is here thinking before you draw, thinking about the Balance of Justice activation. Literally, I don't know what the arsenal is. Maybe just for the golden tipple left in hand. Do I need to draw a card just to kill the Rigor Mortis? Can I let Arthur Trey draw up with 3 gold, 4 cards, and a Rigor Mortis on board?
That's a really tough position to be in.
What do you
if you're
do?
Shirewu.
Do you think you draw? What? Why do you leave me like that?
So it really depends what's in his arsenal.
Yeah, 100%.
If you have something like a portside exchange in your arsenal, maybe you don't need to. That'd be a very specific card to have in the arsenal, though.
Let's see what the call is from Shirewu.
Also, the chance that your top of deck is like
I mean, it's tough.
an
You know
ally,
Arthur Trey
and you
is
just
going
draw
to
there
two
so you can
or more
discard the
cards
ally
game
instead.
in this game. So perhaps Shirewu wants to go ahead, get some value out of it later. Tip the Barkeep comes out.
The blue go again. So can play watery cards. Arthur Trey asks, would you like to give me a gold? Because there is a line of text on Tip the Barkeep.
Shirewu saying no.
True.
The blue starter in the yard means
True.
that the Limpet can come forth and clear out the ally. Though I will say something we've been talking about throughout this day package. If you're in the Gravy Bones mirror and you're using allies to clear allies, that is when you start to wonder when a player is perhaps disadvantaged. You want to be using your attack actions to clear the allies and the allies to attack face. Limpet, of course, with the go again, might be a different story, but it's the only ally attack you have.
Still at least managed to clear the Rigor Mortis in a somewhat efficient manner and develop a threat of his own in Shirewu. Limpet definitely an ally you have to deal with as soon as it hits the combat chain. Or the arena, I should say.
I will say we're looking at like a really sick turn coming up from Wu. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the turn that wins the game. He's got the gold kiss advantage. Arthur has none. So he has a turn coming up at some point here where he gets to go gold kiss, mage master boots, present 2 allies, attack with both of them, and then whatever else he has in hand. Like we could have a hand that's like conqueror into 2 guys, and the game just kind of ends that turn. Like holy shit, that's way too much damage, and I maybe don't have the most efficient hand at clearing. Like Chum Sawbones. Is that a Chum at the bottom? I can't tell.
Arthur Trey taking a moment to decide his line over here. Still has the Rigor Mortis and the Chum friendly first mate in the graveyard. Let's take a look at what Arthur is working with.
He also might just be waiting to do that when Arthur doesn't have an efficient card to clear Chum already in the graveyard. Like once the Sawbones goes away, he's like, okay, go time. I want to play a bunch of stuff. You don't have a guy in your bin that efficiently clears this. Onus is on you to have it right now.
Over here has a Saltwater Swell, hasn't activated Compass yet. Call to the Grave, just another one of those cards that offers so many branching lines for these Gravy Bones decks. Let's him grab any card with Watery Grave from his deck, or even Back Alley Breakline. Very, very common play pattern as well for Gravy Bones.
Gravy Bones? Okay.
Gravy Bones activated. Card off the top.
Conqueror.
And the massive Dreadnought once again comes to Gravy Bones' aid. The call made across the
No
water.
arsenal, though.
Bring me my ship.
Okay, let's put on our thinking caps. What are we doing? We haven't compassed yet, so we don't know if the swell is going to hit, but we're not discarding that. So it's between the 2 yellows. I guess the plan is swell. We could actually just pitch a yellow to the swell. I really want the Gold Kiss, but we don't actually have that many allies right now. It's like, what, 2 allies in the bin? It's like a Chum and a Sawbones. So maybe the conch is destined for the arsenal. And we look at the top, see if it's a blue. If it is a blue, we play the swell. If it's not a blue, we play the call and try again with the swell. And now it's we got like 2 50/50s on the top being a blue. We discard whatever yellow we think is more important to put in the bin here. I'm not sure what Arthur thinks is better to put in the bin here. It seems like having a gold, like 1 gold kiss, is probably really important to go with your boots. Honestly, that's also probably worth putting on the thing. I've talked about this a number of times, and I just haven't put it on the sheet yet. Major Master Boots plus Gold Kiss. I mean, if we're always playing the call, we go to 3 allies in the bin this turn. So I think this might be a good spot to make the Gold Kiss. And then we pitch the Sawbones to play the swell either before or after the Call of the Grave. And then we plan on arsenaling the conch. I think that's the play. And then if we do that, we can call for Swabby. Because we can Dead Threads. We'll go to 1 floating, pitching a yellow. Go to 4 floating if we hit a blue. Dead Threads back to 5. This seems reasonable. This seems like a good play. I think that's the line.
The top of the deck delivers. The question is, can you find the blues to power it up on this turn, or is it destined for the arsenal here?
And this time, Shurei does not have an arsenal to protect. However, 8 go again can just suddenly send the life totals to such a low point that Shurei might be forced to block allies, in which case he won't be able to clear them on his own turn, which would start him down the spiral where he potentially loses his spot in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore.
There's the discard of the sea legs. Makes the Gold Kiss rum for Arthur Trahey here.
Holding on to the ally, holding on to the Sawbones in his hand.
Which means if the blue's on top, Dead Thread's currently not available to Dead Threads into the saltwater swell and create the resources.
No blue has hit the bit.
Is my mic not sounding good, Dozer? Why, you ask? It should be using the fancy one. It's using Steel Series. And let me check Steel Series. Oh, good looks. It, for some reason, switched to my earbuds.
How does this sound? Does this sound better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Do I sound better? Do I sound better? Good. Sorry about that.
Been yet for Arthur Trahey as well. So Rigor Mortis and Chum currently just sleeping under the water, sleeping with the fishes, as they say.
Call to the Grave and
Steel Series keeps trying to default to whatever is the newest device that I plugged in, which was the headphones.
24 life playing, 22, 31 minutes elapsed. This is our last quarterfinal match of the Pro Tour in Singapore. Call to the Grave going to be resolved. Let's see what the grab is going to be.
So we missed a blue on the top, I'm assuming.
That will be the blue,
and we're going to go
in,
for the 50-50
will also
here.
allow him to use Death Threads on this turn, but it does seem like he's moving away.
And the thing is, too, we have the Rigor Mortis already in the bin. So if we put like an ally that we're intending to spend a lot of resources on, like a Swabby, or he might be going for Scuba here, and we miss, okay, whatever. I have 1 floating. I still have Dead Threads. I'll just go for the Rigor Mortis instead. It's not what I want to do, but whatever. It still plays.
From the Conqueror of the High
Yeah, I'm lucky. I have to listen to me.
Trying to just get that into his arsenal. Decided that the ask of getting 2 blues in the pitch zone is too much in this hand where he only had 1 blue and really wants to play an ally onto the field to match.
Going for Scuba is pretty interesting.
The salty sea dog comes to the call of his master as Gravy Bones sends out the signal.
I do not have an opinion
Great
on going
Hound
for
response,
Scuba here.
shambling
I don't know if that's good or
Ready.
bad.
Add some recursion.
I don't know if I
Game plan of
agree.
Arthur Trahey. This
There
is
could
card
also be the
both players
case that he just
identify
doesn't have a
potentially
Swabby
the
left in
break.
deck.
Not
I don't
just
know. I don't have an opinion on this.
Bottom one of Shurei Wu's allies that are currently face up.
I don't have enough games with Scuba to really
Shurei Wu from
pass
resolving the
judgment
problem all
on
the
that.
time. So it could be recursion in the end state, but in a state like
It's an
this, potentially
interesting
just
choice for
offensive
sure.
value from the scuba.
Baby Bones tapped. Means that the rum, not an option here. Saltwater Swell can clear the limpet. Oh, thinking.
He's not guaranteed for a blue.
No, certainly not.
Is there any
If he
reason to
doesn't
dead
hit
threats?
that blue,
I guess you dead
still, I
threats to
believe, has
hide
the resources
info,
to play
but you
scuba
already
and attack
pitched
with
the
an
cards, so you're not
anti-dead
hiding info.
Goes out of the line anyway. Does not hit the blue, so might be forced to pitch the Conqueror.
I think
If you want to
Scuba's
play
really
Scuba
good.
and attack with it, or maybe he'll just go for a Rigor Mortis line instead. So he doesn't need to pitch the Conqueror. Just leave the Scuba there for the following turn.
Yeah, I think that's likely the play here. Just go ahead and grab the Rigor Mortis and play it out. Keep the Conqueror around for when Shirui has an arsenal.
Did
Still
we make
just
a
send
gold
fair
this
amount of
turn?
damage.
No, right?
Utilize the dead threads to make it all work. Send in the 6. Shirui, yeah, he might take it, but this is the game plan. You clear the ally, you send an ally at face.
Can also activate Hook on this, I believe. I believe he's made a gold on this turn. Looks like potentially not.
All my Prism homies love gravy.
No gold.
Yeah, I made a gold kiss rum by discarding the sea legs.
Dozer, isn't it nice to
So
have
Rigor Mortis comes out
a
now, attacks for
grindy
6.
board state control deck again, not a cringe? I hope I get their combo deck. Isn't it lovely?
That's yet a card that's not a blue for the Conqueror of the High Seas. 6 vanilla damage coming Shuribu's way right now.
And 6 vanilla damage taken by Shirui. Down to 16 with the life deficits in these board state-based decks. Not even a fraction of the full story.
And this
I can relate to that, Dozer. I was at I think it was like 2 weeks ago at my armory. Maybe it was 3 weeks. It was some of my first paper games with Gravy. I'd played like some Talishar, but I hadn't played much paper yet. And after like 3 games, I looked up at everyone and they all looked up at me and I went, I think I have made the incorrect choice at every single decision point of every single game that I've played today. Yet this is the most fun I've had playing Flesh and Blood in years. It's just such a fun deck. It feels so rewarding when you get stuff right and you can just the feedback loop of when you realize that was wrong is close enough to the decision point that you made a lot of the times that you get that instant, okay, I know what I did wrong there. I know what I need to change for next time. So it creates a really engaging gameplay loop for the learning process.
Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, and Arthur Trohe's Graveyard is a looming specter
actually,
for Shuribu.
That's a really good topic. I'm gonna make a after we're doing all the games here. That's something that I want to talk about in the future. I think there's a bit of a hole in how people conceptualize the deck building of Gravy right now. Can I get some ones in chat if you guys are familiar with the like triangle game theory of different styles of play? For example, rush versus defense versus economy. Is this something you guys are familiar with? I'm going to show you guys an example of it. What's the name of their channel? Distraction Makers. Fantastic channel. If you guys have not watched Distraction Makers before, I highly recommend their channel. They are fantastic. Please tell me it's near the top. Probably not. Nope. Combo can be, but typically combo floats in this weird zone in the middle where it's flirting with like 2 different things. I don't want to get into that right now. Let's take Magic, for example. You got Rush. We're talking mono red aggro. I am playing a deck that tries to reduce my opponent's life total to 0 in the most efficient, fast way as possible. This is where it gets weird with control, with combo, because combo a lot of the times operates on a very similar thing. Sometimes the most efficient, fast way to do it is through a combo. So it gets a little murky with that. Defense. I am playing a deck whose entire objective is preventing my opponent from winning the game. I'm just going to take game actions that do not necessarily advance me towards winning the game, but halt you from winning the game because I have inevitability on you, and that's how I will win the game. I will outlast you. Then you have economy. An economy is typically trying to play the game on a third axis that's different, where they're investing in their future. They're getting compound interest on their plays. I'm taking actions that aren't good right now, but later on in the game, I'm going to get paid off for this. Some value decks can be like that, where this isn't like that great right now, but I'm setting up my engine. Think like a maybe like a Jund sacrifice deck where I'm like setting up my engine. I'm not playing like necessarily a combo deck, but these individual pieces don't really do that much, but the sum of the parts is greater. You know what I mean? And within this strategy circle, Rush loses to defense. Obviously, it's stopping them from winning the game. They can't win the game. Defense loses to economy because the defense deck is trying to stop them from winning the game, but they're not actually trying to win the game. They're just like setting up stuff. And then the economy deck, it loses to the aggro deck because they're sitting there playing with their butthole all game, not doing anything, and they just get run over. Within Flesh and Blood, I would say most decks typically are either rush or defense decks. We typically don't have very many decks that operate in the space of economy. It's just like not the nature of how the game works because of how card economy works in this game of like drawing back up to max hand size every turn. Now, some decks do that. Illusionist, great example of that. You're investing in your future. I would say Gravy Bones, very similar. I would say Gravy Bones is an economy deck. Now, looking at the decks that did well at this event, I would say the decks are starting to figure out what they want to be doing. But earlier on, I think a lot of the Gravy decks had an identity crisis problem where they were trying to do too many things at once. They were trying to be an economy deck that has a foot in aggro and a foot in defense. You definitely have to have a foot in one of them. You can't just be an economy deck. You have to either stall the game out so your economy can take over, or utilize the economy to outvalue your opponent and aggro them down. You have to do at least one of these. But I think people were trying to do too many of those at the same time, and it led to issues with the deck. You can see a bit of that problem in early Prism deck building, where the Prism decks were trying to be built like OG Prism, and they just like couldn't do that. They really need to be more of an aggro economy deck than a economy defense deck. And I would say OG Prism was really a economy deck that was defensive. I have inevitability. I will take over. I got to defend a little bit, but I'm trying to build up this engine to kill you later. So I think that's a bit of a thing with Gravy that needs to be explored a bit more, and will lead to some innovation with the deck. I think Dromai is a great example of that too. Another economy deck, and it really started off as a economy defense deck, and then you see people like Mara take it a different direction where they went economy aggro. She probably went aggro economy, like kind of where she is in that pie is closer to aggro than economy. She didn't really give a shit about that as much. Agree. I wasn't saying that the economy had to come from something specific, though. I also agree. I was talking about that earlier, where your small hands are pretty ass in the deck, which lends itself to being a bad defensive deck. And also the nature of getting fatigued also makes it hard to play it as a defensive deck. I think people want to play a bit more defensive, though, because they're like, oh, well, like I'll play allies and just swing them every turn, and I'll just block the rest of the time. And I got this like really above rate defense reaction, and going low is scary because I have non-blocks in my deck.
Ooh. And look at the top two cards.
I gotta go back a little bit on this game.
Next turn could potentially be slightly awkward for Arthur Trey. Arslan Conqueror of the High Seas, and we know the top card is a Sea Legs, so that's yet a card that's not a blue for the Conqueror of the High Seas. 6 vanilla damage coming Shiroi's way right now.
And 6 vanilla damage taken by Shiroi, down to 16 with the life.
Well, Soul Shield is a great example of a defense economy card. There are cards that do these things. And you could say that Gravy also has that. You've got was it Blood on the Water? Is that the name of the card? The 0 for 6? That's a defense economy card. That card's fantastic. Like, the card is just good, but it also has a little bit in each thing. So you can do it.
Deficits in these board state based decks, not even a fraction of the full story.
And this Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, and Arthur Trohe's graveyard is a bit of a
Oh, yeah,
luminous
I should find that video from Distraction Makers to show you guys. I don't want to watch this right now with you guys. I've watched it recently, again with a friend. So I'm just going to leave it in chat. You guys can watch it on your own time. Just add it to your watch later.
for Shurewu.
And look at the top two cards here on the chart. The high seeds, it's the perfect hit. It's a blue for the pitch and an ally for the yard. Gold will be created as well. Off the chart, the high seas.
Absolute perfect hits for him.
I think Assassin does a pretty good job of splitting that difference. If you leave them with card, they take your lunch. If you leave them with cards, they take your lunch money. If you give them a chance to block, they actually block pretty well and can threaten fatigue on you. Oh god, I hit the wrong button.
Does the same thing, and it does. A Vasti revealed off the top. That is a blue.
So good at the
5
game.
Resources has 2 gold to potentially pitch into to just make this turn something out of seemingly nothing. Remember, the Saltwater Swell was the blue variety as well. So does
Random
have access
chatter
to a
earlier.
great
Is
ally in his
Saltwater
graveyard
Swell
card.
good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
See Mage Master Boots reached for, or the
It's
gold
good.
because of the scuba threat that Arthur Trahay is presenting. It's a tale of 2 saltwater swells. One for Arthur Trahay revealed the sea legs that Shirui Wu knows is now in the hand. But for Shirui, we got even more
Gold Kiss
resources.
time.
And this is looking to be quite a wide turn from Shurewu as his Avasti gives the Sawbones attack go again and on hit created gold.
Oh my
Rum
god.
still available for
Rum.
Shurewu.
So good at the game. He doesn't even have to crack his Mage Master Boots this turn. So he gets to do this again on another turn. So he gets to go double ally this turn. And then Arthur just has to deal with this. Like, he doesn't have a choice. And then he's going to have inf space. So he gets to just do it again with his Mage Master Boots in the following turn. Crack a Gold Kiss. Mage Master Boots. I got extra action points up the wazoo. It's go time.
Mage Masters was still available for Shurewu.
Rum here means another ally can come in and crash down. Arthur Trahay might be facing down 12 damage on this turn. And if it's 2 Sawbones, it makes it a little harder to clear with an attack for 3.
I don't fully know the resource count in Shurewu's hand, but this could almost potentially be a triple ally turn. You could Mage Master's Boots, 1 ally, Rum attack with it, and then resolve another ally as well. Will require quite a bit of resources in his hand. Death Threads, of course, still available.
There's no extra information, right? So I think it still should be. Yeah, just
Looks like Shirui Wu asking if he can take back the attack.
I think he wants to activate Gold Baited Hook. He recognizes it as a free activation over there because Chart the High Seas did create a gold. So let's create a gold on this turn. Wants to see if he can perhaps roll that back to activate the hook.
The take-back policy is
Just
kind
going
of
to double check
weird
that
now.
with the judge.
as long as this, but let's
Yeah, just to go ahead and check in on that. Like you heard from Shirui, no information gained from that point forward. So hook as ability was given to not make the attack, activate the gold baited hook, or do something else in the moment beforehand.
It's hard to say that no information has changed. Honestly, your opponent humming and hawing over blocking that is honestly information changing in my point of view. Like, okay, I know it's not trivial for them to block this, meaning I'm likely to hit with this attack, so I should probably hook this.
So let's see just how Shirui wants to continue.
Almost wonder if he perhaps wants to activate a gold instead. And yes, should be at 3 floating since the attack hasn't happened yet.
That attack wouldn't have go against Shirui, so yeah, needs to utilize the Gravy Bones ability.
No, I think he was trying to activate a Rum.
Sorry,
this
that's what I
time.
meant. Needs to tap the Gravy Bones for the Gold Kiss Rum ability.
Yes. Activate Rum. Yeah.
Double checking the resource count. So activating Rum to play out the Sawbones, perhaps playing around a Sunken Treasure block. So let's play out the second Sawbones first. Remember, the attack still has go again thanks to Avasti, so Gold Baited Hook still hasn't been activated yet. But of course, still has Death Threads available to attack with the second Sawbones as
I like
well.
this spreads out the
So it looks like
on-hit
follow-up to
gold.
this is going to be Gold Baited Hook into attack with Sawbones off of the Death Threads resource.
Yeah, and I think you called it out perfectly, Pocket. The reason for the slight rollback there, wanting to play around Sunken Treasure, wanting to make sure that this Sawbones wouldn't get turned over face down on defense. Let's see if it was even an option for Arthur Trahay on this turn. Doesn't look like it was. Slightly awkward hand there.
Once again, very blue light. On the previous turn, we saw him only have 1 blue to go along with the Conqueror of the High Seas. This time, again, just 1 blue in his hand. does have the saltwater swell to potentially find the second blue, but that does mean it needs to find yet another blue to hit the bin so he can actually play a watery grave card.
And then he needs to deal with both of these Sawbones, and having 2 of them on the field means attacks for 3 no longer do it. You can attack for 3 into 1 Sawbones, they both can tap, and then all of a sudden one of those Sawbones is still alive at 1 life, which is a huge detriment to Arthur Trahay. This is a massive, massive swing back for Shirui after the disruption that Arthur Trahay was able to present.
You know what attacks for 4 though? Scuba Salty Sea Dog that is currently in Arthur Trahay's graveyard. That good boy, shall we say, does attack for 4, so could potentially clear the Sawbones while both of them on the field. We'll need to sequence in a way that lets him get a blue in the bin and actually still hold enough resources to attack with the dog. But as we said, currently a little bit resource light is Arthur Trahay.
What's his hand? Blue, Swabby, Sea Legs, and a Swell. And you look at the top. If he's humming and hawing this much, I imagine it's not a blue on top. We got a conch in Arsenal, right? Yapped so much I kind of forgot. The thing that's kind of annoying here is we want to activate hero power to get rid of one of these yellows. But if we do that, we can't do the gold kiss thing. And currently none of these attacks are like that good at killing Sawbones. 3, maybe 3 into whatever we play from our graveyard. Like, this is kinda ass for clearing. Yikes. I like this play a lot.
6 damage, go again. Thanks to the Avasti. No blocks is the call from Arthur. He's not blocking this one.
6 go again, creates a gold off of the Avasti on hit.
Okay, that's something else to write down. Double Sawbones in the mirror because most of the things attack for 3. So double Sawbones makes it like incredibly cringe to clear.
Swing for 6 on its yield. Yep.
Death Threads and Hook, power up. This Sawbones attack. 6, no go again. He's already found the action points he needs on this turn, and the Mage Master Boots still sit unblemished.
Unfortunately,
unused.
we're probably losing
Both
the
sides now
chum.
with Mage Master Boots still up and a copy of Rum as well. Gold economy advantage though firmly on Shirui Wu's side at the moment, especially with the threat of his gold-plated hook on the Sawbones attack for 6.
And you saw Shirui here really understand the matchup in that moments, right
I
after
don't
that
know.
first
Small
edge,
Room
the
Blade
attack with the
hands can be
Sawbones
pretty good.
Did understand the potential for things to go very wrong with the Sunken Treasure block.
Grasp, Reaping Blade.
This Conqueror of the High Seas in Arthur Trahay's arsenal. Normally a very scary, very potent card. A little bit awkward when you're not able to find the blues to go with it. It does put quite a tax on the number of blues you need to draw. You want to have 2 blues in the pitch zone for the high tide, but because you're Gravy Bones, you also want to make sure one of your blues hits the bin as well. So you can continue playing allies, which are so incredibly crucial in this matchup. You don't want to be the one to end the turn without any allies on the field. This matchup's all about clearing opponent's allies and establishing your own board state as well. Currently Shirui Wu though, 2 Sawbones Dog Hands on the field.
And on hit here means Arthur Trahay loses a gold. It's not just that Shirui Wu makes one. The gold-bladed hook is
Yeah,
always
it's like,
the most
what
impressive
Room Blade are you
in
talking
these
about?
pirate
All the Room Blades are
matches.
pretty different.
As Gravy Bones on both sides of
Viscerai?
the table look
Sure.
under
But that's like,
steal.
yeah,
What
Viscerai
covers
wants that
you best?
multiplicative scaling of
They also drink
his
rum
hero
very well,
power.
yeah.
Very well, better than anybody else.
And we saw Shirui Wu make that to and use that to incredible effect this turn, allowing him to resolve 2 Sawbones and attack with both of them as well, thanks to Avasi.
But Viscerai also can be built to
See
play
just how
small
Arthur Trahay wants to
hands.
deal with this one.
They
He's in
just
a tough
moved
spot
away
at the
from that
pocket.
at
I'm
the
not
end
sure he's
because
happy
it
with his
just
position.
wasn't as good.
Sea Leg's going to be the block here. 6 power attack means it's going to pop. Never mind. That's not how this one works.
Do you not remember the
Does
Mauve
go
Shrill
long out,
days?
does
Do
come
it.
That
The
shit
gold
was
is
good.
Stolen. Shirui Wu gets to pass over the turn with 2 Sawbones in play and an Arsenal as well. Now, Arthur Trahay does know the top card of his deck thanks to Compass of Sunken Depths.
And now we're seeing the ramifications of Arthur Trahay not going for the scuba play on the last turn. Shirui said, I see the dog sitting in the graveyard. I'm going to make sure I get both of these allies out as soon as possible before the good boy puts one of my cards to the bottom of the deck.
If Arthur Trahay still manages to get the scuba out though and actually attack with it, still will get to bottom Shirui Wu's charm and clear Sawbones despite 2 Sawbones being on the field.
I wonder also if Arthur Trahay attacks 2 Sawbones, lets both of them tap, knows he doesn't have to deal with them for a full turn, waits until he has an easier way to clear. To wait and see. If they're tapped here for the Sawbones, there's no way to untap them.
I'd say my favorite decks that I've ever played in Flesh and Blood. I'm going to say them in no particular order, just as I remember them, and then talk more about them in a second. OG Prism, obviously. Gravy. Dromai near the end, but for different reasons than the other heroes that I'm going to mention. Aurora and Lexi. So both Aurora and Lexi were really fun, partly because of how powerful they were, but partly because there was a lot of skill expression in the aggro mirrors of just blocking. No, not an Enigma. Blocking better than your opponent. I think aggro mirrors can be really fun when blocking is actually pretty good and fighting over on hits. Like I never dropped a Lexi mirror locally because I understood that cards could go on defense, and no one that played locally with Lexi understood that. The amount of times I'd play Remorseless and get like 5 to 8 damage off of its effect was ridiculous. I would just like play 2-card hands and just outvalue them every turn. And then they'd play through Remorseless or Frailty tokens, and I'd be like, okay, whatever, man. Aurora also has moments of that, and that felt pretty fun. And the sequencing was pretty interesting. Those decks were pretty flashy and entertaining, and they were just like, they scratched a part of the monkey brain that was pretty engaging. I did not find Enigma very fun. I actually thought Enigma was incredibly boring to play. It really wasn't the grindy control deck that I wanted, like Prism used to be. It was really just nothing matters except for this like one specific turn in the game. I enjoy Gravy for the same reason I enjoy Prism. It's a grindy deck that I have to put a lot of work in to get my value. There's a lot of skill expression, and you can feel yourself getting better over time with the deck, and it really shows. But I also like Gravy for the same reason that I like Dromai, where macro game plans were incredibly important. Anyone that's on my Patreon back then saw my old Dromai document. That shit had a lot of detail in a lot of those matchups, especially the Icelander matchup. That shit was so deep. That was my favorite matchup in the entire game that I've ever played, Icelander v Dromai. It was so deep and so complicated. I do not enjoy playing New Prism. That deck is ass to play. I think I covered the decks that I talked about there. Yeah. Just fun, grindy control decks, good macro game planning, decks that give me an edge in aggro mirrors by being the better player. That's essentially the things that I've enjoyed. It's why I don't play aggro decks very often, because a lot of them don't feel like there's enough edge in the mirrors that you can gain through skill. So I don't care for that. I think Verdance will be a deck that I enjoy also, but I haven't put time into it yet for the same reason I like Dromai, big macro game planning. Maybe not as much as Dromai, because some of it is just kind of how the cards come to you and you can't really do shit about that. Yeah, New Prism's combo, it's not what I want. You don't really have that much agency. It's just like, I hope this is good enough a lot of the times. And Enigma was just like a value soup deck. It's kind of boring. I'm not value soup guy. I don't nut over Bullander. Like, oh my god, 2-card 8. Oh, like I don't care. That's not how I want to engage with the game. It's just not that entertaining. I played it because it was good. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't play it because I enjoyed it. There's nothing else that was legal in the game that I wanted to play. Though, in hindsight, I wish I played Aurora sooner. I was not expecting to enjoy Aurora as much as I did, because I basically picked up Aurora right when Enigma rotated, and I was just like, whatever, I'm just going to play the best deck because I don't have my invite yet, and I might go to Singapore. I haven't decided yet. Whatever, I'll just go get my free 10D invite. And then I played it, and I was like, holy shit, this deck was fun.
In Shirui's deck, so they will be stayed tapped. They will stay tapped for the rest of the turn cycle.
Play Murderous Rival at Sawbones.
Murderous Rival. What's the target? Target is Sawbones.
And there is a blue on top. Now, huge choices here for Shirui Wu. He has to tap both of these cards to make just the one Sawbone stay alive. This is a fascinating decision point here. Yes, Shirui is going to tap both of them down. Means that one lives at 1, but now they're tapped for the turn cycle. Does that mean Arthur Trahey just continues on his way?
That did cost him a full card. Arthur
I
has
don't
full
agree
card
with
to
you,
tap
Dozer.
both of the Sawbones for 1 turn, so he needs to try and get them off the field
I have
somehow.
watched enough of
However, with
Lucas's
the deployment of
games
the Murderous Rabble, that is now a blue that's going to hit his graveyard.
to know that's
Go
not the
and resolve either the
case.
Sawbones or the charm-friendly first mate that he has face up in the graveyard currently.
Yeah, you can rewind to
Here's
the
a
beginning of the
solid
video
target.
to
Takes it
see how
down.
I feel about
Pitches the blue from the top.
Flesh and Blood.
4 floating for Arthur Trahey. Death Threat's currently not available. No allies hit the graveyard this turn.
Bro, you live in the high
I
seas?
wonder if he just sends through. The players confirming which allies remain in the graveyard. Chain can be closed. Arthur Trahey can just play out the Conqueror.
You
of the high
should
seas. It
feel
will
bad.
be
How
reset.
dare you not watch the
8
entirety
does
of this
still have on-hit
stream?
effect.
7 into the opponent who still has gold-baited hook up.
Go to the
Maybe
corner.
Sawbones on the field. Be a little bit of a tricky ask.
Can play the scoop out here. Looks like that is going to be the play.
Cost 0 to play. Does have the resources floating. Does bottom the chum. Question is, who is the scuba attacking? Is it attacking the Sawbones or is it attacking Shirui? It's attacking the Sawbones, so does manage to clear the board. Is Arthur Trahey, but Shirui gets untapped with a full 5-card hand.
Yeah.
So like we expected, it's the he had to spend his entire round clearing 2 allies.
All tempo over to Shirui.
So we from Shiryu's side, if I'm butchering the name, please let me know. He got damage progress on that turn. He cleared and then got damage progress of 12 damage into face. Arthur made no damage progress on his side of the board, but cleared the board. So now we're going to have another full turn of damage progress from Shiryu's side, which might, because again, we still have the Gold Kiss Mage Masters in play. This might be another turn of established 2 allies, unlikely with no allies in bin, but it could be that. But very likely, we're going to have another big round of damage progress. And we're very close to the point of we can just go face with the rest of the game. So I think that last round probably decided the game.
Shurui's side. The allies continue to trade positions.
You're handsome.
Trahey here, 4 cards left in the hand, 1 in the arsenal.
We know the Arsenal's a conqueror of the high seas.
Okay, call me handsome after I
It's
get a
4 gold,
haircut.
but
I need
currently
to.
no allies in the
I need to
graveyard
get a
thanks Scuba
haircut.
Salty Sea Dog.
My
Killing
stylist
Chum on offense, knocking it to the bottom.
started
Top of the deck,
working
Shirui, I believe, shows
in
the
a
call
different
to the grave.
state, and now
You
she's
know the
like
Gravy Bones deck. There are plenty
she was
ways
like
to get the call
an
back in here.
IRL friend,
Let's
so I
and
would
grab it
just
right
go to
now,
her
thanks
house
Gold
to get my
Mine
haircut.
into it, thanks
And
to
now
this
she's
Golden
like,
Bowl.
I ain't doing
And
private
we did see
clients
Chum
right
friendly
now.
first
I'm
mate.
fucking
It's fun
pooped
when
after
they fix
work.
Scuba, but another one sits in the hand
So
ready to
I'm
be
trying to
deployed
find
at a
another
moment's
one.
notice.
And Chum Friendly First Mate does come in for 4, which does give him an easy, an efficient-ish way to clear the Scuba Salty Sea Dog. Which
I
he
want to
definitely
get I want to get this haircut. I want to do this with the kind of wavy there.
has to on this turn. You also have to plan your turn out far in advance. You have to make sure you
Yeah,
get
it's
the
so
activation
long.
of the hook as well.
It was funny. I ran into her at the LGS the other day, and she was like, "Oh yeah, long time no see. How long's it been?" And then I just undid my hair, and I was like, "It's been that long." And she's like, "Jesus Christ."
More riches for Shirui. Anka Drag Under joins the party from the top of the deck, so it wasn't called to the grave.
Anchor Drag Under, another one of those potential mirror breakers. Rebones loves to draw a bunch of cards. And while
I will
Anchor
say,
requires you to
because we have a
discard
tipple here, we could actually still do that Gold Kiss play that I was talking about if we play an ally from hand instead.
as well, since you're just discarding a Watery Grave card, can often just be card neutral. Golden Tipple coming in for 3. Go again. No gold beta activation on this, but Arthur Trahey needs to start worrying about his life total.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is a whole fifth of what Arthur is working with. 16 plays 15. Arthur Trahey on defense here.
Yeah, I think it's like
But we say on defense, I believe he's holding
get some
on to
chip
2
damage,
no blocks
establish a
there,
board, clear the
Oyster
board,
Heart of Gold and a Swabby.
Has
and
defensive
next
as he can. No
turn
blocks
look
the call.
at
15 to 12 goes
just
for Trahey.
going face for the rest of the game.
Chain close. Hook activated.
Depends on if Arthur blocks at all. If
They
Arthur
start anchor, draw
blocks,
a
then that
card.
changes. Oh my god,
Just
he's
two.
so good at the game. Just double tipple. He's so talented.
Uses the hook on the 2 attack rather than the 3 attack, since that is a lot more awkward for Arthur Trahey to deal with.
Might be another Anka in the hand,
Don't believe he has a way currently to get rid of that.
other than just Gravy Bones.
Gravy Bones will be the way, but he also needs to get a blue in the bin if he wants to resolve either the charm or the anchor.
I think he's got a Murderous Rabble in the hand. Should we see? Anka Drag Under Murderous Rabble, so there's your blue. Now down to 10. Gold stolen here. So once again, Shirui Wu is just robbing Arthur Trahey blind, stealing gold after gold over the course of this game, as Arthur is left with pennies to the dollar.
What's the sarcasm?
He shows 3.
But this is blind. He's just confident. He's like, yeah, it's 3. I know it's 3. Just heart of the card moment here for sure, Reiwu.
All of a sudden, like you said, just doing a bunch of damage. Now that the
Are you
Blues
saying he's
played,
not
Arthur Hay
talented
has to
or
think
he's
about
handsome?
both of
'Cause
these
I'm not
allies.
saying
Doesn't
that.
know
I'm
what's
saying he
possible
is.
on the turn, but he knows
Look at that man.
one
He's
of them
full
at
of
the very
aura.
least can be played and attacked with. Dead Threads can Anka out of there, and then the last card in hand can be pitched at the minimum. Arthur Hay does not know what else.
Bro
Drew
drew a random
Looking to
card
be a very
earlier in
offensive
this
turn
game,
that
didn't
Arthur
look at
Hay
it, and
continues to
arsenaled it.
say no blocks because of the texture of the cards in his hand.
Almost wonder whether Sure Reiwu
He deserves the win. Massive aura.
blue on top of the deck, and then get to resolve the Chum, which will also very cleanly clear the Solvo and Salty Sea Dog.
A little more.
Okay, how many resources do we have? Not enough to play both of these. Because we would need 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources. Yeah.
A life to boot.
Draw card.
I guess it's only 7. We can
Dead Thread,
swing.
draw a card with the gold. Does not find a blue off the top.
Yes, we knew it was a Saltwater Swell thanks to
Yeah,
the Murderous Rebel.
shown on the top. Now Gravy Bone's activated here.
Draws
Another
as another
ally,
ally.
Swabby.
So which one of those is going to hit the bin for him to have access to later? He started this turn with 0 allies in the bin because
Swabby seems pretty good at this stage of the game.
And now he's going to have 3
You're
in
so
the bin.
right. This Gravy Bones deck can change things in a hurry. Life total now firmly advantaged to Shirui. 16 plays 7, 3 allies in the bin as after Arthur worked so hard to clear it with the Scuba.
So does have the resources to resolve the Chum. Looks like he's going to pitch Anchor for gold. Looks like, no, maybe not quite pitch the Saltwater Swell for the gold in case he draws like a golden tipple or something. In case he draws something, lets him discard the Anchor. Going to take that back as well, thinking it's Shirewu.
Very thoughtful player at the top of his game. Playing in the Pro Tour, top 8 in his home country. You know Shirui
Yeah, I
wants
like cracking
to
gold
take
here
this
and just
game
trying to find a
with
better
everything he's got.
arsenal.
Take all the moments he needs. Figure out the best possible line of play.
Both players still have access to Mage Master Boots. That one power.
I'm also pretty into just
Scuba
playing the
Pivot, and then
Swabby and
access
swing,
on top
to
of
be
everything else he
honest.
does. Still available for both our players.
Draw card.
Looks like Anka is going to be the pitch for the gold. Draws. Is that a salt?
Might have been a Call to the Grave.
Call to the Grave? Okay.
Let's see. No, it's a Loot the Hold. No, it is Call to
That's
the
a Call
Grave.
to the Grave, okay.
And an Eye of Ophidia off the top as well. He just keeps drawing. We're just starting to see all of the gold get activate. Now it's time for the Eye of Ophidia to be pitched.
Ah, but that's
into the Chum.
different.
We're going to see a Swiftwater Sloop, and we're going to see
Chart the High Seas.
the High Seas on top.
Azalea is different. You can't
Swiftwater
make that
Sloop here
comparison.
looks to be pretty nice.
And that's the advantage that gold gives you. We saw Shurei Wu with a massive gold.
I do kind of
economy
miss
advantage over them. We see him
playing
activating that here
Azalea.
in this turn.
That was
5,
kinda
if you can
fun.
believe it, Sam. 4 cards in the pitch zone for Shurei Wu thanks to the mountain of gold that he was sitting on.
But Azalea was the kind of fun where I
Yeah,
I
all the
enjoy playing
tempos
this
on
deck
the
because
side
I
of
like
Shirui Wu.
winning.
He had
It's
plenty of
not
tipples.
like actually a deck I enjoy.
Still deciding on the opt here is Shurei Wu. Turn could continue if he wants to crack.
What's going on with the
even more
compass?
Pieces of gold.
Did he like forget to
That's
untap it?
exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, because I do believe he can continue to draw until he gets to the sloop. Play the sloop here. This is going to be 6 go again, and then the Chum to follow things up to potentially clear the Scuba or just attack base for 4.
He's like, yeah, that was pretty good. That's oof. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
6 go again to Arthur Trey's 7.
I'm
total.
in
This is
trouble.
An absolutely massive turn from Shurei Wu, and he started this turn with 0 allies in grave. Resolve the Chum has 2 more remaining in the graveyard as he's sending 6 damage after already.
And
sending
we're
Murderous
probably
Rebel and
still
Golden
getting a
Tipple
gold
Arthur
back.
Trey's way.
Yeah,
'Cause, like, you
sometimes
can't
the Graves
block.
can be a little clunky, and sometimes they do this, and they go
That
again, the
'cause, like,
allies, and the attacks just seem to be unrelenting and as unceasing.
I
as
guess
a
the
result.
Chum is going into
And
the
all on the
Scuba,
back of all the gold that Shurei Wu had. He started this turn with, I think it was 6 pieces of gold, all the way down to 1, which allowed him
so we can
to
afford to block a
unlock
little
the
bit.
ceiling of this turn.
Depends what the
This is what
arsenal is. I didn't
happens
catch what that was.
when the
Is it
Pirates
still a
amass
conch?
their horde.
Starts to sort out the pitch zone as Shurei Wu. Doubt we're going to get there this game, Sam.
This game is looking like it might end sooner rather than later. And Arthur Hay still sitting with those 2 no blocks in the hand.
And still sitting with the Conqueror of the High Seas in his arsenal as Shurei Wu is moving off an arsenal on this turn. Decided to just take the aggressive pivot.
I wonder if we're about to see our second champion in as many Gravy Bones mirrors fall to the challengers here. Remind ourselves just what Arthur is working with. 2 3 blocks, 2 no blocks. He has to wonder if the Chum is going to attack the Scuba to follow this off. If Arthur Hay just takes 6 and goes to 1, I wonder if Shirui just says, you know what, fine, here's 4. Deal with it. Show me some blocks.
Agency is on Shurei Wu's side right now. Gets to decide where he wants to send the Chum. And all the while, Arthur Trey needs to think about whether the Chum's going to go face or go towards a Scuba Salty Sea Dog. And not only that, on his turn, needs to find a way to sequence it so that he doesn't get absolutely blown out by the opponent's friendly first mate. Which offers quite a bit of disruptive ability on Arthur Trey's turn. This could very well be the turn cycle that decides which one of these 2 players moves on to the semifinals of World Tour Singapore. That Arthur Trey, the player who's looking for his 2nd Pro Tour win, is going to be Shurei Wu, the Singaporean challenger, trying to win in his own hometown.
Oh, is that what that flag is?
7
So,
life for
so
Arthur Hayes,
he
staring
won
down
the
the
Pro
tower for 6
Tour
with go again.
in his own hometown, in his own
Oh, a little
country.
bit of a head shake and a
That's
shrug.
cool.
The problem
like
is,
that.
if he uses Gravy Bones right here, he's going to go into his turn with
No
0
gold.
gold. And, I mean, we've seen how powerful gold is to unlock Gravy Bones' best turns.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between having 1 gold and 6 gold is
It's 5 gold.
this.
That's
Well,
where
all right,
math
no,
works.
but this. It's the pitch zone
What's the
filled with
difference?
cards after a 5-card hand.
This.
Just absolutely perfectly unlocked by all the gold. It's going to be a block for 6. It's going to be the Chum attacking into the Scuba. Chum sticks around. Arthur Trahey stays at 7 with 2 no blocks left in the hand. Question is going to be, how does Arthur try to claw
That's
back
really
into this?
cool.
I think Shirui is firmly advantaged from here.
Speaking of advantage,
That's the second time we've had that happen,
He's
right?
found a copy of Sunken Treasure in his hand.
No.
Shoma
Shoma
made.
won
If he starts his turn with an attack, Sunken Treasure could just turn down the Chum and
Amsterdam?
shut down the remainder of Arthur Trey's turn.
and then we went to
You can
Japan.
hear and see just how the difference in deck building is changing the outcomes of these games. Swiftwater Sloop, so impactful on that turn. Not present in Arthur Trahey's list.
I have to say, I haven't been too impressed with the Scuba, Sam. In both games, Michael Hamilton's game and even in this one, the Scuba heralded as a potential mirror breaker, at least in the 2 games that we've seen so far in today's top 8. It's had impact, but it's not been game-winning by any means.
And look at this. Off the top, it looks like an Oyston, and so both
Chat,
of the
that
other
ain't
no
it.
blocks just have to pitch into the Conqueror of the High
I think
Seas
we're gonna
to clear the
see,
Chum. Once
Gold
again,
Kiss use
the
this
onus
turn.
is on Shirui Wu. Use your cards, find the action points. The difference is the gold is significantly less impressive on this turn cycle. Let's see what he is able to put together. He's got the Pro Tour Los Angeles champion on the ropes. Question is, can he finish the job?
No gold for Arthur Trey as well. Charter High Seas going to find 2 allies. And that will be the blue that hits the graveyard this turn. I wonder if we're going to see the Mage Master Boots activation this turn, Sam. Could also be the Rum activation to save that Boots piece.
And that Rum sitting around here is one of the 2 that was created. First from turn 0, second from a tip the Barkeep. Draw card, back alley, great line, hits the pitch.
Charter High Seas, not only was it the blue that hit the graveyard, it also gave Shirei 2 more gold because 2 allies hit the bin from that card.
And interestingly, you have to imagine Shiroi Wu did not need the back alley break line's action point here because he does have access to Gravy Bones. Maybe has other uses for the gold. The Gravy Bones could have put the back alley break line. Doesn't need to come from deck. Yeah, it needs to come from deck. So the Swiftwater Swell here going to go ahead, find more resources off the Golden Tipple.
And it does hit. That was a blind flip off the top for the Saltwater Swell. Coming in for 3 go again to Arthur Trehay's 7. Death Thread available for Shirei Wu. Gravy Bones' ability also available because the blue has been played this turn.
Let's see if there's some good
Chat,
blocks
is
in the
Swell
hand
good?
for Arthur. All of this, his whole hand
Is
blocked
Swell good?
very
I think
much
it might be
else.
good.
Especially without gold to filter into something better.
Swabby looks impressive on this turn.
Does have
Is
some
Belittle
allies in
that
the bin, though.
blocks
Arthur
for
Trehey,
3
if he's able to
good?
Go to his turn, holding a few cards, could
think it
play a
might
Murderous
be.
Rebel into an Oyston even. Does have a somewhat solid 1-card play.
Let's just imagine what's possible though. Swabby with the Rum for go again.
Mage Master Boots for another ally swing as well. This could be a massive turn for
And
Shirei.
Doc Shirui is working with 2 blues in the hand here. He's got all the resources he could possibly need to power this turn up. I think we're about to see a number of allies come through and maybe slam the door on Arthur Trehey.
Resource count for Shirei is currently at 10 thanks to the 2 blues in his hand and the Death Threads and the 3 floating. Looks like he's going to go digging even deeper, popping yet another gold.
Let's see what the play is going to be. Looks like he was looking to see if he could find a gold for this Avasti, find a blue, so that this Avasti can be utilized for its actual effect. Sawbones gets to come in now with go again.
Gold is good.
And swinging for 6. Arthur's got a block again.
Swinging for 6, go again, creates a gold on hit thanks to Avasti and has go again as well. Rum still available, Mage Master Boots still available.
Rum here means you can just play any of these next allies with go again and then attack with it. I think we're going to see Swabby come forth and crash down for another 7.
And Arthur Trey just has 1
But
card
instead of a
remaining. He's got
nimbleism,
5
it's draw a
resources
full
left.
card.
Looks like Rum going to be activated. That 5 resources means that he can swing with Swabby if he wants to.
Looks like it's going to be just the Anchor Dragon because
no,
it's a
it's
red
red,
in
it's
hand,
red.
but the Dead Threads now. Gets to be activated.
Hook
Hook
as
gets
well.
to be activated. Anchor comes in for 5. Arthur has to go to 1.
Oh, you're a red.
Oh yeah, it's good. You don't steal a gold.
Huh? Wait. He's playing the D-React? Whoa. He's playing the D-React in the mirror? Question mark? That doesn't seem very good. Is it just so that way you can have an arsenal when they conk you and, like, don't get blown out? Huh? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. but she bought a PTI. That I literally said that. If you think you're good enough to go, then just go buy a PTI. This system exists for a reason. Now, I like what we had for a system. You unzipped me again. Before, the intent with XP was supposed to be, let's say, okay, so XP, the most XP per event, like the events that gave out the most XP multiplier were the qualifier events, so ProQuest RTNs. Theoretically, let's say that people aren't abusing the system. Theoretically, if you did really well but missed out on your invite every single time, you just missed out every single time, that meant that you played almost the max amount of games and got a lot of wins. That means that you got a lot of XP. And if you consistently did very well but missed out at every single event, that means you're going to be really high on the XP leaderboard. Therefore, you earned your invite. I think that worked really well, discounting the people abusing the system. I think ELO was supposed to be that, but it just doesn't play out that way. Yeah, well, it kind of sucks because I lost out on getting spoilers and stuff. Oh well.
Roy, it's going better than that. Arthur's got no gold left, and 2 allies on the field. 1 card left for Arthur Trehey. This is feeling like the end of.
It's kind of funny to me that, like, clearly they don't like the fact that I speak my truth of calling a spade when there's negative things, and yet they were really happy to get in bed with Professor when he's like that guy in Magic. Oh well, just ironic.
This one, folks.
If the Murderous Rabble hits a blue, he can still actually clear both allies. There you go, hits a blue. He can play Oyston now and use Oyston to play Anka Drag under, so still very strong
Live.
2-card play, but he is at 1, and all he has going for him
Counterpoint,
is
if you
1
don't like
Oyston
that,
on the field.
And once again, for the 3rd turn in the row, we are
consider
seeing
Zen with
4 cards in
bonds,
hand. All the tempo
and
was
I
under
won't
no pressure. He
complain.
remains at 16, and the question is,
Imagine
will he be able to
printing
finish the job here?
a
After big
hero
one's
that
card draw,
demonic tutors demonic
and that
tutor
can be
and thinking
important on
that's
this turn.
balanced.
Mage Master Boot still available. There goes
Holy
Limpet straight to
shit.
the yard.
I believe it's Conqueror of the High Seas as well in that hand.
Oh my goodness, and a call to the grave. Conquer the high seas, come forth. It's 8, it's got go again. Arthur shakes his head. A little bit of a grimace, a little bit of a smile. I wonder if the writing's on the wall here, folks. He blocks 6. He plays the back alley break line as well for the defense. Call to the grave means any card gets to come forth from the deck and hit the graveyard. Arthur's got the head in the hands. I wonder if he is aware that his journey through this top 8 may have just come to a close. Rigor Mortis hits the graveyard. 2 floating means this puppy's going to get to attack. In it comes. It attacks for 6. Nothing he can do but smile and extend the fist bump. And Shirui Woo takes it. You hear.
Big misplay. Didn't hook that. Unlucky. Didn't play around opponent gaining 6 life and getting your free gold. Good game. I think that was a really educational game of seeing how to navigate the game to create a failure state for your opponent. That turn really pivoted off of that one Gold Kiss turn, and then he set himself up to do it again. So I think this is like a really educational game of how to proactively win the mirror. Because like I was talking about before, I think one of the big things in the mirror is like playing in such a way where you don't like have failure points on your own side and then giving your opponent the chance to have failure points on their side. Like if I don't brick, I'm giving my opponent chances to brick, and then things could fall apart and they lose. But when both players play perfectly, that's not really a strategy. So he showcased a way to proactively gain an advantage in the mirror. That was a really good game. All right, let's go into the semifinals. So we got Verdance Man versus this is another gravy, right? Yeah. It's gravy all the way. Let's see. He lost to Prism Syndra and didn't drop a game after that in CC. See you, Dozer. And he
And
chose
only
to
a
go
singular
first.
piece of Null Rune on the side of Enki Dupaquier, so already throwing some expectations aside. Crown of Dominion, also the headpiece for Enki as well, and Edison going with the Plume of Evergrowth in the head slot here. And Enki's going to take a moment and take a look at that Surgeon Aethertide, so maybe already a bit of a switch up from what he was expecting.
Surgeon Aethertide has the ability to amp arcane effects that occur after it, so it's going to be pretty darn important. Obviously, it's got one print on the card, but you can obviously amp into a Surgeon Aethertide, which then confers that increase of arcane damage onto the next effect. This equipment presents of just like...
They do set up towards the combo finish. Finds one very early here in one of his opening hands, but Enki's looking to get set up himself.
Oh!
Does get a gold boost here off the chart.
Two
The high
guys
speed
and
does
two
more than a
gold?
favor, but he is very, very rich to kick things off.
So good at the
Absurd amount of
game.
gold to have generated at this start part of the game, and that's the risk for Edison. Allowing Enki to sort of go first on that turn 0, building up a bank. Definitely a very scary prospect. Fiddler's Green, put away, gain some life, and tell you what, on turn
Interesting.
0, when it's essentially
So
free
I was
blocks from the
talking about
opponent,
that
Enki's been able
yesterday,
to
where
manifest
maybe they
a
were
board state
playing
advantage
Fiddler's
already.
Green
Yeah, a
into
lot
the
of advantage
Wizards.
early on for Enki Dupaquier. And we kind of saw this. It was the tale of his magic against Michael Hamilton as well. Came out with a really great start, and Rigor Mortis is going to go ahead and join the fray as well. So the great start continues here. Has of course played a blue. This one came from, I believe, the hand, if I recall correctly. We're going to see Edison already a bit in the tank here. Looks to fire off the Rampant Growth life at the end of turn and pick up a little bit of life buff.
Rigor Mortis not turned sideways there. Now, Edison, the thing with these potions, it's your action point that you need to sort of spend on them. Sometimes, though, you need to try find ways to clear some of these allies. And
I haven't like actually thought about this matchup that much yet. Just like a little bit of talking about it with Lucas. I feel like potions is pretty interesting in this matchup because I imagine you're trying to spend your action point a lot of the times on like other shit. So spending your action point on a potion is pretty interesting. But I guess like if you have a chance to get it on board when there's not like a bunch of shit in play, that's pretty nice. Or like pick off the board with other things, then end on the potion when like you didn't need to clear board. I guess something to think about from like the Gravy POV would be if I see that they put a potion into play, how do I think they're trying to navigate the game from that? Like, do I think they're trying to use that potion as an offensive piece to kill me? Or do I think that they're doing that so that way they can have that in play to pick off guys and it's just sitting there as a deal 1 damage to a guy and they're trying to fatigue me?
Here, there's a real risk of like Edison just getting overwhelmed by those allies, not having a good way to both set up that combo-based game plan and also to try and keep Enki's side of the board quiet. It's a treacherous tightrope that has to be trodden here.
Enki gathers a bit of information, as we so often see from our Gravy players before they make.
I guess Fiddler's Green makes sense if you're going to play AB1, where it's like, I just need to hedge a little bit for if they just try going ignorant face all game.
Any decision, they want to know as much as they possibly can about the texture of the turn. Golden Tipple, gonna go ahead and juice up that Murderous Rabble.
3 go again presented, and Command and Conquer comes out. Bernard's pretty happy to part with a couple of cards every turn cycle. Little action point constrained. Happy to at least extract that 3 value from that Command and Conquer here. Saltwater Swell is the next card played. Oh, that's a Golden Tipple that ended up in the pitch zone. Not only is he flush with gold, but also with resources. And Gravy Bones players can rarely ask for more.
I'm going to play a Swappy here. That's nice.
Quickly being forced into some defensive posturing here.
Okay, block that out.
Is it like loot the hold?
Golden Tipple.
just-
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Golden Tipple to follow here.
Is this a ninja or a necromancer?
I mean-
3 into 3 into 3, no
Into 3
trouble at
gold?
all. Yeah, into tons of gold.
Didn't he
into
have
tons
the
of
loot the
resources.
hold?
Gold-baited hook also free.
Am I wrong?
Juice up that Murderous.
Part with a couple of cards every turn cycle. Little
That's a
action point
loot the
constrained.
hold, right?
Happy to at least
I feel like
extract
you're
that
just supposed to
3
play the
value
loot
from
the
Command and
hold
Conquer
here.
Saltwater Swell is the next card played. Oh, that's a Golden Tipple that ended up in the pitch zone. Not only is he flush with gold, but also with resources. And Gravy Bones players can rarely ask for more.
Edison, you quickly being forced into some defensive
Just take their
posturing here.
entire hand, you know?
Okay, block that out. Golden Tipple to follow. Oh my god. Golden Tipple to follow here.
Is this a ninja or a necromancer?
I mean-
3 into 3 into 3, no
Into 3
trouble at
gold?
all. Yeah, into tons of gold, into tons of resources.
Gold-baited hook also free here now. When gold's been generated. All of the engine room basically on display here for Enki Dupaquier. Saltwater Swell puts a blue in pitch. Golden Tipple nets him the gold. Dead Threads to go to 5. That's a magic number if you're interested in getting Swappy developed. 7. Breakpoint with a on-kit of generating a gold. Might be more than Edison bargained for.
Yeah, this Swabby just continuing the onslaught here from Enki Dupaquier. 16 total damage being offered. No blocks, no reacts, I believe. Yes,
Yep.
and it is going to be a successful attack from the Swabby here.
4th gold moves to Arsenal. Edison really doesn't have
That's a
much
lot of
time
damage
to
progress.
get going in this game. Again, locally, he had that healing potion early on. He's got to send a felling of the crown to try and clear Swappy out.
Not the best case scenario for sure.
Okay, there is a decompose trigger here. Edison signaling 2 earth cards in the banish zone.
And I wonder if we're already seeing signs, Mitch. Edison talked about varying game plans into Gravy Bones. what I have seen in these early turns, the way these cards are being used, the fact that he's pitched Healing Potion, I think he's angling for fatigue. I think given the start that Enki has taken, he thinks he has to defend a lot. Now,
Is that even possible against
well,
Enki?
that is the risk. Is first you have to ask if that is possible. Secondly, things can go very wrong very quickly. And if Enki keeps up the offensive output, this game could get very lopsided. It's all about whether Edison finds
I'm
the
curious to
clears
see
at the
what
right
the
moment,
strategy to
keep Enki from
navigate
really
fatigue
getting into those
is.
huge number spaces that
Because I'm
Grady
still
is
trying to
capable
figure that out
of
myself.
accessing. Kind of, there's an issue around Enki's access to go again. How much Gold Kiss Rum, how many back alley break lines is he able to deploy to actually take advantage of an ally stack board that he might be able to generate? But just the way Edison is kind of posturing and
It feels
defending
like
some
whenever I face a
somewhat meaningless
fatigue
attacks,
strategy,
I have to think, given the slow start,
I
that's
just
the
like get a
angle he's
couple
looking for right
awkward
now.
draws and things
It's
fall
really-
apart.
Taciturn demeanor at the table here for Edison Yu.
Like I get a bunch of allies on board, and then I draw a bunch of hands that don't have an ally that I can deploy,
Pressure keeps coming. Golden
or
tip
no
represents
action points,
3 damage,
and
chum
just
thrown
like
into the bin. And I would say that
I just
the
lose the
cost of
board that I
oil
have
on
and
the
have to
Parkier side
rebuild
of the
from
field, everything
scratch.
really running nominally. 5 gold, Conqueror of the High Seas to threaten an Arsenal. Already a card parted with by Edison.
Does have the D-React here in hand.
A lot of 2 blocks, Brian.
A lot of 2 blocks. Yeah, this is the downside of those Scar for Scars. Perhaps not able to defend very effectively. We have to see if Edison wants to go ahead and try and defend Arsenal, but it would take the entire grip here. And Enki's still working with some options.
At least. Conqueror is hitting for more than its base, so Stonewall Gauntlet has that little upside built in here. If he's going to decide to throw that now.
No blue played on this turn, if you want to talk upsides, but it is just going to defend for 2, and has a second Rootbound
Okay.
Carapace in Arsenal, so he's able to
Oh!
go ahead and cover up here. But these are non-decomposing
Yeah.
Rootbound Carapaces, so not with their fully
Oh.
powered up modes.
I
Only 2 cards in the graveyard at
redact
a time.
my pogging.
It's like game plan that Edison's looking to sort of generate. He really was hoping to try and get the right kinds of cards in graveyard, blocking out as he has done. The Rootbound, the 2 decompose is happening. Neither of them can actually resolve.
And Enki has refreshed the card in hand now. Going to go ahead and it looks like draw
Golden
one
Temple.
more time from the gold.
What blue
Up
did we
comes
play?
Sawbones, not yet.
Cannot do
Enki, there's still work to be done if that's going to be the play here. Have not unlocked the graveyard yet. This
Yeah, I was
could
gonna
get you there.
say.
However, it looks like another red came off the
Ooh,
top.
Jittery
So,
Bones. Okay, can come to play.
yeah, it kind of depends on what the ally spread is here. I see a Sawbones. I see
That's
a
it,
Chum. Yeah, and it's just going to have to be an Arsenal here. So a bit of a brick there from Enki Dupaquier, but claimed a lot of cards anyway, and that means even with no allies out there in the arena,
Yeah, this is what I'm talking
gonna
about.
be
Like,
hard for Edison to get a lot
you
of
have
work
like
done. I
an
do
awkward
believe
spot
kept a Scar
versus the
for a Scar.
fatigue
We'll be
decks,
happy to park that
and
in
just
Arsenal,
like
use that to
don't
clean up
really
any
make
future allies that may
progress.
go ahead and find themselves in the arena.
Yeah, definitely is going to need to have that on deck. Can't have a bad turn when Conqueror of the High Seas is involved. But it turns to the ceiling of Gravy Bones. Enki pulls up pretty substantially short of that. We are flush with tipples. Red variety coming down first. Avasti into the pitch. Again, back to smooth sailing maybe. Back alley break line drawn up there. Arcane Twining gets in front.
Plenty of blues to unlock the hand here. You get that back alley break.
That's a
line
pretty good
back in.
card.
Yeah, it's another Conqueror. And again, for the second time in our feature match area, Enki Dupaquier is off to the races in the early turn.
Like, if the strategy is
A non-block
that
card
we're getting fatigued
in
here,
Edison's hand.
I'm not actually that
You wanna
happy that
protect
we saw
that
both
scar
of
for
these
scar to be
conks
able
really
to
early.
efficiently clear
They look
an
impressive,
ally.
but
So in comes the equipment.
we've
Okay, Barkskin.
spent a
Really
lot
just
of our
block value
best
right now.
attacks in the deck
It looks like blocking
and
8
don't
on
have a
second here.
lot to show for it.
Barkskin not yet online.
So no embodiment of Earth
I
Generator.
feel like you want to play the conk with a
Golden Break?
board.
We're going to put the other break line in.
So now it's like
Perish the
they
sword.
have to block it or lose their
Don't think we're
arsenal.
resource-rich
And if they
enough yet.
block it,
Enki's
it's harder for
stretching
them to
outside of
them to
our
clear our board.
bounds.
view, yeah, our capabilities, but does pick up an additional ally. Suspect there's a good chance we go ahead and actually see that on this turn.
And it's important because the ally he chooses here should be pretty emblematic of what the game plan is because Enki has options. He already had a chum in there of two chums and a sawbones.
I think it's a rigor mortis chum sawbone, so he had a pretty good spread already.
Okay.
Not sure whom he added to the mix. Compass for a little bit more information before making this last play. Still has dead threads available, so could go ahead and draw that card off the gold. Looks like he is going to reach for that.
Just enough to play a rigor mortis and attack with it would be that dead threads. So rigor mortis gets in there for 6. And so the life total continues to tick down. Edison, you has not yet been able to put a scratch.
I will
on
say
Enki Dupaquier,
25
racing out to
is
the front.
pretty good damage progress to have at this point.
There's a scar, held back precisely to clear that. And that was a card that Edison protected so doggedly with his hand and 2 pieces of equipment. And that non-blocking healing potion will account for his action point as he ships the turn back.
For Edison, there's so much.
Like,
work
I'm
to
kinda
do
sad
before
that we
combo
lost
can
our
be successfully set
conks,
up.
but
Plume of Evergrowth there.
25
So it
and
feels like
his
that's
hero
the goal, but
power isn't
also we
on
saw
yet.
Healing Potion pitched very early on
That's
in
like
the game.
a pretty
That's why we have Chow in. It
good
does appear
point
to
to
be
be at in the
probably
game, I
using
think.
the attack action with his action
Though
point.
I
That's when it gets
we
awkward,
really
right?
need to get
Can't
some
block
action
those
going on the
potions.
board.
If it's stuck in
I
the
really
hand,
want to get like a
digital
double
light.
ally turn or something.
And the game
while
plan for Vertus is
hero
supposed to
power
use the
isn't
life buffer
on.
to set up. I'm not sure Edison would give himself a straight A in that subject.
This is another matchup where I'm like,
Jump
I don't really
calls.
care for a limpet.
Ah, yes. Just like we drew it up. Blue to pitch.
The
Ally to grave. And with a Whaler Humperdinck.
This is a deck that
As here,
could
Edison,
fatigue
you're
us,
seeing that
but it
Whaler
having
Humperdinck
1
has to
health
give
is
you
kind
some
of a
pause. It
liability
seems
in the
like
matchup to
Edison
just
has been setting
ping
up
it
for
off.
a long game thus
And
far.
also they can just like Striders
Whaler
ping it and
Humperdinck can
take our
make that
action
very,
point, and
very
then we
hard to
just
close out
get
that
time
long game.
walked.
Enki can keep good track of exactly how many clean clears Edison has, and when the coast is clear, deploy that Whaler to extreme effectiveness.
So there should be 5 copies of clearing for Whaler Humperdinck in the
Resolving
deck,
the-
with 3
the
enlightened
tip seems
strikes
pretty
and-
good.
Oh no, actually, there's even cadaverous tilling.
That
so
seems
you
like
have enough
pretty
cards to
important how
clear
we
that
win
one's
this
never
game.
gonna feel good. It's never going to be efficient. To the barkeep.
There's that Gold Kiss run. We talked about how it might be important for Enki to just
We
reach
probably
damage
need to
ceiling.
save
Edison
that
wants
for
time,
when
as
we've
Enki
drawn
said, you're not
Avast
getting
E,
that
though,
time.
since we don't
It's
have
not
the
gonna
Mage
be that
Master
buddy. Sorry,
boots.
I'm not sharing this round. Not to Verdance, that's for sure. Limpet Hop Along is the choice out of the grave here. All right, we are thirsty.
No, we're just
Reaching for that Gold Kiss rum here.
doing it.
And credit to Enki here.
I
He's
guess the
absolutely
the
identified it's on him to put his foot on the gas. Maybe
the
using
limpet
an
kind of
aggressive
functions
use
as an
of that
Avast
Gold
E.
Kiss
I'm just
rum.
like not that excited about playing limpet. Though I guess if we're gonna play limpet, like this is the time to play it when the hero power isn't turned on yet.
So the Gravy Bones must be tapped.
Like this is the
Enki's
small
next
window
action
we
is turn to
have
Gold,
that
which
it's
means
good.
He can go double ally here, and this also presents a big issue for Edison. Rarely having just the
And I like
multiple action
the
points to clear more than one ally a turn, whilst also
establish the
talking about
ally
all of those things
now.
cost action points. Potions.
Sawbones joining the
Because
fray here.
if
Limpet, of
he
course, able to go
Striders
ahead and
kills
get
our
wider than
limpet,
Gravy is typically want to do.
we still got to
Two go
establish our
again, the
second
offer here
ally.
from the limpet.
Still 2 cards in hand for Enki. One of those likely to power a Sawbones attack.
And we got the Humper for later.
All right, Striders have been activated. Edison feels like he has to do something right now, and it's a clear of Limpet. Away he goes. Now, importantly, that is a destruction of Limpet before that go again can result.
What's kind of funny there too is if the from the Verdance side, if the thing that they wanted to Striders was like just some random shitter blue arcane spell, that doesn't actually work because there's a Sawbones in play. So it had to be a larger arcane spell, and there aren't actually that many in the deck. So that was actually kind of unlucky that he had that there because there's only what 6 cards that actually do it.
So much in the same way we used to see Iceland to target those dragons in flight as they came into attack to basically end the turn. Edison was able to prevent that Sawbones coming in. Nice timing off that blow up of the ally, but that is the one time this game he'll get to do that. Spending his Storm Striders in order to end Enki's turn prematurely.
Aggressive use of the Storm Striders here to go ahead and deal with a potential problem that was mounting, but it makes
I
sense
just
that
don't
Enki
actually
Tapaki
like
is
it
able to go ahead
in
and
the
do so
Earth Heroes.
perfectly.
I don't think
Edison
it's that
basically
good.
Has no chance in this matchup. He has to be aggressive in that spot. And now the question is, what kind of combo building can he do? How much time does he have? It feels like he's really banking on something like a brick turn from Enki Tapaki. But Mitch, how many brick turns?
Something that I think is interesting to think about. So I mentioned a second ago how it was a heads up play to play the other ally there while before Striders could kill his guy so he doesn't lose his action point. Counterpoint, maybe he doesn't want to do that because all he did was make it really efficient to actually clear the board. Where maybe you want to make sure that you do that on a turn that you actually get to swing with both guys. Because we missed out on 6 damage there and still lost both of our guys. So I think you could actually view that as a waste of the Gold Kiss. Maybe that's fine trading that for the Striders, but I don't think that's like a trivial decision point there. Like maybe we want to save our Gold Kiss to get both attacks in. You know what I mean?
Have you seen from Gravy Bones over the course of this tournament? Very few.
And look,
like it could be you try to Avast Ye and attack with like I don't know, a chum or something, like just something that has more health, a more substantial guy, and see what opponent does, and then commit to the decision of doing the Gold Kiss rum into second guy. Because now you manage to get all your damage. If they Striders, they don't gank you. That might be better.
shudder to involve yet another pun in our discussion, but Edison is really just treading water here. Clearing allies, trying to stay alive, but those tides are surging. The swells are salty. And here comes Golden Tipple. Rigor Mortis getting discarded. Again, that card is doing everything it is promised to do in this matchup. It's like a Portside Exchange was the draw off the Tipple. Additionally, a Swabby in hand for Enki, so it's still very flush with those blues. His game
I just don't like Limpet.
Straightforward. Avasti there as well.
More go again access. Just want to give a quick update on our calling going on simultaneously.
It's just been
Doing top
unimpressive
8
every
over
time I
there.
played it.
4 matchups. It looks like we're looking at an Acilio versus.
And it's been unimpressive every time I've seen it in play as well. Like, that's the other thing. Like, it's not just, like, me being results-oriented. Like, that Limpet wasn't good. Like he traded his turn for the Striders and his board. I am now getting to the point that I'm concerned about getting fatigued. We made no damage progress on a turn and lost 2 guys and lost our action point generator. That's a big deal. Where if we just played a chonkier guy, that wouldn't have happened. I know we would still need to find another action point, but like, I don't know, just play cards that make action points. You can just do that. You made a decision to play an ally that makes an action point instead.
Versus a Jarl, and Arachne slip through the cracks versus Shoma Yamamura's Ira. We've got a Florian Gravy matchup featuring Michael Feng, and then it's a Fang, Andrew Wilborn taking on another Arachne slip through the cracks in the hands of Peter Budensek.
Fun matchup. A lot of fun matchups there, to be honest.
7 different heroes across that top 8.
Here, though, in our semi-final number 1, it's more
it's the Gravy story.
I will say I do
pleasure
like
at the
having
moment.
multiple Humperdinks
For Frankie Dupac, business
for
is
these kind of
good. The gold
matchups.
is flowing in.
I just really
Lifetime
like
of his opponents
spamming
dropping
Humperdinck.
precipitously. And now he's
Just
considering
like,
follow-up
whatever,
to
I'm just going to throw this
that
Humperdink
golden
away. Have it immediately or lose.
Exchange.
And
I saw
I'm
obviously in the
guaranteed
hands.
damage progress
Thank
this
you. I'd
turn.
like to rectify. What side? Swap it to the bin. Doing his best Oscar the Grouch impression to be called upon later. Conquer the High Seas? Is that good?
Seemed pretty good the 2 other times it was played this game, Mitch. Probably the 3rd time also going to have some impact. No Arsenal this go around for Edison.
Yeah, and keep just deliberating. Does he want to punish another attempt of Edison? If he has multiple attack actions in the hand, Edison might want to send one, save one back to clear an ally. So there's a case to be made for holding back on the big boat.
More pitching from Enki.
Break some gold.
Yeah,
You also
Enki has
haven't
been
lived
gold rich throughout
until you've
this
gone
match, picks up
double
the back
give
alley
no
break
quarter,
liner. Now
played
has
2
access to 4
Humperdinks.
resources. Should he want them? Also believe we have satisfied.
I've done
vision
that
for Dead
before.
Dread, so maybe 5 resources. That could be a Swabby attack. Could be that Conqueror. World still feels like Enki's oyster.
Yeah, maybe that Brackley break line being in hand a bit earlier to be discarded to port side might have been nice. Wouldn't have given him a gold, but action points are also good. A snag in hand. Pretty troll, actually, for some of those decomposed buffs on some of those cards. Actually gets you a pretty decent amount of value. Regardless, Land Ho, it says Conquer the High Seas. Trying to plant that flag right in Edison's forehead.
No Arsenal,
8
though.
go again. Gets a 2-card block.
Yeah, just a pure defensive.
And now we're out of
there. No
conks.
Arsenal attack, but did have
I'm not actually that happy about
so
this.
preserves a little bit of life here.
What remains of it? Dead threads. Up to 2 resources. This smacks of rigor mortis, and so he gets onto the board.
Still with an Arsenal card, though, so maybe more to come.
Oh, come
here.
on,
And
that
it's
is
gonna be
filthy.
Loot the hold offered here from Enki Dupaquier.
Well, he's converted his hand extremely well. Loot to hold says the next pirate ally attack this turn gets when this hits a hero, they discard a card. If so, create a gold token. And Edison cannot afford to give 2 more cards. He'll instead play out that ramp growth life, excuse me.
Yeah, and a win there for Enki Dupaquier as he takes away one of the combo pieces from Edison U's deck. Would have loved to go ahead and stash that one in Arsenal, but not going to happen. And Edison U
I mean,
just
I
going
don't-
to
I
draw
don't think
up on this turn, and Rigor Mortis
comboing is
remains
a
across turns
factor
here.
in this game,
But
but
what are
sure.
the expectations for folks at home? There is a chance that Enki does not fall below his starting life total if he keeps this pace up.
Absolutely, he's just been relentless here.
This might turn into more of an extinction event than a fair fight at this rate. Gold Kiss Rum gets out there. Rigor Mortis obviously already in play.
If you're Edison, the question is how many of these threats have you burned up? Are you getting into reasonable fatigue rage? We know Enki is burning through the deck. That's just the way Gravies play. But there still feels like so much threat density left. And I mentioned that Whaler Humperdinck. The numbers on that card are often in and of themselves enough to defeat fatigue plans, which I am very sure Edison is leaning towards at this moment.
Whaler costs 6 to get out there, 6 to attack, but comes in for a whopping 11. Swap with the little brother.
Are we using the
So it
Gold
comes in for
Kiss?
7.
Yeah, and it's
Gold
time
Kiss
for
Rum.
another Gold Kiss Rum to do its thing, and that means both of
I
these
guess.
allies are going to be attacking on this particular turn.
Glug Glug, loop the hold into the pitch. Swabby into the red zone. 7, posted up, and Edison shipping this one.
Yeah, willing to take some damage here. That tells me maybe we're looking at a clearance on the next turn because here comes Rigor Mortis as well. We're certainly not
Holy
ready to
shit,
combo
going to
yet, so-
11.
Just the raw amount of damage Edison has to take here in order to be able
Holy
to start to
shit.
clear some of these allies. Remember, these multi-ally board states are really problematic
Ah,
for Verdance.
hit pause by mistake.
Yeah, you see
You're right.
why
E-Strike, Plow Under.
E-Strike go again to take care of the Swabby. This does not feel good, Mitch.
You took 13 damage
Yep.
to clear these 2.
It does not feel like you are moving the game forward. Sitting at 10, plowing under this Rigor Mortis. Coming in just for 2 here.
21 value off those 2 allies, Brian.
We are reaching for the Decompose, though.
And definitely enough. There we go.
Attack value here does not matter.
Yeah,
Plow
we get the +6. It's just superfluous, isn't it?
Plow Under has done its thing, but the turn passes back to Enki.
I mean, it's the
Dupaquier,
same thing
does
as
not
fatiguing
have allies
Dromai.
now,
Like, you
but does still
shouldn't
have
be
a
able
full
to
grip
do
and also
that.
has a 33-point life lead.
And it might just get worse. Blue Tipple with Sawbones in hand.
But
also can go
you're
away
putting the
all the way.
onus on them to not make mistakes.
It's one of those turns where It's really all out there, Frankie. Peek the top. Into the hand. It's a salt
It's
water
not my
swell.
favorite way to
It's a compass here to see what is waiting
play
on
the
top.
Verdance matchup. I think
And we
I
can check
like
out
it from the
what swell
Verdance
might
POV
slip into.
to actually just kill them instead, especially if they
Actually,
present
says no, I couldn't
AB1
get
like
a satisfying
this.
snap when I turn my card sideways. Let me just run it back again.
One floating. Golden tipple. Triggers. Discard sea legs.
Okay, no need to worry about the top when sea legs is getting discarded. Enki clearing a potential non-blue. We'll get
For
it.
Verdance, the reason that it works for Verdance though to fatigue is you get to do something that other decks don't get to do. When you take damage to clear, the way that you clear is by gaining life, letting you functionally also block. So you clear their board and go back up in health total, staying at parity. And you have a deterministic win at the end of the game. And you only have to get through like 17 allies. Like, it's not that many. And most of them are efficiently cleared by the things that Verdance plays. The small health allies, very efficiently cleared by life gain. And the high health allies, very efficiently cleared by your decompose, which then also trigger, you get the decompose trigger as well to take a card. And if they ever take their foot off the gas to like set up, you gain life. I think it's a legit strategy for Verdance.
That later from the top.
And that means more Gold Kiss Rum. And Gold Kiss Rum has been so instrumental to producing these damage numbers that have really kept Edison Yu from having any input on this game whatsoever. It's been the Enki Tupakie show so far.
And it might be a marathon airing of that series, Brian. So we may be far from done there. Murderous Rebel was the draw off of that. And it looks like Enki didn't feel like gambling. He didn't feel like throwing the compass in at that point. Let's see. Give it to us. A blue, of course. Chart, high seas on top. This means that the swell will be adding a lot more resources to the board for Enki.
Yeah, that'll really unlock that graveyard to start looking into things like a chum turn. But there's just massive allies piled up over in the bin for Enki Tupakie.
Yeah, I almost want to just pitch
Yes.
the call.
Frankly, just getting brutalized by Gravy Bones in this matchup. I would say, fortunate in many ways, Edison doesn't have to encounter the Shipwreck Looter over the course of his run here. But maybe also he didn't maybe get to test some of his ideas at this level into Gravy Bones. Get those matchup reps in this high-stakes environment. Rabble flips chart. 3 go again. All these attacks.
We are
constantly asking
very
for cards.
close to the Humperdinck
Hasn't
winning the
given any
game,
other
though.
Enki yet this turn. But those are looking at Gravy Bones with 2
Edison
cards in his hands
basically
still.
has to immediately
He's bound to be more behind.
find
Edison with only 9 life. When does this game start to turn, Mitch? What kind
a
of hand
big
do you even
attack to
turn
put
it
in
for Edison
arsenal
at this point? It really is just
so that we have
hope
something
and
to
pray.
clear it
The
when it
defensive
comes
options
down.
that he comes across are enough, but
But he
just
might
how
just take too much
gold
damage
Enki has played this
anyways.
game with. How much Gold Kiss Rum Enki has played this game with? I don't see it thus far. I don't see the path. And Sawbones here going to keep the damage output up. 6 more coming. Gonna sink here. Prevent 4.
Edison there opting to make the sink.
Is that a tilling? Autumn Touch?
Reaction, so
That does it.
no more blocking opportunities. Taking 2 more damage, going down to 7. Edison knows that he's had to take some damage. God, he took 13 in order to clear those 2 allies. Now he has to take some more. Sitting on a blue Autumn's Touch. And the dual card.
Yeah, and sending that into the Sawbones is just so depressing.
The Give No Quarter drawn up here by Enki.
With a Chum and a Whaler Humperdinck
Yeah.
in the
And
graveyard.
a Gold Kiss Rum in play.
Yeah, and no threat on this turn, so 5 cards kept. And this could be just a nightmare turn if you're a fan of Edison Yu.
And a Saltwater Swell in the arsenal.
Oh, good lord.
Sea legs. I mean, we don't need that much rum at this point.
Look at the top, see if it's a blue. If it's not a blue, hero power. And then try with the swell or the chart. Do we want to play this Give No Quarter? I'm kind of into arsenaling this Give No Quarter, to be honest. Because it gives us like a guaranteed starter for the Humperdinck. And it even gives us the potential of like playing something else on that turn as well. And I'm kind of into that.
I think he's going to get some information as well. And if that blue is floating on the top of the deck, this hand goes bananas.
Yes.
I do think that we're like looking for an Avasti right now
To, steal himself.
to
He's
go
done
with this
for
Gold
an
Kiss.
Immense buffer. That this
I'll say
game is
this,
his
though,
to
Mitch.
lose.
Yeah, there's really, despite how good this hand may be, there's no impetus on Enki whatsoever. There's no combo threat. There's nothing that Edison has really done thus far to make him uncomfortable. So just take your time, figure out what you need, and there's a great way to gain some extra resources on the back of a discarded ally.
I think we're supposed to look at Compass first.
Compass time. Let's figure out what we're working with for any potential swells. Maybe a Murderous Rabble I glimpsed there.
I think it's Compass,
And
then
again, got for
Hero
the
Power if
Humperdinck hit
we
the
don't
board,
have a
and
blue on
jump come
top.
down. Edison has to
But
stay alive.
whatever.
He's got to block with the card that could otherwise actually clear them out. He opts to answer the saltwater swell here.
Just be skilled at the game and
Kicks
have a
things
blue on
off
top.
with that swell, offering 3 damage. There's another one in Arsenal. Can fire a blind swell if he would like. Has already used the Compass. Has a load of resources to work with here.
I just want to think a little bit more about how to make the most of this 3 in pitch right now. Spending 2 of it.
Picking up another fresh card here.
That was a chum that he drew. Chum was on the top. He's averted a potential saltwater swell.
Why are we drawing
Both
cards?
swells for upside.
What are we trying to accomplish by drawing cards here? It's not like we have any boats left in the deck.
The Eye of Ophidia now. He can guarantee that saltwater swell gives him max value.
Hands completely
All
on
right.
He will know exactly what he is working with. Can burn another gold.
Are we just trying to draw like a tipple here? Like, I don't know what we're trying to draw.
Eye into the pitch for another gold. Obviously, order of triggers means we look first.
It is
Okay,
2
2
yellows.
yellows.
Yeah, so if we bottom here, we're still going completely dark, but it looks like Enki maybe just wants to keep the yellow on top and feels like that's good enough to go ahead and maybe chart the high seas with. I was going to pick it up, excuse me. Yeah, he still has the draw remaining from the gold.
They still can golden tipple here, by the way, and just clear whatever could be out there.
Just adds the chum to hand, uses it for fodder, picks up another card, picks up another gold. Damage keeps pouring out of Enki Tupakie's Gravy Bones deck.
It was a portside exchange of the blue variety that was drawn up. What have we got here? Chum, Sawbones, Whaler Humperdinck are the 3 options right now.
I think I missed the trigger on tipple. I forgot a gold.
Has to say no blocks, does Edison. They're just figuring out whether potentially a gold was missed here. Yeah, and they are going to get it correct.
Game
Add
state
one
not,
on.
remotely different enough, I think, to warrant an advance of game without that trigger being recognized.
Yeah, can't really miss that. You did, of course, discard a yellow card, so just entitled to that gold. 2 damage headed the way.
Still waiting on that second saltwater swell.
Yeah, still parked in Arsenal. It is a bit of a gamble. At least the Eye of Ophidia did not leave the blue on top, but we'll close the chain once more.
And statistically, you're likely to hit a blue
Finding out
here.
what really
You just
counts, Anki, if
moved 2 yellows out
that
of the
is not
way.
a blue. He's probably planning 2 different ends to his turn.
And he's in a state in this game where just 1 for 3 go again is
We're
good.
cracking more gold.
Yeah, why not?
I don't understand what we're looking for with gold here.
3 blues
Pearl
in hand now.
amulet.
Finds a Pearl Amulet. That can allow an ally to potentially attack twice, given how much rum we've been able to generate.
To untap target permanent.
Yeah, more gold. And now we have 4 blues to work with in hand.
Are we humping
And
this
can go
turn?
ahead and give no quarter.
Here they come.
Even more resources.
Oh, the
There
big
is the
boy.
Whaler Humperdinck.
Oh,
Here
he's
is the
massive.
Humperdinck attack. 11 is the offer here.
And now
I don't
Edison
think
wants
we had to
stay
go
alive
for the
against
Humperdinck this
He will
turn.
have to lose
I think
the
that was
card
forcing.
intended to clear Whaler Humperdinck, which is Enlightened Strike in the hand.
Yep, and that means more turns of Whaler Humperdinck following this. Also with the Saltwater Swell already set up in Arsenal to produce more resources. And we're starting to look at numbers
God,
that
the
are
anguish.
just too big.
The emotion on Edison's face clear to see. He's probably searching his deck and asking, how many cards do I have that would allow me to clear this guy? Thundering footsteps, dripping with ectoplasm. Whaler Humperdinck sends a haymaker from Enki Tupakie's side of the map. And then he's taken 0 damage, and there's the E-Strike. That's to get in front in blocks, combine that with a Symbolo, and go to a singular point of life. Edison, you fighting for his survival here. And his opponent has shrugged off every attempt of his to get back into the game. How many cards in pitch, buddy? 6 of them? Very reasonable.
And Edison with just a single card to show for all of his hard work. A healing potion in play. You see a dejected shake of the head. Gonna go ahead and pick up that 2 life to go to 3. Arsenal, but the turn will pass.
Yeah,
back
the
to
healing
Enki
potion
Tupakie's
seems kinda like a
in play.
meme.
43 life.
I don't know
with
about
a
that.
Whaler in play. Swell in Arsenal. 4 cards in hand. Checks the top.
They say it's never over until the rotund sailor yodels.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, no, that's what they say. And I think he's already sang a couple bars. Expensive to swing with this guy, to be sure. Enki,
On the last turn, Mitch, I'm pretty sure Enki Tupakie produced something like 24 resources. So he'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
looks like that saltwater swell got an Avasti into the pitch zone. Plow under blocks. Next, Avasti. Whaler with go again.
Sure.
Jeez.
Why not?
How do you feel about that?
Let's make that card a little bit better. Maybe
Here
we
we
should
go.
just give it a go again to begin with.
Yeah, just printed on the card, actually.
11
You
go
read this
again.
one. You read this one, in fairness.
11 go again one more time. The damage output is just
Block 4.
ridiculous here.
Go to reactions. We got Sink. Block 9.
Edison falls to just 1 once again.
Hey,
Yeah,
there
he
got
says
him.
it doesn't
He is
matter. He's willing to
dead.
give the fist bump. And Enki Tupakie has
Unlucky.
dismantled Edison Yu with Gravy Bone Shipwreck Looter.
So I was just getting it down a Whaler early, but I don't know. That game felt like things could have gone wrong for us on the gravy side. We like pissed away all of our Conqueror of the High Seas. We got boned by the Striders, and I don't think we made very good use of the Gold Kiss rum. I think it was really just like we had like a few turns where we made a ton of damage progress, and that kind of decided the game. And he just like took too much chip damage, took way too long to turn on. Like if those 2 rootbound carapaces actually decomposed, I think we have a completely different game here. He just like never had a hero power. So I think we got a little lucky there from the gravy side. And if things went differently, I think we could have gotten like Omega punished for not necessarily like our choices, but just like how our draw came to us. Because like I don't really know if we could have, not played those conks. Like it was still probably correct. It's just I'm not happy about throwing those like at least 2 of those conks. One of them there was no arsenal. The other one we like didn't really have a board or anything going on, so it was just like whatever. Yeah. And then I don't know if we really needed a force with that Humperdinck at the end there. It felt like that was just unnecessary, but I think getting like 1 more round of chip damage is probably fine. But shrug, we had enough gold. It was fine. Okay, we got 2 more games left. We got the other Gravy game. This is Gravy versus Arachne. So is it a Gravy finals? It's a Gravy finals. Ooh, so we got another mirror. Wow, eating good today. We got 3 mirrors that we get to watch. Eating stupid good.
To call them forth.
And they do double.
Oh, interesting. He went Balance of Justice on the Arachne side. I haven't seen someone do that before. Hello? Okay. Okay, we went Royal Hat plus Quick Dodge. Interesting. Let's take a look at his list again. I guess you don't really need the Mage Masters to like have that crazy pop-off turn, because they're not like really trying to just hard fatigue you. In my experience in this matchup, with like the current assassins that we have, the way they're fatiguing you is what we were calling it is like backdoor fatigue, where they like don't start the game by fatiguing, they start by punching you. But then it's like, reevaluate the game as we go. Okay, I'm clearly not winning a race. Like, POV, I'm Arachne. Okay, I'm not winning this race. But they kind of threw away too many allies to, like, try to race me. And, like, played allies to, like, buy space or whatever. There's only, like, 7 allies left in the deck. And I'm still at, like, I don't know, 20. Something like that. I'm just not going to take damage anymore and just kill their guys. Maybe disrupt them every now and then. Play a Codex here and there. Because they don't actually have enough damage left in their deck to physically kill me. So that's been my experience of the matchup. Like, Arachne's going to say, I'm going to play the game unless it looks like I'm not winning that game anymore, but you threw away too many allies, so I'm just going to fatigue you. So you have to be, like, kind of aware of that. But because of that, I don't think the Mage Masters are that integral to the matchup. They're, like, nice to have. I do think having Crown of Providence is, like, omega nice to have in this matchup. So happy if I have that in my deck list. But he's not playing it. So I think playing the Quick Dodge is, like, pretty reasonable. And there are some turns that they go, like, 3 wide, 4 wide sometimes.
This match very unlikely to actually have the activatable effect where your opponent has drawn 2 cards and you get to draw 1, so that's unlikely to happen, but it does of course confer a block of 2. He's elected instead for the more aggressive loadout with the Crown of Dominion. As we say that, though, also has the Quick Dodge flexes to potentially mount some defense on a turn at reaction speed if he needs it.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if he can get the full defensive value on the Quick Dodge flexors. He'd love to be able to pitch a blue and go 3 chain links wide. Arachne slipped through the cracks. Normally he goes 2 chain links wide, and the question will be, will he get the full value out of that Quick Dodge? 1 damage over from the Hunter's Clave. Shirui now becomes marked.
And that's the first reaction for the Double Trouble. Is there a second one to get it up? Nope, looks like it's going to be chain broken for Tom Escoffier here.
Spinneret creates the
Oh, that's
grappling
pretty
hook to
nice.
start this game, so only 1 Hunter's Clave for this moment forward.
But that is an incredibly potent dagger setup for the Arachne Slip to the Cracks. That's exactly where you want to be against Gravy Bones, because once they start resolving Rigor Mortises and Limpids, these pesky one-health allies, having a Calicera
I was pretty lucky that his hand blocked that well.
Escoffier needs to not fall too far behind, so he must be very happy with his beginning setup.
Oh, we drew a conk?
In play.
Let's see the first hand here for Shirui.
Wait a minute. I might have pogged a little too early.
Golden Tipple and the drag under. Golden Tipple going to continue to do what it's done all tournament long. Put in some major work, fixing through the hand.
Starting to have the gold beta hook, since he's going to be sending a golden tipple, so guaranteed generation of the gold already makes that golden hook activation practically free, or risk-free, should I say. Tipple, 3 go again.
Once Gravy Bone starts to get up to 3, 4, 5 gold, it gets really challenging to stop him maintaining those riches for too long.
It looks like he drew into a Sawbone. Sawbones can be very, very tricky for Slips of the Cracks to deal with sometimes, especially if the turn relies on a flick. If flick hitting basically requires that a head jab goes towards the Sawbones first to begin with.
Activated Gravy Bones here.
This time did find a blue.
Sawbones hits the yard.
On the port side exchange to perhaps power up this Conqueror of the High Seas that he's currently holding on to.
Unfortunately, if we play the conk, we can't actually attack with one of the allies in our bin. We're $1 short. If we have a blue on top, though, we could just draw off of gold. But I don't know if I like that play.
Very interesting choice of headpiece over here. Opting for Balance of Justice instead of the Crown of Providence. Both headpieces definitely have their merits in this matchup. Balance of Justice can often draw you the extra card because Gravy Bones draws and discard cards so much. However, Crown of Providence can sometimes...
Oh, we also haven't played a blue yet, right?
Or even a Command and Conquer, which Shiryu is sporting 2 copies of.
Comes the Dead Threads activation. Gets the resource. 2 come in with the Conqueror of the High Seas. As things got go again, it crashes in for 8.
So I guess we're just going for an arsenal.
Follow up here.
Very strong first turn of the game for Shiryu here.
But it's a shelter from the storm from the arsenal. So 4 damage over, down to 34. Ghost Arachne slip through the cracks.
Has to actually play the defense reaction from Arsenal, because unlike Command and Conquer, Conquer of the High Seas does not have the clause that prevents defense reactions from being played.
Don't tell Majin.
So Thomas Escoffier dodges the Arsenal disruption effectively. Just takes 4 to the face, still holding on to 3 cards.
See, here's where I wish I had Providence, because then I could just like Arsenal whatever I want.
And Arsenaling his last card. So no allies deployed on this turn, and he is still marked from the turn 0 flick of the clave from Thomas Escoffier.
2 goes to 2. Time for the first true attacking turn for Arachne slip through the cracks. 3 go again with the Kiss of Death. We saw how beautifully these worked for Thomas Escoffier in that quarterfinals match.
No reactions. 6-4. Yeah, 45.
Cool. Taking 4 is Shiryu from the Kiss of Death. Going to lose the mark token as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Bonds of Attraction coming in from Tom Escoffier. This is further Gravy Bones hate in his decklist alongside the Undercover Acquisitions. Undercover Acquisitions attacks the gold pieces on Shiryu's side. Bonds of Attraction currently threatening the Sawbones and the Anka that are currently in Shiryu's graveyard. Block of 3 currently. Kiss of Death is flicked. Is an attack reaction to force on hit of the Bonds of Attraction.
33, 34.
Man, Kiss is fucked up. Why did they just print a 0 for 6 go again?
That's a really good call out. If there's any ways to get these allies out of the graveyard into the Banished Zone, they will no longer be accessible for Gravy Bones to call them forth.
And they do double duty in this matchup, because one angle that Tom Escoffier has in this matchup is not just killing the Gravy Bones via life total damage, but also via deck damage. And Bonds of Attraction attacks him on 2 fronts. Takes a card off the top of the deck and banishes an ally completely.
Plenty of allies available now for Shirui. Sawbones. What's the bottom? Was that an Inca? And a Chum.
I have a Fidia drawn off the port side exchange. Gonna
see what the opt is. Blood on the water. Is that a Swabby?
Pretty happy seeing the blood there.
Kind, yeah. 2 golden tipples there.
Which means you could draw into the ally now from the gold. Use golden tipple, discard the ally, draw into the defense reaction to park in your arsenal against the assassin. Of course, that would be the third card drawn this turn, excuse me. So Balance of Justice on the other side definitely going to be available for Tom.
Fascinating to see. We talked about it in the quarterfinals, but it's just fascinating to see Balance of Justice return to prominence because of how often Gravy Bones draws these cards. Just does such a different thing in the matchup. And we are seeing immediately Tom's just going to reach for it. He's going to get that perfect block out because of the gold-baited hook being stapled onto this golden tipple.
Yeah, I don't think I hooked that.
This turn, though.
I think he just like made the balance block really profitable.
Come forth.
And attacks for 4 jump can be kind of awkward for Arachne Slip to the crack sometimes as well.
Yeah, we've already seen one Orb Weaver Spinneret get played.
Might require Tom to use a +3 attack reaction on the Chum, which is not exactly where you want your attack reactions to go. Balance of Justice also available to him. Unfortunately for the viewers, no copies of Regicide in this Arachne Slip to the Cracks, so we won't see that sort of ending coming out in this game.
Yeah, we've seen some of those cards sneak into these lists during the national season. I've noticed some Regicide in some lists, even some cards like Extinguish the Flame. Cards where you really get some specific tech when you are expecting so much of a specific hero or strategy. Tom here maybe even considering a block. Able to use all the cards in his hand effectively on offense. Wants to get 3 value from them on defense.
One of my favorite spicy tech cards to come out in this meta is Hunter the Ends of Wraith in Syndra list, specifically for Arachne Slip to the Cracks. 0 for 4, go again with unconditional mark. Syndra has access to that because of the amount of Arachnes are present in the metagame. Not in this matchup, though. This matchup is a Gravy Bones versus Arachne Slip to the Cracks. 1 block taken out of Tom Escoffier's hand.
Life totals currently evened up here in the second semifinal. 1 go again with the Hunter's Clave. 1 floating now for Arachne Slip through the Cracks. Thomas Gauffier looking to potentially mark Gravy Bones. There's a window here for the Chum activation.
It's always a little bit scary when the Arachne Sip to the Cracks pitches a card to swing the dagger.
And there's a funny sequence with these Chum allies, these Gravy Bones decks. Often you don't see Chum actually activated. The player just attacks into it anyway because of the threat. Shirui maybe doesn't even have to activate it here.
You know your opponent pretty much has to get rid of it if they want to do any semblance of a strong turn later on down the line. So you might as well just hold the activation and save your Watery Grave card for your own turn.
One of these two players will be our next Pro Tour finalist. You think about the Pro Tours in the past, you can just remember the names of players who reached nearly the top of the mountain top. Such an incredible run when you get that far.
Kallistra coming in, one go again at Shirui.
+3 on the Kallistra. This is just damage, so looks like Shirui is just taking it here. Down to 28.
And this also consumes the Arachne Sip to the Cracks go again. Despite Kallistra getting go again from the opponent being marked, it still sees the Arachne ability and consumes the go again from the stealth.
Interesting here. Warweaver Spinneret.
Yeah, didn't get full value from this.
Because you could have attacked with the Kallistra first if you were expecting to use the go again from Arachne, right?
Yeah.
And then Flick Knives on the Hunter's Clave, re-equip with the Warweaver Spinneret. So a point of value lost on this turn from Thomas Gauffier.
Ponders into a random card, does clear the Chum at the end of everything, but Shirui with the full 5-card grip, unfortunately for Thomas Gauffier.
Did he miss out on a point of damage? Because he needs to be... Oh, I guess he's getting the go again from the hero power, so he doesn't need him to be marked, yeah.
Anemic turn there, you just sent 5 damage to the face, cleared the Chum, and handed it over to Shirui.
And when you're already having a bad turn, not being able to extract every point of value.
Not only that, Shirui has found another conqueror of the high seas. Now we know his arsenal is a defense reaction. I believe he's holding on to a second Blood in the Water as well. So could be a little bit plunked up on defense reactions is Shirui. So let's see how much of an offense he's actually going to be able to mount with the space that he's been given.
Golden Tipple here. Discards the Humperdinck. Makes the gold again. No
Playing the hump in the
activation
matchup's pretty interesting. Just hedging.
3 cards in hand. No blocks. It's an easy call thanks to the hook not being activated. To see when that hook gets into play here on the turn, because now that the gold's been created, there's no worry of getting blanked.
Still has an option to activate Gravy Bones to perhaps get rid of the Blood in the Water that's in his hand right now. Or get rid of whatever the top card of the deck is. Looks like Gravy Bones is going to be activated. What was the draw? What's the discard? Looks like Blood in the Water will be discarded. That can be a little bit of a tell for Thomas Gauffier.
Yeah, because we know it's a Blood in the Water in the arsenal for Shirui. And we see the Conqueror of the High Seas come forth. 8 damage with go again.
2 conquerors in 2 turns. You know, sometimes on the other side you might say, the opponent got really lucky, he found 2 conquerors, but with the amount of churn that Gravy Bones does, constantly changing the texture of his hand, it's really 2 conquerors amongst the
really good turn.
Like 12 to 13 cards, which definitely can happen coming in from 8 go again.
Bounce of Justice was just activated for an extra
damage.
card for Thomas Gauffier. Oh, and it's still all reds. Looks like he might have even been searching for potentially something like for that Command and Conquer, but this hand is it all attacks?
Not only is it all reds, there's no attack reactions in his hand as well. His hand simply doesn't convert, which actually does make it a fairly good blocking hand. If you are forced to block on a hand, you want it to be a hand like this, where you weren't able to convert it offensively anyway. So blocking out the Conqueror while the opponent still doesn't have any allies on board and hasn't played a blue card this turn.
Block 9 is good as the call.
Might actually be...
No, he played the Tipple.
Oh, he played the blue Tipple, of course.
Yeah, played the Tipple.
And Death Threads is available as well, so Solvents can go ahead and attack for 6. All things considered, not the worst for Thomas Gauffier there for drawing was basically a break out of 6 cards in total, 1 in Arsenal and 5, thanks to Balance of Justice.
Now we see what the hook was saved for. An attack for 6 from a Sawbones makes the gold right on back. Frailty goes away, and we keep seeing what happens when Shirui Wu is given tempo and given space in this top 8. He has just continued to find fantastic turns when his opponents basically let him draw the 5 cards and say, show me what you got. 3 go again, Sawbones clears it. Pain in the backside, going to take care of that card.
What is the follow-up, though? You need to start attacking Shirui Wu's hand over here.
Small thing, but you should definitely be activating the Sawbones there just in case they needed to flick on this chain link.
You cannot let him have the space, as you're saying, Sam.
Art of Desire Body. Can advantage a card off the top. There's so many fewer reds in this deck versus the mirror that we saw Thomas Gauffier play early.
That's 15 reds total in the 80-card list that Shirui Wu has presented. We don't even know if he's brought in all 15 of them in this matchup.
And he's even able to just see the top of the deck. He knows it's a blue. It's a portside exchange, so it's not even an ally. He's going to lose if this thing hits. I think he might just be content to say, sure, dude. You got it.
Actually,
you can take the top card.
Actually, there's a head jab. Unless, of course, Take Up the Mantle is a card he potentially needs to worry about. Not entirely sure if Thomas Gauffier has managed to get a Bonds of Agony in his graveyard yet.
No, he hasn't seen
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We have
Sweet
D-React.
Prognosis, but you don't really want to mantle into that, especially since that will require you giving up your final Hunter's Glaive.
We have double D-React?
Blood in the Water, 4-star, which Thomas Gauffier probably had the read was there because of the Gravy Bones discard on the previous turn. Now, Shirui was deciding if he still wants to get rid of a Watery Grave card from his hand. Looks like he declines to do that.
Another Bond of Attraction, and this is the second copy, and it's for the second time not backed up by an attack reaction. You have to imagine this card was a potential key for Thomas Gauffier to manage that graveyard, and then has now just come in as either a head jab or a chain ender. But it looks as though Shirui Wu's happy here to just let this thing hit because he knows the top of the deck is a blue, and he can just banish a different blue. Oh, he can just banish.
Yeah, you can banish any card. You just won't
Okay.
gain the life. So Humperdinck is gone now, and I believe Shirui Wu is only sporting one copy of the cards.
This is another reason that they can backdoor fatigue you.
Which, to be honest, with the pace of the game right now, it's turn 3, and Tom Escoffier is already down to 26, already down to 66% of his life total, effectively. Could see Shirui Wu being fine giving up the way the Humperdinck.
Both players here sitting at relatively even life. 25 currently playing 26, and once again, Shirui Wu hits it perfectly. And a little bit of a
So good at the
guide there
game.
from Thomas Gauthier.
And that was fully blind as well, Sam. The top card of the deck that he knew was there got banished from the Bonds of Attraction. So it's fully blind shot the high seas that hits perfectly.
Perfect. Makes the 3 floating, gets the ally in the bin, makes the gold. Gold now can immediately be cracked, it looks like, after the utilization of the Gravy Bones ability. Goes down to 1 floating. Shirui Wu, once again, given full tempo. Gonna go ahead and just draw cards, get allies in the bin, and the pressure does not stop.
He had the blood in the water to stop the Bonds of Attraction potentially, but decided it
Oh,
was
so he's
fine
looking
using
for a
one of his
blue
allies in
for the
graveyard to
go
hold
again.
onto the defense reaction.
But this is a bit of an awkward turn. We played the blue, so the allies are an option.
Yeah, but he has no second blue for the Swiftwater Sloop for the High Tide.
No, this is an awkward turn for sure. He doesn't have ways for more action points really in any way, and this Sea Legs is looking like it's going to be stuck unless it's pitched.
That was quite a bit of digging Shirui Wu did there. Didn't find the second blue.
Anka going to be played here. With go again, pitching away the Rigor Mortis.
I just
Wonder if he's just going to double ally? No, he's going to...
could just send the Swiftwater
Yeah.
Sloop, just get out of hand. Looks like it's going to be Anka coming in for 5 with the gold-baited hook activation.
Yeah, no go again here. So Shirui Wu for the first time after the perfect hit of the chart the high seas, for the first time we're actually seeing a bit of a stumble. This is something his opponents have tried to push for multiple games now that we've seen on camera. Show me what you can do with 5 cards. Every other time Shirui has been able to answer the question beautifully, but here 2 cards remain in hand after the arsenal. That's a veritable IP2. Thomas Gauthier was happy to give the gold off the gold-baited hook because now this Kiss of Death gets to come in, clear the Anka, and it's all gas from here.
And those aren't great cards to keep either, Sam. That's a red and a yellow that you're holding back behind with the defense reaction and Arsenal. Now that he's drawn back up, he just has 1 blue in hand, and that's a snag.
We'll have to see if the snag eventually tries to find its way to the arsenal to stop something like a Bonds of Agony turn. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. This is 1 go again, and of course the Kiss of Death going to be threatened for that Flick Knives.
1 floating, Tunic on 3 as well. Smells a little bit like a potential Codex. We know for sure this Kiss of Death's going to get flicked for an additional 2 damage to Shirui Wu.
And this is actually a potential turn that the Quick Dodge Fluxers could have been used for those 3 chain links to get the full 6 value with a blue.
And giving a full card to block Hunter's Clave just feels so incredibly bad. But Shirui Wu's hand currently, honestly, top of his deck so far hasn't really been very, very friendly to him.
Still doesn't have the blue.
Yeah, it's because he kept a red and he was forced to keep a red and yellow from the previous turn, so had to find 2 blues in the next 2 cards.
This has all of a sudden gotten quite awkward for our Gravy Bones player. In reactions, after the no block call, it's going to be 2 damage from the Flick Knives, 1 damage from the Clave. Now Shirui is marked. 2 cards left in hand for Tom. Let's see what he does with it. Tunic is going to come in here for just the Command and Conquer, and that immediately buys the blocks off of Shirui. Looks like he was expecting that one. And there's the final card headed to Arsenal for our Arachne player.
And those were the 2 cards that he kept from the previous turn, the Sea Legs and the red Swiftwater Sloop. Going over to his turn, looks like he's going to start with the Gravy Bones activation. Wants to get rid of that Limpet. I believe knew what he was going to draw as well, thanks to Compass.
Yep.
Just
And
plays a
it's a
chump
from hand.
And that's a 1 copy of Snag gone to the pit zone. You know for a fact Tom Escoffier noted that down.
And he wins this
Worry about
game. This
Snag
is
anymore for the rest of the game.
I'm curious to
unless
see how
something
he
like a Call to
pivots.
the Grave is played that will shuffle Shirui's deck.
And is it still the Blood and the Water in Arsenal for
Yes.
Shirui? So this is actually so important that it was the Command and Conquer on that turn cycle, because even if Shirui wanted to develop the Snag in the Arsenal, the Command and Conquer meant that Blood and the Water wasn't going anywhere, had to stick around, and Shirui Wu then forced into pitching that Snag away. That means that it is kind of all lights.
I will
green
say
for
I
Thomas
found
Gauthier
all
if he
the
finds a Bonds
allies
of
that have a
Agony at
lot
the
of
right time.
health
Double Trouble now gonna go
really
ahead and point
good in this
itself out
matchup.
from the Razor's Edge, just going to put it up to 6. That's going to take care of the ally.
Basically, in this matchup, the low health allies just eat the daggers. The big health allies eat the stealth attacks. But from the Arachne side, the cards that they actually want to hit you with are the stealth attacks. So they lose out on all of the value of their on hits, because they're basically just playing like a head jab deck with on hits on their head jabs. But if you take away all of the on hits, they're just playing a worse Syndra deck. So by playing those big chonkers, you have a lot of implied value that's lost on their side.
Send it to the graveyard, face down, and now Thomas Gauthier's got a bunch of allies in the graveyard, but his life total's looking low, and another Command and Conquer once again threatens that Blood on the Water.
As long as Shirui Wu's deck isn't shuffled thanks to something like Call to the Grave or the opponent's Bonds of Agony, Tom Escoffier doesn't need to worry about a snag until very, very late in this game, if we even get there.
Yeah, there's the 1 copy of Codex of Frailty that was played. That's going to be able to be turned face down and create the gold token.
So there's a very interesting decision for what to turn face down here from Sunken Treasure, given that you haven't really seen that many Codexes being resolved from the other side. If you want, you could Sunken Treasure and turn face down something like Leave No Witnesses, something like maybe if there's only 1 copy of Command and
Has
Conquer,
Leave No Witnesses even been played yet?
Future Codex targets, but Shirui Wu at that point,
Because there's 2 Command and
0 gold
Conquers.
tokens, so
That doesn't
just
matter.
Turn face down the yellow card, get his first gold to fuel this turn.
Let's see how Shirui wants to utilize a 2-card hand. I feel like in this feature match area during this top 8, we've just seen him flush with cards and resources and agency. Chart the high seas. It's hit perfectly 2 times. Doesn't hit perfectly a 3rd. Tip the Barkeep hits the graveyard. Murders Rabble hits the pitch. 3 floating in the zone. Looks like he might be switching that one out as he takes a look through the graveyard. Make sure he figures out what he wants to keep around. A lot of allies to work with. He'll be able to play one on this turn thanks to that Chart the high seas. We know it's still the Blood of the Water in the arsenal, and honestly, I think Thomas Gauthier might have sniffed that out by now.
Yeah, he has to think of what he wants in the second cycle. Looks like it's going to be the Murderous Rebel. Doesn't want to tip the Barkeep to come back around. Looks like we might be heading for that sort of game state. Especially with the loss of the Whale Harpering.
Yeah, and this is like the case of the backdoor fatigue I was talking about. We kind of just like
to see how he decides to block
didn't do anything for a while.
Anchor drag under going to be
I mean,
played.
you can't
Here's
just
the
leave
hole,
the
going to join
chum
this
on the
attack as well.
table. You're not winning that game.
So this will now get to come in on hit, make the gold, and discard.
You just like
for
have to
Tom.
clear.
No go again.
I
He does
don't
on
think
discard.
Shiryu's taken enough damage
One
that
remaining behind for Shiryu.
going face
And with
makes
the block of
sense.
advance, just as earlier on, Heaven's Fair perhaps needs to give 2 cards to blockers, Ankas on hit. Looks like we just again Tarantula Toxin hitting the combat chain
2
on
premium
defense.
reactions. Yeah, you have to wonder what the rest of Thomas Gofier's hand looks like as a result. So let's take a peek. Ooh, interesting. The Concealed Blade's going to hit the pitch, though, as the Graphene Calicera. One go again. Heads towards Shirui.
Go again from Sleepy and from the Mock.
True. Super go again.
Super good.
This thing, nothing's gone again like this Black Graphene Calicera. No blocks, no reactions. Both players
I love the way he
21.
hands back the
Our
cards.
semifinals is all evened up.
It's like
Thomas
like
Gauffier coming in
a
for
Japanese
one play, trying to
businessman
remark.
handing you their business card.
And does have the 0 for 3 stuff card in his hand to clear out the Anka. So it's going to go right at the Anka. In fact, not going to be used for its on-hit effect because it is attacking an ally rather than a hero. So no blood blocks created.
See,
no
like the
blow again
Anka
either. Arachne set to the cracks effect
soaked
was
5
concealed on the
damage
Griffin
there.
So once again, Shirui Wu in our top 8. 5 cards. All the tempo, all the agency. Do you have the ability to swing together as impressive a turn as we've seen throughout the top 8?
Starting with the Gravy Bones activation. At this point, I do want to point out the deck sizes on both sides, Sam. Both of them, despite it being only turn 6, both players churning through the decks quite aggressively. Looks quite a lot thinner. Looks like both players have graveyards that are larger than the decks. And that puts the onus on Shirui Wu to overcome the fatigue that Arachne set to the cracks is potentially threatening.
Yeah, both players have just been walking each other down in life. 20 currently playing 21. Gold Kiss Rum created off of the tip the Barkeep. Blue now has been played. Limpet joining the fray. Gold Kiss Rum has to wait a turn. To go again. Sawbones in the pitch zone. No blocks is the call. To 19 will go Thomas Gauffier. And it's just the sea legs as the follow-up. This is about as bad as it gets. And we've seen in the quarterfinals, when Shirui was given all of the space and agency from Arthur Trehay, he just put his foot on the gas and absolutely tried to slam the door, and it worked. Here,
I also
this
feel
match,
pretty
he's
safe
getting
here
these
with
5
the
cards.
D-React and
He has
Arsenal.
not played out in
Like,
the same way
we're not losing a
whatsoever. He
race
has just
at
had
any
so
point
much
here.
trouble finding the action.
I'm
finding
just
the
worried
allies.
about
This turn's
getting
not very good at all. This is
fatigued
a lot
on
of cards for
Shiryu's
8 damage
side.
without any disruption.
And just 1 limpet left behind. And I think a big part of that is the choice of the boot slot. Quick dodge flexes
yeah.
instead of the major.
Yeah, we got the
monster
quick
boots, as
dodge, we got the
Shirui
gold
was sometimes unable to
kiss,
convert these
we got a
hands and have
stacked
those
graveyard,
highly impactful
yeah,
allies that we saw him
graveyard.
conquer it
We got a
back to back.
D-React.
Those were really strong, but after that, he had
I'm
a
super
little bit of a
cozy
breakthrough
right
by the
now.
second
We just need to
second
not
was
get
before the
fatigued.
And past then, even though he's been given the
I think we
space,
need like
without
one
Electron
good
boots, has been
turn to
able
win this
do
game.
something really, really threatening. Thomas Gauffier
Basically,
now
like,
looked back
we
at
didn't
the
do anything
That
for a
hit,
while.
Gold Kiss Rum created off of the tip the Barkeep.
We didn't do anything. But he also didn't do anything. Like, this is a pretty anemic turn. And this is also, like, pretty anemic. It was, what, clear guy and to buy 2 cards. No progress was being made this turn. No progress was being made on this turn. So we didn't do anything, but he didn't either. So we just both skipped turns, but we built up our graveyard.
Just like that, that's another ally sinking to the depths of the ocean, never to be reanimated again, as Leave No Witnesses hits the combat chain and threatens Shirui Wu's arsenal while he no longer has gold-baited hook to block a breakpoint. But I believe, is it still the blood in the water in there?
I think it is, dude. So this Leave No Witnesses is threatening what I think is still that blood in the water. So this has to be an easy time for Shirui to go forward. But
Is Tom holding onto a concealed blade?
he pitched a Concealed Blade
He pitched it,
that
yes.
turn, yeah. So I don't know what the card in hand or arsenal
Thinking
is
about
here.
boots, I assume.
So let's see.
It just feels like both players are just exchanging middling turns after middling turns. Like,
Yeah,
this
there's
isn't
blood in
really
the water,
disruption
yeah.
because there's still a defense reaction there. Shirui Wu on his side just resolved a limpet and sent the sea legs. Both players are kind of swinging wet noodles at each other, and these are supposed to be the 2 most powerful decks in Classic Construction.
It is going to be the Concealed Blade here. +1 is the call.
But is he flicking as well to actually empty out a dagger slot? Looks like he isn't.
No, he's happy to have the Calicera.
Well, he could have flicked the Clave and then re-equipped the other Clave in his inventory, but that would have gotten blown out by another defense reaction. Although I think all 3 Blood in the Waters have been seen. So not entirely sure. Perhaps missing 1 damage, or perhaps just didn't want to take that risk.
And look, here comes the Rigor Mortis out from the yard after the tip
It's
the Barkeep
another
makes
anemic
run.
turn from
Okay.
Shiryu, but
With this pitch zone from Shirui Wu's side, I think
1
he's setting
point of
something
damage
mean
taken on the
for
turn,
the
and we're
game. I think that's
presenting
what's
back
actually recognizing
6
that this could absolutely
with
go to a fatigue state.
a
And
threat
just
on
putting on
board.
just enough pressure on Tom Escoffier's hands to be able to draw
I'm not
some
happy about this threat,
Able
though.
to send, but I believe Shirui Wu's got a disgusting endgame lined up for us.
Well, Shiroi told us in his interview, one of his favorite things about this hero is how effectively and how often you have to pitch stack. He was doing it at the world premiere in Taipei. He said that's what made him fall in love with this hero. And now, if what you're saying is correct, you might be seeing him play towards that exact strategy and game plan and see if it's enough to get him to the finals of a Pro Tour in his home country.
Especially the run that he's got going on as well. I think he's doing these middling turns on purpose so that in the
Yeah, I will
endgame,
say he's
unless he
been
gets
like very
disrupted, Thomas
diligent
Sophia
with
will
his
just be under
rum,
an onslaught of boats and tipples and allies.
finding spots to get it into play and then waiting for the right
And remember,
opportunity to use
because
it.
this is Gravy Bones, a pitch stack isn't 15
I think
turns
that's
away,
like
it's
been the
more like
biggest part
number
of his
10 turns away
games,
because
his
of all
rum
the gold and all the
usage.
draw discard off of Tibbles and the Gravy Bones hero ability itself.
6 damage that Thomas Kofi has to think about. It's going to be the Shelter from the Storm.
Interesting inclusion in this matchup. A lot
Yeah,
of times against a
fascinating.
board state deck, you're heavily incentivized to just keep as much offensive output in your deck as possible. So the fact that we see Shelter from the Storm in Thomas Kofia's deck perhaps signals to us that he is ready to take this long, is ready to threaten fatigue, and put the onus on Shirei Wu to overcome the threat of decking out.
3, go again with this pain in the backside. Has the Calicera if needed to clear the Rigor Mortis easily with the go again.
Yeah, from Gravy's
An additional
side,
1 damage
I
with
just
Mark as
I'm
well.
looking for a
So getting
turn
next
to
to
say
the
no
bench.
blocks and play a fat hand. Like go again attack into 2 allies or something. I think we
let's
just
see
like
how
win the
Shiroi
game that
wants to
turn.
block this out. Both players now sub 20. Players half their starting life totals.
Ideally, I'd
Both players
prefer
fighting for a chance to
Sawbones
make their
plus
first
a
Pro
different
Tour
ally
finals.
other than Rigor Mortis. I'm not
Token
actually
comes
happy
out from the pain
about
in the
that
backside,
because
ostensibly flicking the Hunter's Glaive.
Tom just
I
keeps
believe
it
that's
blue
from
and
the pain in the
clears
pain in the backside's hit effect.
Yeah.
because
Rigor
Shirei Wu
Mortis.
The Hunter's Glaive
Oh,
from the pain in the backside.
got it.
Yeah. But now Fiend Calicera gets to come out, take care of the Rigor Mortis, and leave no witnesses one more time. Threatens the Arsenal. Shirui Wu last time. Blood in the Water was able to take care of it, no problem. But we are back where we started. The Arsenal is threatened once again.
This time, no defense reaction for Shirei Wu's Arsenal over here. I'm curious what Tom Escoffier's Arsenal is. Don't believe we had a chance to take a look at what it was. But while we're talking about pitch stacks over here, it looks like Tom Escoffier is also pitching Disruption to go alongside something as Shirei Wu might be setting up. However, Tom's going to reach this pitch stack a lot slower than Shirei Wu is.
That's a very good point. We've seen Tipples and Swiftwater Sloops. Those would be threatened by something like a
I
Market
feel like we're
Corridor,
not going to
but
actually
so much
reach the
more deck
pitch
velocity
stack.
for these Gravy Bones players.
It looks
Block
like
for 4 exactly with 2 blocks there, the back alley break line and the golden tipple yellow.
exact block of 4 that potentially vulnerable to a Conceal Blade, but he saw 1 Conceal Blade pitched and 1 Conceal Blade played, so knew that Leave No Witnesses was not going to be buffed. And the entire pitch stack conversation,
It's over.
it's over.
It's
It's
gone.
done. It's done. Gone to the grave, as it's called to the grave is played, to get a chum friendly first mate from the deck into the graveyard as the deck
Now
is
that's
shuffled.
something that I
Shirei Wu
want
trying
next to the
set up a
Sawbones.
shuffle all around.
So let's
Those
probably play the
threats
Rigor
are still
Mortis,
there. The red, golden pimple,
try to
those
buy
are
some
water sloops,
space.
Those that were pitched early in the game still present. In
Please
the
give me a
deck.
turn that you don't disrupt me, and I'm just going to play everything.
Dead Threads
Or
allows
not.
the chum to
Or
come
just
in
play
and
the
sweep for
chum.
4 and leave a big
Okay.
old body on the back
I mean,
end.
the
And
chum
there's
does buy
Zachary blocking 2
space.
cards.
He has to deal with it.
So with 2 cards left in hand, Shirui Wu able to present 10 points of value with both of those 2 cards combined. Able to get 4 points here on offense and 6 on defense. In a game like this, where the disruption from Tom has, let's be pretty honest, not been that effective and not been that impressive, when you're now just kind of playing a straight value game, this is the type of play that can win you a match and get you into a Pro Tour Finals.
And that's what Gravy Bones absolutely thrives on. The numbers on these deck in this deck can just sometimes be very overwhelming.
I have to wonder if these Sync Belows, these Shelter from the Storms from Thomas Gofier, if they're just all trying to get over and get around the
Is that all
Conqueror of the High
allies?
Seas that we saw played from Shirui. He got that once. He was able to get it out, get it on a turn that the Conqueror was played and threatening the Arsenal. But now we've seen a couple of the Conquerors and these defense reactions, they're just not helping Tom put the pressure on that I feel like he needs.
And the Saber Bloodshed is looking a little bit awkward given the chum's on the field here. There is a priority window for Shirei Wu to go ahead and activate the chum friendly first mate right now.
And there are 2 allies in hand and on offer for Shirui. In response to the Saber Bloodshed, you can go ahead and activate Chum.
That's exactly what he's thinking about here. That would force quite a bit of damage to go into the chum. Saber Bloodshed typically means that Tom Escoffier wants to start pitching the daggers, but these
I don't
daggers
know if I
are
activate the
5,
chum there.
which is really, really awkward for chum's 6 health. Unless, of course, the Saber Bloodshed is instead going to buff up something like a Kiss of Death, which would make a clean clear of the chum. And that's exactly what Shirei Wu needs to consider. If it's Kiss of Death, you don't want to discard the chum over here because it's likely just going to go to the chum anyway.
I feel like we just haven't seen whatsoever what this Slippy deck is trying to do in the matchup. No Persuasive Prognosis.
There's only
played,
1
no
kiss
Gentle
left,
Mix,
right?
No Bond of Agony. Codex of Frailty. That all it was able to do was clear a chum. This Arachne Slip with the Crack decks, it's not singing. It's a couple broken notes that are desperately trying to string together into something perhaps discordant and beautiful, but as Gravy Bones perhaps playing the true Deadwood Dirge and trying to utilize these graveyard-filled allies to win this game.
It seems like Tom Escoffier is honestly maybe trying to execute the fatigue strategy, which is potentially why his offense has been a little bit stunted. Not only the defense reactions, he also seems to be blocking a lot of vanilla damage that Shirei Wu is sending. I just go back to the Sea Legs, the vanilla Sea Legs 6 attack that Tom Escoffier was happy to block. And also cards like Bonds of Attraction, for example. These cards tell us that he wants to just run the Gravy Bones out of threats.
So the Flick Knives here is going to flick the
Yeah.
dagger. That is
I don't
going to
know if
draw
we're
a card.
supposed to activate the chum there. We're never stopping the bloodshed from drawing a card, right? Like, that's just never happening. So we're just saying that, like, we're just banking on it being inefficient to attack the chum. I guess we're just hoping that it eats one of the dagger attacks. It seems kind of dubious. Yeah, I don't know if I do that.
Favor Bloodshed.
Chum was activated though. So playing the backside went to his Chum, and his Hunter Slave that's coming in for 5 thanks to Saber Bloodshed's buff effect is going to get rid of Chum, but there was quite a few resources expended, and is that the end of the turn for Tom Escoffier?
Wow. That
Oh
is the
my
end of the turn. Tom just
God.
went ahead and cleared the Chum. And Shirui, he had to spend a card to do it, but he now once again has a
He's
fair
a
amount of
genius.
tempo. The golden tipple comes
He
out
just
his
knew his
card,
opponent was
equal
going to
his 3 on
IP.
it, make a gold. Both players continuing to sit at these similar life totals. 14 plays 17, but the life totals are threatened to be evened up at this exact point and moment.
This is an extremely tense moment. As we get to these end games for both players, they have to be very afraid of what the opponent can do when they're presenting lethal. On Tom Escoffier's side, he gets to present stealth attacks with a whole bunch of tricky reactions behind them, which makes Shirui perhaps not comfortable at the sub 10 life total. And on the reverse side, Shirui gets to send allies, and once Tom Escoffier
Oh yeah, I forgot we don't have Mage Masters, so we're still in a Vasty waiting room.
You have to wonder, Thomas Escoffier, he got rid of that Whaler Humperdinck. That's part of what made him believe he would be able to go towards this fatigue strategy.
And look at that, he's counting the number of allies that he's already killed. I think we missed the count of that. I think it was looking like something like 6 or 7. Remember, this is open deck lists at the top 8, so he knows exactly the number of allies that are in Shireu's deck. The maximum number of allies that Shireu could have presented. He can do that count as he decides on these blocks. Looks like he's going to fully block out the Sawbones once again. I think he is determined to try and fatigue out Shireu.
Tunic to 3.
And that's a scary proposition, Sam. In the semifinals of a Pro Tour.
Is that the one that steals an item?
Extremely high. You're putting all the onus on your opponent to ask them whether they can solve the puzzle, whether they can mount an offense high enough that you cannot block. And then your fatigue strategy just completely falls by the wayside.
Tipple opting with the Eye of Ophidia. Back to the snag after the shuffle from the Call to the Grave. Swiftwater Sloop hits the top.
It's a discard to the Tipple, discards a Limpet, gets back the gold, draws into the Sloop that I believe he topped.
Back to 2 floating. We've now seen 2 semifinal games be defined by the opponent attempting to fatigue their Gravy Bones opponent. Edison was unsuccessful. The question is, will Tom find a different route?
The Assassin
is that the
more
Vasti?
likely to be able to fatigue the Necromancer compared to the Earth Wizard, but it is still a very scary thing to do with your Pro Tour life on the line.
No, it's rabble.
Effectively asking your opponent to solve the puzzle.
Preemptively pogged.
Because that was a take of the mantle that Tom Escoffier blocked with over there.
This snag isn't actually that useful anymore.
One of the more threatening attack reactions.
I think I just pitched the snag. I don't care about it anymore. Yeah.
Gold activated here.
This gets a Saltwater Swell. 2 blues are now in the pitch. No gold remaining. Murderous Rabble going to show a blue. Now that Saltwater Swell is guaranteed to hit, and 3 go again is the beginning of this chain.
And this is a blue as well, so it will allow some of his allies in the graveyard to be played if Shiryu wants to.
This is a really good turn.
The Rum over there, if he wants to do a double ally turn despite the lack of Mage Master boots.
Yeah, we can do the Limpet into something else this turn.
As it hits the pitch, goes up to 4 floating, or 3 floating actually, because there was 1 left over.
And still has a blue in hand as well in form of that snag. So could come in with the Swiftwater Sloop and still have a total of 5 resources thanks to Dead Threads. If he wants to go for something like a double ally turn off the Rum.
3, 6, 12 damage already presented.
And this is after the 3 of the Golden Tipple early in this turn as well. That was this turn.
Wow, so 15 already presented and plenty of resources still to go. Leaving an ally on the field.
Potentially 2.
This is a turn that we talked about potentially getting sculpted with a pitch stack, but it was the Eye of Ophidia, really, that unlocked what we're seeing here as the Call to the Grave has changed any and all pitch stacking, but this is exactly the kind of turn that Shirui Wu has needed, and these Swiftwater Sloops have looked so impressive in both of the games here in the top 8. The go again, the action points, the ability to go wide, just proving to maybe be the difference maker, and we might be staring at a Singaporean player about to make a finals berth in his hometown Pro Tour.
The Golkis Rum over here is extremely scary to face down if you're in Tom Escoffier's seat as well, because this is 6 go again. Shiryu could absolutely play an ally, give the attack of the ally go again with the Golkis Rum, or maybe just play out a Limpet, which just has go again naturally anyway. And then use the Golkis Rum to give the ally.
Yeah, maybe I need to
attack with that.
And with Dead
try
Threads
to Limpet a little bit more with the Golkis.
No matter what the card is, that Rigor Mortis will be able to come in. Even a red plus the Dead Threads means 6 more damage is coming. We've already seen 17 damage on this turn. There's potential for at least another 6.
And that will be potentially 2 1-held allies left behind after Tom Escoffier has given up his Callisto on the previous turn. So it might even be very difficult for him to deal with the 2 allies. Goldkiss Rum activated, Gravy Bones is tapped, Rigor Mortis played with go again thanks to Goldkiss Rum.
You've tippled at the start of the turn.
Has made a gold with the tipple, so this gold-baited hook is free. Make a resource to block with the tunic, block with the boots, and play out the shelter from the storm to be able to clear the Rigor Mortis.
To be able to block the Rigor Mortis.
I mean, that was one of the early discoveries that we had that I think I was undervaluing.
That would mean Limpet is sticking around unless it's an attack with stealth. Arsenal. He's just clearing it with the attack.
Yeah,
Down to
limpet.
6 goes Tom.
Oh,
Six
we
around,
kept
so
the
important. In a deck without a weapon,
the
Limpet
lip.
quickly starts to feel
Oh!
side.
That was a
It's
fantastic turn
Jover.
from Shurewu on the previous turn.
Oh my
However,
god, and we have an
with
Avasti
no
plus
more
Gold
gold,
Kiss.
can he
It's
generate more on this
Jover.
turn, or does he
Is this
need
3
it?
allies this
Has a
turn?
limpet attack for 2. Still has Gold Kiss Ram as well. Could potentially
Opponent
get
is
another
deceased.
Double ally turn.
Who is?
A 2 is so annoying to block. You don't want to give up a whole card to block 2, especially if you're trying to enact a fatigue strategy, and Tom Escoffier seems to agree.
Really doesn't
takes
want
the
to
two.
block for 2 with a single card. The Avasti now gets to come in and give this Rigor Mortis go again. And there's still a Gold Kiss Rum. The Gold Kiss Rum for Shirui has been so important in both of his top 8 games.
And that's why he played the tip, the barkeep, all those many turns ago. Knew he'd be coming to this sort of end state. These undercover acquisitions, we spoke about them when we were going over the deck list, have just been used to block. Call to the Grave, now being played out. That deck is looking really, really thin for Shiryu, but full tempo is on his side.
Really, really thin, but the question is, will it matter? Because this attack is going to take at least a card from Thomas Gauthier.
Gonna activate Gold Kiss Ram. Sawbones now can be played with Go again.
That taps. Gravy Bones. Sawbones comes in with Go again. Hook. Attack for 6. There are 3 allies on the field at this moment. The arena absolutely filled with the stench of these rotting companions that Gravy Bones has called once again to his side. The question is, will they be able to pull forward through the most represented deck in this Pro Tour and vanquish the final assassin from these rounds?
Only 2 cards remaining for Tom Escoffier if he wants. He needs to give up at least 1, but he won't be able to clear anything. He just block
I don't think I have
goes all the way down to
anything
1, has 1
fancy
card
for the
remaining.
deck.
How many of these allies can he even
I'm just
clear?
like not
One
interested in
card,
foiling
not
out my
many.
cards
It's just
anymore.
gonna be the Kiss of Death into the Sawbones.
And now this means every attack is lethal. Limpet will be lethal. The blue saltwater swell that Shiryu just drew is going to be lethal. I'm afraid they're going to guarantee that he hits a blue. If he even has any other colors left, which I don't believe he does. Murderous Rabble, Golden Tipple,
Yeah, the
Blue
only
Golden Tipples,
fancy
all
thing
of
that I
these
have
are
for the deck
lethal attacks with Tom Escoffier at 1.
is
Golden Tipple
the
now.
royal
the
hat
picks of
because
5
I had
floating.
it fancy from Dromai.
Live Knights has to come in and get in front of the saltwater swell.
That was
Does have access to a
I'm
Murderous
happy
Rabble
that
on top
I
of the deck thanks to the
already
gold
owned
that
that
Shiryu
card
has.
because it jumped in price.
Limpet's going to be another pesky attack that Tom Escoffier needs to deal with.
2 go again.
To go again. The Limpet.
And that's
It's
a
a block.
codex.
So for me, I don't like
Have we even seen Tom Escoffier resolve a codex this
One.
I don't
and
like
all it did was
foiling
clear
out my
Chum
deck
with a
until I
blue
feel like
generator
I've earned it.
buff.
Murderous Rebel.
Murderous Rabble shows a red. That doesn't really matter here.
So
Lethal.
Dromai, I didn't foil it
Not
out
conquer the high
until I
seas.
top 8'd
It is not this
nationals.
turn,
I
it'll
felt
be
like I
extra.
had
That
earned it
conquer
at
will
that
end
point.
This game. I
That was
think we
like
might be staring at our next Pro Tour finalist.
my
Gentle
gift to
Thompson gets in
myself.
front. Oyston comes out. 6 block on the Rigor Mortis.
And he's going to draw into the Conqueror of the High Seas. That's 8 damage from that. 2 go again from Limpet and 6 from Rigor Mortis. That's all Shiryu even needs to close out this game. And that's a fist bump extended. Shiryu is your second.
Again, this game just came down to the Gold Kiss. His games were a masterclass in how to utilize Gold Kiss rums. That's fair. I will say I didn't spend like full price on the Dromai stuff. I buy listed a lot of it and like picked it up over the course of like a few months. And like I buy cards for a living, so it's like whatever. Stuff comes through me and I just like set it aside for myself. And then I'm seeing it as an investment because I didn't sell any of it. Surely all of that goes up in price when they announce Dromai 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'll just probably sell off a lot of it then. I don't know. We'll see. I miss playing Dromai, so maybe I hold on to it. Nostalgia. Yeah, his usage of Gold Kiss was fantastic. I think I should add a little bit to this of the Gold Kiss. All right, Ryan. On to the finals now. We got 1 game left. Those are the only AP neutral things, right? That people are playing. I guess technically back alley counts too, right? Okay, on to the finals, and then bedtime. Maybe not bedtime. It's only midnight, and I go to bed at like 2.
All the work put in by these two up until
Final Fantasy 16 time. That's what it'll be.
this point naturally comes to a head in this game.
I'm right up at the final boss of that game.
Over the equipment suite. Mage Master Boots, very important in this matchup. That gives you the ability to generate that massive turn. If you feel like you need to obtain an edge, get back into the game if you fall behind. Bit of a safety valve, you could say.
Identical setups on both sides, as we expected. Kicking things off here with the first Golden Tipple is Troy Wu.
You're always
Right,
here till the
speak up.
end.
That's a Limpet Hopalong. into the graveyard. Golden Tipple represents a singular point of damage.
Oh, reverse. Who
Sunken Treasure gets in
knows?
front on blocks. Shiro Wu have to work a little bit harder to dredge up some extra pairs of hands.
And we talked about gold economy,
Such
right? Both players getting
devastation.
into the arena, but Enki doing so with a bit of disruption for Shiroi's first turn finds immediately the Sunken Treasure, an important tool for this Gravy Bones mirror.
It's the gold token generated off that moment as well. Talked about it. Gold advantage is game advantage.
I wonder if they're going to print more disruptive defensive cards like this, because we really don't have very much of that in the game. It's like the ice D-react, like the one that Icelander could play. I don't. Did Oldhim have one? Oldhim had one too, right? It put a card on top. Is that it? Are those the only defensive disruptive cards? I'm not counting things like Blizzard. Like literally, I'm going to defend with this card, and it has an effect that is disruptive to my opponent when I defend with it.
Advantage. And Enki Tupac here is able to get a head start in that metric.
Does have an additional copy of Sunken Treasure as compared to Wu. 3 copies in Enki's deck, only 2 for Wu.
He's got a second one in hand as well. Compass, peaks. Looks like a chum to me.
Sunken Treasure likely to fuel this turn. Maybe not, though, if Chart the High Seas can do its thing. This card has impressed all weekend long, and it will do so once more.
Just like we drew it up.
Gold generated, resources generated. And Enki Tupac for maybe the 3rd time might be off to an explosive start here in our feature match area.
Gravy Bones activation at the cost of a gold. We'll have Tupac draw a card and then discard a card.
Plenty of allies to further join the squad here. Call to the Grave picked up, so Enki going to have access to basically everything. Life, action points, who knows?
You mean the Super Slam or the Guardian
Anything
Mastery
at
thing?
this point.
He's on 2 break lines, whereas Shiro is on 1. I mean, if you have a game, I think, where you see 2 break lines satisfied, their conditions have been put into his own face up, then you are probably pretty favoured. And so, we've done a bit of manoeuvring.
Are you like a mod for Ethan's stream or something?
This round. Now our eyes turn towards the offensive game plan for Enki.
If you're in Wu's seat, you're just thinking, no Conqueror, no Conqueror, no Conqueror.
He really wanted to benefit from being the first player, getting to establish an arsenal. He himself is sitting on a Conqueror and a copy of Sunken Treasure. Missing 4 copies on either side of the table of that card so far.
Showing up early for sure. Enki does have 2 allies in the bin. Perhaps can go ahead and get one protected before he has to attack. And now we see the call to the grave coming out. Is it more allies?
Why would I know?
Enki, I think that the texture of hand doesn't allow him to, or doesn't require him to attack before deploying an ally. So there might not be a great window for Shiroi to target one of those allies in graveyard and flip them over.
Yeah, and has pulled forward a back alley break line, so we might be trying to go ahead and get this multiple ally turn set up nice and early. 2 action points to the Gravy Bones.
Having ally
That's
taken away
really
might be
aggressive.
hoping
Holy
to
shit.
deploy both of those here, and running into a block of Sunken Treasure will blow that plan out. Unless he's got another way to get another ally in the bin.
Yeah, he would have to do so before attacking here to keep himself from being vulnerable to that Sunken Treasure. Let's see if he gets the sequencing
Surely
right
he
here.
plays around it here.
We've seen nothing but tight play from Enki Tupac thus far.
Rigor Mortis, still 2 action points. Mage Master boots.
Yeah, we're going for it all here, Mitch. We're trying to set up absolutely everything, and we've talked about how important it is to get the
so
snowball rolling in
aggressive.
your favor. It
Holy
has done. The
shit.
Sunken Treasure gets the chum out of the bin.
Full steam ahead.
And both of those massive members of the Curse crew are ready to do their thing out there in the arena.
Looking imposing, Chum and Rigor Mortis back to back, representing 10 damage here. And Shiroi frustrated that Sunken Treasure in hand has no valid targets in Enki's graveyard. And I think in his own, it's a blue golden tipple and a face down ally. It's can't even generate a gold off
He
that.
uses Death Threads here, right?
Time for the gold baited hook here.
Unless the last card's
Pretty
the
blistering
shit
pace as
arsenal.
far as Gravy Bones mirror is a concern.
We've seen it time and time for Enki Tupac. Really does prioritize getting out there and getting in the mix.
Pick at the graveyard here. Another chum in hand for Enki.
What's a good sign?
Not sure exactly what Enki's debating here. Maybe how he wants to go ahead and pay for this Rigor Mortis attack. We saw him reach for the Dead Threads briefly.
He might be concerned about ending his turn with Chum still in hand here. So if he generates a free goal, he might feel more confident just sort of cracking it to draw. Okay, pitched, of course, to power this Rigor Mortis attack instead. Yes, it's Dead Threads activation, or I send this yellow ally into the pitch. Puts him off arsenal. Unbeknownst to him, pretty good against the Conqueror of the High Seas in his opponent's hand. So Shiroi Wu has had 2 of his cards virtually blanked in terms of their effects by Enki on this turn.
Potentially, Mitch. There is still some possibility of a gold crack on this turn. Should this Rigor Mortis hit, and we want to go ahead and deploy the Dead Threads to pick up.
Hopefully most of them are reprints, because we desperately need it, but we already ranted about that earlier.
The temptation
getting a little lower.
Temptation to get greedy here, I guess, and get on an arsenal, keep the pressure on. I'm sure is there.
Let's not forget here, gold baited hook, amplified effectiveness in the Gravy Bones mirror. You're not just making a gold, you're stealing a gold. You're taking that away from your opponent.
Creating a gold differential of 2 instead of 1 in other matchups. Okay, Saltwater Swell, Conqueror of the High Seas thrown forward. Seeing that, And instead, Chum's going to get forward.
Chum in the arena, finding a successful attack, and first damage is dealt here. Destroy Wu.
Looking towards the
I was
pitch
thinking
zone.
about
Sure
this
it is.
earlier, since you bring up Warrior. I was just like in the car, randomly thinking about like, you know, what would like Warrior need to be a really good deck right now? And the conclusion that I came to of like this, you know, there's many things you could do, but like one of the things I thought of was making cards that kind of fork your opponent where there's really no right answer, because I feel like they've really filled out the weapon go again weapon style for Warrior, but they've really left behind the like tricky attack reacty version. And the tricky attack reacty version really doesn't have that many tricks. It's really just Twinning Blade. Everything else is just make number bigger. And I guess route. So making some more cards like that that are like there you never had a right answer because I had multiple different things that I could have done here, I think would be cool. But then I was like, they're probably never going to print that because that's just like incredibly cringe to play against. And then I realized, wait, that's just literally Assassin. That's just the entire Assassin class is that. Which then made me think of a thought that I had earlier where I was like, man, what a meme is Guardian with Crush. Like, I have to deal exactly 4 or more damage to you to get a kind of nominal effect that might affect you. And then you look at Assassin cards, and it's like, I flick your pinky toe and financially ruin you. Like, what are we doing here? Like, not that I think these classes should be as dumb as Assassin, but why is Assassin balanced that way where it's deal 1 damage, take all your lunch money, and also there's never a correct answer because I have too many tricks? Like, you took the identity of Guardian and Warrior, amped them up to 11, and combined them. I don't understand. Oh, but their weapons suck. And then they made their weapons not suck anymore. Like, what are we doing? Which then also made me think of what a meme Bolton is. Like, what a meme is Charge, and then you print Secum. Like, Secum is just like, hold my beer, I'll show you what Charge is like if it was good.
Definitely a question of what's going back in the deck. Obviously, Call of the Grave would cause that stack to be interrupted.
I really wanted them to do like different styles of fencing as a mechanic for Dory. I thought that would have been cool. Like a riposte style where you're like gaining some value on defense. I think that would have been cool. Where like a counter parry type of thing. That would have been really cool. I also had a fun idea for Brute. What if okay, this is my pitch for a cool mechanic for Brute. I say cool, but it's like incredibly cringe to play against, but I thought it would have been flavorful. The mechanic is called Concuss. The flavor is you hit your opponent so hard they get stupid. Obviously the numbers would have to be adjusted on this to like be balanced on the card, but just to get an idea of how it would work, maybe you play a card that gives the next attack that you play Concuss 1. And then if it deals damage, they then get the trigger of Concuss, which says any cards that they have in Banish at the end of their turn, they pick up that many minus X. So it'd be like reducing their intellect, but in a way that would make sense on not their own turn, because intellect only affects you on your own turn when you're drawing up. I thought that would have been cool. Like, you hit them with a giant club on the head and they have a concussion. But how would a concussion work in Fab? Oh, it probably means that your intellect gets lowered. Well, combine that with Intimidate. I thought that would be a cool mechanic. Yeah, get rid of dice rolling. The card that I've wanted them to get for years is what if we made agility version of Apex Bonebreaker in the boot slot, where it just makes an agility token when you block. I thought that would have been cool. Or it gets charge counters when you I don't know, discard cards or roll dice. Like you do a brute mechanic and you put counters on it, and then you remove counters to gain an action point or something like that. I don't know.
Tipple, another chum.
But like maybe the card is like you
So
spent
now
a full
onward to the
card or maybe
Viceroy,
2
we're gonna
cards
have
for
to
that
go ahead and
effect.
clear out these allies.
It doesn't buff the
However, not a
attack
lot
or
of cards
anything.
in
It just
hand, might only have one success here. Is it just
I'm
for
just
rigor mortis? It
literally
looks to me
I'm
here as
discarding a
more
card
action
to
there
say
in the
if
arsenal,
I hit
potentially
you,
ready to
discard a
clear out
card.
that chum.
It's basically
Of course,
loot the
pitch four
hold.
now revealing the blue on top, so that is an on-attack trigger. So Shiroi can resolve that before we go to blocks, or rather, the resolution of the damage.
Is
on
loot the
ally.
hold broken?
5 big resources at the ready now, and Swiftwater Sloop's going to do its thing out of Arsenal and clear out the chum. The perfect answer here for Wu. We mentioned the differences in these deck lists. Those red Swiftwater
Wow,
Sloops
that-
only available
this-
to Wu,
this
and they pay
didn't
big
seem
dividends very
good.
early on in this matchup.
Not too shabby. I would
You
clear the board.
burned
Remember, that was a
your
Mage Master
boots
boost turn
and
from
both
Enki Papier.
allies
He gave up a lot to set that
for
up. Yep.
4 damage,
Following that,
and they immediately got
we have an
cleared.
action point still. So I'm busy cracking into some gold.
I don't know
Could be
about
Wu
this
just trying
one,
to set
Chief.
up that Arsenal here,
Yeah,
I
obviously
think
no
that
ally
was like a
to recall upon.
game-losing
debating the
gamble.
value of keeping that gold for a future turn or burning it now. We will say that something like Gold Baited Hook could challenge that gold.
Okay, it's open deck list. Does he know that he doesn't play many sloops or something? No, he's playing 2 sloops. And he has Command and Conquer. And he's got sea legs. This seems like a game-losing gamble.
Anyway, maybe it's a use it or lose it situation for Wu.
You might be right. That's what he's considering now. Knows that he just doesn't want to be put in a position, being forced to block. Also, he doesn't know.
Okay, that's actually something that might get me to play Guardian.
He's gonna go
I'm
even
down to
further here,
cast
Mitch. He's
Time
gonna
Walk.
Take the opportunity to maybe Gravy and find an ally off the top.
Jeez, okay, no way to see this coming. No way to have advanced notice of this. That would cost him the goal, but Shiroi probably believes that he's going to lose it anyway. He just wants to make use of this gold if he feels like it's going to get stolen from him anyway. Wouldn't be able to play the ally from Graveyard. Nope, no good. Okay, it does represent at least an Arsenal target. So, Shiroi Wu skins, as they say, of gold. But able to get himself that extra card. Drawing on up. Sea Legs of Vasti. Ally. Not exactly a blocker's dream, that hand. Golden Tipple. Chum goes away. Gold generated. Tip the barkeep, drawn up. It sits next to a Call to the Grave in hand. Enki does have a second copy of Back Alley Breakline in the deck.
Still needs to deploy that blue to go ahead and unlock the graveyard. Taking some information off the top of the deck now.
I think it depends on the metagame for how many Blood in the Waters that you want to play. I don't actually like Blood in the Water in a lot of the matchups. I think you win a lot of your matchups without using that. It's just like not what the game's about. But it's really good versus Assassin. I think right now I would expect to see a lot of Slippies in a local metagame. It's like a pretty easy deck to play. A lot of Assassin people are just looking for another deck to play. All the Syndra players probably switched over to that. It's really good in that matchup. So I would probably play 3 right now. If we move away from that, though, and we see that people just like really aren't playing Slippy and Assassin as much anymore, unlikely in the short term. The Assassin's always been a part of the metagame ever since MST. But if in theory we see less Assassins in the metagame, I think trimming Bloods is reasonable. I've liked playing like 2, but I went back to 4 because 4. That's just cheating. I went back to 3 because of Arachne coming into the metagame. The meta is not 2 decks. The meta is not 2 decks. So, for first, are we talking local meta or Worlds meta? Worlds meta, we obviously don't know because we're not there yet. So realistically, we're just talking about like what callings and ProQuest. And this shit don't matter for ProQuest. People are just gonna play what the fuck they want to play. You'll obviously see, higher representations of decks, but calling it a 2-meta deck, a 2-deck meta, is reductive. Like, realistically, you're going to see a lot of people play and fail with Gravy. You're going to see the cream rise to the top on that, but, like, a lot of people are going to play the deck because they're going to see that it did well. They're not going to know what they're doing. And you're going to see an overrepresentation to how it converts. You're going to see a lot of Arachnes and Syndras because it's a very easy deck to play. And then you're going to see people that want to play other shit. Like, you're probably going to see an uptick in Ira. It did well at both of the Battle Hardened and the Calling. I think Dio's pretty reasonable right now. Dio's like pretty good into the other aggro decks, and it's got a game into Gravy. I think Dio's really good, but it's also pretty hard to play. I think Dorinthia's pretty good right now. You're still going to see people play Verdance and Florian because they just want to play their grindy Earth decks. Prism Sims are just going to play Prism no matter what. Like, you're not going to get them off that deck. And by the time ProQuest rolls around, the Guardian stuff will be out, right? So we'll see an uptick in Guardian, assumedly. So I'd say it's like a 7-8 deck meta that you'll still see fringe decks. Oh, Acilio. Acilio is also pretty reasonable right now. I think Dory's really good right now. Your aggro game plan poops on the aggro decks, and Dawnblade farms Gravy. Like, in theory, that should be incredibly well positioned in this metagame.
Now, another one of those copies of Tip the Barkeep we mentioned. Only one of those in deck for Enki the Paquier versus the 3-4 Wu.
Yeah, more and more, I think Tip the Barkeep is actually the best card in the deck.
Is what's being
I think
considered.
Tip the Barkeep might be better than
Unlocks those
Conk.
slightly wider turns for Gravy Bones.
That might be a hot take, but
I think if you compare this turn to the prior one, definitely the chasm in power level between them is pretty clear. Chiru, though, in terms of advancing his
that
own
reminds me,
game
one of my
plan,
locals plays
is playing down
Dory
here.
no
He's
matter
clearing
what.
allies, trying to maybe angle for a position where his own Mage Master turn can all of a sudden make.
I should probably tell him
the big
to
down.
go play Dawnblade.
But he does
'Cause he'd
have
probably
those
listen.
Mage Masters, Mitch, and I don't know that Anki got.
If I was just
exactly
like,
what
yo,
he
it's
wanted
not
out of
cope
the
to play
Mage
this
Master
deck,
turn.
It was aggressive.
because
Really
he
aggressive.
knows that half the time he's playing
seen
it, it's
aggression
cope, but he just
Rewarded
wants to
time
play
and
it
time
no
again
matter
in our
what.
feature match area when it comes to these
Huh.
If I was like, yo, this shit's
the
legit,
Blanche
just add
that you
Dawnblade,
use,
he'd probably try it out.
Blanche, a card that was mentioned as being really good
Blanche.
when you're ahead, when the game is rolling in your direction, and really, really bad when you're behind. We'll have to see how Enki assesses where he's at this moment in the game. Looks like it's going to be time for a chum here.
Gold baited hook, of course, on breakpoint. Shiroi Wu's well using that
I
gold
don't know.
last
I
turn,
think
might
if
even
you
tell us
play
that he's
Kano, you just
probably
play
not able to block
Acilio
too
right now.
heavily, which means something like Blanche could definitely get Shiroi's attention, but that's not the plan on a turn like this. Might be just maintained for a pocket. Compass. Golden tipple on top. 4 damage, no gold to steal, but Enki will still generate 1. And this represents the last ally that was in Enki's graveyard to be called upon. Quite often see them leave as soon as they arrive in a matchup like this. You really do feel like the onus is on you to keep deploying those allies, keep trying to put your opponent in a position where they may stumble. And like Shiroi Wu said, if you ever have a turn where an ally sticks around,
Does
that
this
could
have
be it.
go again? No, right?
And Shiroi is just going to take the opportunity to get value out of that balance of justice.
Break the chain. Yeah.
This will give him that tipple he saw on top.
And pass.
Angling for
That
a big
unlocks
turn.
the hand a little bit for Wu, being able to add that tipple into the mix. Not really a great start.
What's a
But
way
now-
to get allies in that graveyard, right? It's really important. Comes into the turn with none of them there. Otherwise, it's like multiple allies in an
Yeah,
advanced
this is probably
That
the
would've been
turning point
almost
of
a
the
brick
game right
hand.
here.
So reliant on finding the tipple here.
tipple meets chum.
Or
Gonna
not.
knock that ally down to 4 health for the turn.
Trigger. Start on jump.
Chum discarded.
Okay,
Gold
maybe it is.
generated.
That means that hook will
Just
be ready to
wasn't
go on
discarding.
this turn.
Giving
Playing
him
that last
priority.
turn with not a shekel to rub together. Portside exchange was the find.
2 damage on jump. Sure.
Just keeping track of the amount of damage that Chum has taken. Multiple hits in Chum is never really ideal, but Shiroi really just wanted to get his own Chum into the bin there. Avasti is going to be played. It gives Chum go again. And on hit of a hero, importantly, creating a
I'm
red token.
still a Prism Simp.
So if Shiroi doesn't have a compelling follow-up to Chum.
I just
that would
don't
threaten
hate
his opponent's
myself
Chum, he'll
enough
have use the
to
attack there.
engage with this
Send it to the
gameplay.
other ally.
Completely acceptable. Holds.
I also
pace
don't
here
hate
in the
myself
matchup.
enough to play
Checking out
the
Enki's hand here.
Phantasm deck
Somewhat small,
into a
full
field
side.
of everyone just going,
Different
I don't
quarter.
know, I'm just going to add
Still with that
Blanche to
Blanche
my deck
set
because
up
I have
in
2
Arsenal.
sideboard slots that are open.
Obviously,
Because everyone's doing that shit right now. It's so cringe.
very effective. If there's ever a window where Enki can actually deploy comfortably against his opponent, Blanche is turning off colors.
Yeah, alternatively, clearing out the chum, completely fine. But yeah, blanking tipples for a turn.
He just, I guess, played that Avasti up. No real way to make use of it.
I will say
Go
this
again,
has
no
been
one hit, but
2 turns
Had
from
unlocked the graveyard.
Shiryu
Yep.
that have been incredibly
had to have a blue card
unimpressive.
enter it by closing the chain after
but-
Avasti was played.
Enki hasn't really made any damage progress. He
Now,
cracked his
interesting,
boots to
no
get,
allies
what,
yet in the graveyard to
4
discard,
damage?
and
And then
probably hoping that Portside Exchange allows
Shiryu
him to
didn't
get
do
some of it in, but
anything.
info
Just
about
cleared
the top
board,
card of the deck is
and then
much
all he
bigger
got
as
was 2 points of
that
damage
covers
on the
a
next
sunken
turn.
guess, giving him a chance to look forward.
I will say I'm really excited to play in Worlds. I'm so pumped to play
Maybe.
Prism Dromai. I haven't decided what yet. We'll probably stream learning how to play those decks again.
Already burnt through.
Like, I really want to play Dromai just off of the basis of the new boots. Like, holy shit. I just want to attack someone with Dominia twice. Just ruin their day.
Certainly taking his time. It's an awkward hand, actually. Both players have had a couple of hands that have been a little bit harder to unlock. Shiroi's able to do it, of course, with that golden tipple moment. Waiting for a stumble is a reasonable strategy if you can keep yourself afloat.
This is that balancing factor for Gravies. You know, if you have 6 gold piled up, it feels like
I'll
Gravies
probably just
can
end up
do
playing
basically
whichever
whatever
one's
he
like
wants.
actually better.
If you get confined on gold,
I think I
an awkward
enjoy
hand.
Prism slightly more as a
Numbers can be
deck.
quite anemic,
but
quite unimpressive, frankly.
I don't think I enjoy Prism
rarely.
so much more than
Does happen.
There
Dromai
was an ally on top.
that I would
So if he
like
decides
throw a
to,
tournament.
Crack gold for the draw as opposed to Gravy Bones activate.
Plus, I'm gonna like scratch that itch in playtesting of like actually playing the deck.
Blue also played now, so that ally's going to have a chance to go ahead and join the fray.
If it was just
Turn
3 rounds, then I'd
proceeds.
probably
It's
just
not really enough
say
to
send
account
it
for
with
this chum,
Prism.
though, and that's maybe what had
There you
Enki in the tank a little bit. Libet's great as an extender, but she only comes in for 2.
You need to find more gas on this turn.
Swell targeting you.
There are some options, though. There's the sea legs in hand. There's that Blanche that's floating.
What's on top?
I mean, yeah, that's also good, but I don't know how often that actually matters, destroying 2 pieces of armor. Like, I think most of the time I'd rather destroy 2 cards in their
Now,
hand.
we're cruising.
Because also you have the... What if I just take all their cards and now they can't actually clear my board? Like, imagine going Lost in Thought, Dominia, and they just can't actually clear the Dominia anymore. So you get to Dominia them again. You got 3 cards out of it. Holy shit, that's busted.
Again, like I do think Enki would much rather, a bigger ally to have gotten into the graveyard this turn. So still,
Yeah, so it's... Wait. Are they doing CC LL CC, or are they doing day 1 say CC, day 2 LL? I don't know why, but I thought it was day 2 LL. That might just be a headcanon that I fabricated.
structuring a turn around that idea, and we'll have a ton of resources potentially. Chum needs to meet his end.
I think it's going to come eventually. There's plenty of options left here.
Was it
Rocky.
like what, Limpet at Shirui, the other swell at Chum? I mean, no, he's actually just targeted Shirui with the first one, so.
It could be
I thought they got rid of draft
Chum
completely.
Has those resources at the ready. Dead.
I
threat can
definitely
also
saw
do
somewhere
instant.
that there just wasn't going to be draft at this event. And I was like popping off
That's a
about
swell
that.
in hand for Enki, just deciding if this is the moment for it. Limpet doesn't need to be attacking now.
And then Cody made a snarky joke about it.
Compass
Being like
allows
they weren't
Enki,
confident
of
in their
course, to
draft
get
set
that
or
refresh of
something.
action point after playing an ally anyway. Quick math on the table. And just zooming out for a moment, Shirui has taken...
Please tell me if I'm wrong.
9,000
Like, I'm not trying to gaslight you
damage. It
into
adds up. It's a lot of
fake
great
news.
team, man.
I'm not like actually 100%
We're gonna
sure
swell
that
one
I'm
more
correct
time
on
here. Still
this.
trying to get that aggression out of the turn. We'll see what the top card is. It is going to be a blue once more, so 5 resources now.
Probably wishes he had a swabbing in the bin. That is not the case. Is there a world where you're paying into gold here?
Man, it makes me so sad. I talked before that like, I'm not like actually a competitive Magic person, but when I played Magic, I played a lot of Commander. I dabbled in the other formats a little bit, but my actual favorite thing to play was Draft. Like, I adore drafting. Okay, let me show you real quick. You guys are gonna get the extra lore. You weren't expecting bonus lore. Ow, fuck! I bent my thumbnail. Oh, fuck. Let me get some shit off my desk so I don't dox myself. Good enough for government work. I love Draft. This is an OG triple Innistrad cube. I looked up to like, God, there was like no information on this, so I just had to watch like infinite box openings and figured out like the rough mapping of packs and the ratios that things are pulled. I had like a spreadsheet years ago for this, and recreated OG triple Innistrad. It's not like mix Innistrad. This is if you cracked 3 packs of Innistrad back in the day. If you've never played, it is one of the best draft formats ever. It is so good. And I've only actually gotten to use this a couple times, but it's so fun. I love draft. So when I'm a hater on draft in this game, it's not because I'm a hater on draft, because I'm a hater on Fab Draft. Just doesn't play good. It doesn't have that same level of depth that Magic Draft has, where like there's all the different archetypes. Every draft really goes like different. Like, oh, what did I start off as? Okay, how does it go from here? Like most drafts, pretty on rails. You start taking something, and then you end up in a certain class, and then the rest of the draft plays out because like every time you draft that hero drafts the same or plays the same. This is a little reductive. It's not always like this. This is one of the things that like they got right about high seas. Like the high seas games play out very differently every game because of the macro. I still got to make my video praising high seas, but yeah, it just ain't it in Fab. I don't like the draft in this game. It just both the draft portion and the gameplay aren't what I want out of a draft. It's great if all you care about is just like competitive grinding, I guess, for the gameplay because the games are pretty similar. But like, you just don't have that variety in gameplay.
Dig even deeper?
Seems pretty reasonable right now. All you're using those resources on right now is a limpet attack into something like Sea Leg, so you can spend the gold, but it's a little bit harder than that. You really do want to go ahead and consider, oh, this is even better though, Mitch. No, I love this. Gold Kiss Rum here being spent, and you can use the Dead Threads resource to go Sea Leg's Clear Chum, and then fire off that Blanche anyway. And we talked about being able to use Blanche at a moment where you're pulling ahead, and Enki has found a really nice spot to do so.
Gold baited hook. Dead Thread. I think Giroy has enough incentive to block this card anyway.
What was the point of playing the limpet?
Comes out of the deck here for Enki.
And check out the hand here. It's a double Golden Tipple hand, so when that hits, that will defeat a lot of the purpose of Golden Tipple. Big dividends from this one from Enki to Paquier.
Yep. When this hits, all
cards. Look at this though, Mitch. The perfect answer here. The blood in the water coming down to go ahead and cover.
He's so good. He's him.
Expenditure.
Yep. Just sending
out maybe blood in the water is the spice in the mirror. I've never seen anyone play that card in the mirror, but maybe it's good.
That is the perfect window for it.
Big find on the top of that deck to get that ally and not even have to give up a card in hand to effectively react and cover the Blanche.
Limpet's got to go. Golden Tipple trigger. Discard anchor. Draw. Gold generated. This is going to be about where Shiroi goes for it. Leaking 12 points of damage so far over these last 3 turns.
Bro, they definitely didn't pop off enough as the casters about that blood in the water. That was massive.
Just remember, Mitch, it's
they were just
so
like,
much less about
he
life
fully
totals
covered
this.
it. Like, that was insane.
Way more about effective resources. Gold, very important. Mage Master Boots, very important. These are the type of things that, despite having a life total deficit, could propel Shiroi into an advantage position in this mirror match.
And all of a sudden, that graveyard's filling up with quality allies. Anka matters in this matchup, genuinely. Sawbones and Rigor Mortis are both there as well.
Yeah, Anka making its way in and out of the
list. I will say, it feels like Shiryu's been in control of this game.
Happy to have
like,
access to
Enki's been asking a lot of questions.
Now, obviously, it can be costly. You've got to discard a card with Water Grave to trigger that effect.
It feels like not that much is actually
make your opponent think twice
progressed in his direction, and he's just burning resources. Like, he's only got 1 gold. He's got no allies on board. He's got no allies in play. He's got no Mage Master Boots.
Oyster in hand. Rabble Abasi.
He used the Gold Kiss Rum. I don't even know why he like played the limpet there. It didn't actually do anything. He didn't attack with it, right? I think that was a misplay.
Premium choice, but he's going to be able to tangle with Rigor Mortis if he gets on board. No go again is the call.
Feels like this hand is going to have to improve a little bit for Unky.
Something sure Shiroi do earlier on today is be really disciplined about how he uses his Mage Master Boots. Couldn't be 2 more different philosophies between these 2 players in terms of how they've used those. Balance of Justice and Gold Medal. When you see a double Tipple turn, you know it's a decent time to throw that 2 block at the Balance of Justice.
Yeah, only one card on this go-around with the Tipple, so not going to crack the Balance of Justice yet. It's a shame. As I mentioned, I think Enki really needs to improve the hand here and only has 1 gold to do so. So could be a bit of an off turn. It's okay. It's not like it's a spot where Shiroi really set up something oppressive on the other side. It's just a Rigor Mortis, fairly easy to clear. I don't think this is a moment where things will spiral out of control for Dupaquier.
I don't know. We're like 1 Gold Kiss Rum away from things spiraling.
Paying into the gold token. Drawing.
Because the thing is, because we don't have the stacked yard, and we don't. So, like, I think one of the things that you do in the mirror is Mage Masters to counter their Mage Masters. So it's like a who blinks first type of thing. And, like, he blinked instantly. He was just like, huh! Want to upvote and I'll blink. Likes his own post. Say less, brother. So. And without the stacked yard, he might, like, really struggle to clear 2 allies. I suppose that was what he was trying to do at the start of the game. Just be like, here's 2 allies, you don't have a yard yet. Answer it immediately or die. But I will say, part of that is I think that gets more important to do as the life totals get down. Because I think you really want to try to go, like, double ally and go, this damage actually matters right now. Like, if you did it right now, Enki's at 40. This doesn't really matter. We get to single digits, and you're like, here's 12 damage. It's like, ah, shit, I have to block this. It's like the same idea as playing a Humperdinck, right?
New card picked up here.
It's build your
And
own
it is a
Humperdinck.
Golden Tipple, and this just juices this hand immediately.
That's why we're playing 9 copies of Golden Tipple.
Yep. Now
in
the
these decks.
gold-baited hook, a very live option. As soon as you find that Tipple, everything changes.
There's obviously the question of the issue of rigor mortis on board that has to be handled. All allies basically say, you need to clear me instantly, but him more than most. 12 life lead here for Enki Tupakia. That is something that he can work with, and it's owed to his strong start and use of Mage Master Boots, forcing early Shiroi Wu onto the defensive. His opponent incrementally, I think, has managed to put himself back in a bit more of a commanding position. And it's been aided by Enki drawing a hand that initially didn't look great. But the Tipple off the top of the goal activations changed that. Murderous Rabble at you, flipping a red, so just the one.
That's tough.
Would have loved, in retrospect, to use that most ineffective piece of damage to go ahead and clear the rigor mortis.
Yeah, hindsight 2020 there.
And do you block dead threads on this?
He's already made use of the compass to see the first Tipple of the turn.
Does still get a block, though, and that's because this gold-baited hook represents Enki's only path to gold right now, completely out. And again, gold economy.
Golden Tipple will allow for it too. Discarding Oyston, drawing a card.
This is a nice way to get back into the mix here. Gold economy has been refreshed by the golden Tipple. And there is an ally in the bin. There is a blue played. Oyston can go ahead and do its thing, and that could eventually lead to some gold as well. So a nice refresh here from Enki Tupakia.
So to recap, we are able to clear rigor mortis, buy a card from hand on blocks, develop an ally, not the most premium one, but Oyston still also represents a gold to Enki if Shiroi looks to clear it. And kind of has to, because Oyston represents a pretty cost-efficient way of keeping Shiroi's board under control if he would dare to leave it up. So all things considered, if that's supposed to be an off turn from Enki, that's not too shabby.
I would agree. Turn improved quite a bit. As we said, it needed to via golden Tipples.
And he's still making the most of his efforts to get in front early. Shiroi bleeds a little bit more, down to 25 now. We saw Michael Hamilton fight back from a far bigger deficit and almost claim the game. It's never over till it's over when it's a gravy mirror.
Yeah, I don't believe this game is out of Shiroi's control whatsoever. This is still absolutely anyone's game. That life
No, I feel like he's in control
thus far. And as I mentioned, those Mage Master boots, we can't lose sight of them. They're worth so much life, and something like a hit on a chart that high sees a perfect hit, also worth a lot of life. And Shiroi Wu is also winning the gold game right now. 3 gold piled up. With a gold made here, we're also going to be able to get an activation of the gold-baited hook on this turn, and Enki's almost going to be forced to defend with only a singular gold in his side of the arena.
Limpet's relevant in this kind of matchup. They do help you with that board control a little bit more, but sometimes you want to do more than just limpet, swing with go again, get another ally out. You really want to be able to attack. If you're going to get 2 allies on board, you want to attack with both of them that turn. It's not enough just to put the body out there.
Second gold is picked up by Enki Tupakia by virtue of that Oyston.
Reaches for the limpet.
What's going on? Are we cracking Mage
Here, and off we
Masters?
go. 2 damage. Go again. Time for Enki to consider some blocks. Conqueror of the High Seas. Sawbones, Compass, Seas, and Golden Tipple on top. With a portside exchange, pretty straightforward.
One other thing that's in the mirror
Sawbones away,
is one of the most important cards is the Conqueror.
to get off of
And whenever you
floor when
double
it comes to the resource
ally,
generation of gold.
Yeah, these gravy
it
boats
means that
have
you can't
done
get
so good
conquered
at just
that
making
turn.
sure they are able to make
Most of
something
the time.
happen on every turn.
Taking 2. First points of damage taken by Enki Tupakia in this game. Here come the Mage Master Boots. Shiroi saying, I implore you to consider parting with some more of that cardboard. Here's Sawbones, coming in for 6.
And a crooked grimace from Enki Tupakia as he faces a big attack from this Sawbones, threatening to take away one of only 2 gold and further cement Shiroi's gold lead.
Look at the way this is drawn up, though. Enki sees Shiroi likely going to end on Arsenal. Yeah, Sawbones is a threat now that he needs to price in the cost of clearing that a little bit. And he'll enter the turn with nothing in the graveyard in terms of those allies with Watery Grave. So he's got a few hurdles to cross. Getting
Yeah, like,
gold.
remember
not
what I
an
was
issue,
talking
but
about
has that
earlier?
already. Getting Sawbones into the bin. Getting him on the field. Doesn't always feel great to
We've
clear with Sawbones at 6 power.
given
One
ourselves
health, 2 health with 1 damage prevention. Doesn't line up amazing
F.
well.
Did I go
I'm
down?
not sure if he's still sitting on that extra copy of Avasti.
Did I go down? Chat, do you hear me? Just gonna look at my router real quick. This is good. Did we F? Hey, Martin. Okay, I'm gonna assume we didn't F because no one's saying anything. And my chat did update with Mark. So, remember what I was talking about before with failure points in the gravy mirror and insulating yourself from having them happen? I feel like this is an illustration of that game. Shiryu has navigated the game in such a way where he's insulated himself from a lot of the failure points. He's got a stacked graveyard. He's got a stack of gold. He's like, my economy is set up. Enki has no allies and no boots and is about to go very low on gold. We have given ourselves a failure point, potentially. And if that happens this turn, this could just be game over, honestly.
Enki.
It would make sense as the potential Arsenal card here could have been pitched on the last turn. Not 100% sure, but I am sure that Enki has work across the next few turns to do. We talked a lot about that checklist you have to move through in the Gravy Bones mirror. The moment you fail to do your busy work each and every turn.
It's busy work. You feel like you've got to build an enterprise from the ground up every time it passes over to you.
Absolutely. And it is going to be successful. The Sawbones attack takes a gold away from Enki Tupakie. 5 gold to 1 in favor of Wu right now.
It's a golden tipple on the Arsenal, Frankie.
Okay.
Hey, perfect. That lines up with Sawbones. 3 damage anticipating potential damage prevention. Means that it is the golden number from the golden tipple to clear the dockhand.
So our judges just checking in on something here, making sure everything is moving smoothly, is above board. It sounds like we're going to let the judges go ahead and sort this one out, but for me, Mitch, it feels like the
I played that cool here. Make sure so dead. Nothing found in it out here. Looks like we're now headed back down into the table. We're limited interruption.
Everything seems to have been sorted out here. We'll get you exactly what went on.
Yeah, it was just an investigation as to whether the resource use was correct, and our players have dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Nothing found to be amiss.
And we're back where we started with Golden Tipple, headed the way of Sawbones, I believe.
So, Golden Tipple, target Sawbones, attack triggers. Discard Sawbones. Sure. Draw, create a gold. He's dead. 3 go again.
Effective clearance here from Enki Tupakie.
They really amped up the mics there.
Golden Tipple, just make sure hands work. This one is starting to work, and it looks like Conqueror of the High Seas might have something to do with this turn as well. Plenty of resources to work with here, despite maybe not having those allies set up. You've got the next best thing, and we do have a Sawbones now as well. Don't want to forget about that one by virtue of the Tipple.
I mean, if there's a turn here where Enki is able to clear a Sawbones, get his own Sawbones developed, ram a galleon up the nose of Chivalry here and threaten the Arsenal, that would be a very, very good result.
The thing is, this doesn't like actually currently really efficiently clear, right? We need 3 resources to play and swing this if we want to kill the Limpet with this, which we currently have with the 2 float and the dead threads. So I guess we could but we still have to play a blue. That's the problem here. So if we do that, we can't play the conch. We could go gambling with gold. That's never gone wrong for anyone, right? Part of me almost just wants to play the conch Arsenal pass. Like, I'm just going to buy space with this conch. You can have the Limpet for a turn. It's just 2 damage, like whatever. I'll just clear this on a more efficient turn, and then I'll stack up my graveyard and move on with life.
2 blues right now is Enki in the hand, Portside Exchange and Golden Tipple. So certainly the kindling to fuel this kind of round, this kind of turn. But Limpet's never an easy sort of threat to address. Obviously, there's a few cards that will do it for you. Blue Tipple, for example.
It just feels so bad. You don't want to put any more than necessary into the Limpet, but you certainly don't want to let that Limpet stick around for multiple turns either.
It just means that Chivalry has more flexibility in terms of clearing Enki's allies. Now, Limpet wouldn't be able to deal with Sawbones on his hand, but would be able to force that to tap, meaning that Enki wouldn't have access to use it on the offense on that next turn. So it's just annoying. It's a wrinkle in the plan that our Frenchman probably feels like he cannot afford. Remaining in the graveyard is Oyston and Anka for Shiroi. Not the preferred allies to try and throw out there, but, well, with the Gravy Bones, anybody will do. This blue golden people, like we mentioned, gets right in there and deals with Limpet. But I think it's just a resource curve consideration here for Enki.
It never feels great to go ahead and deploy a tipple without your yellow. You're thinking about using that for a future arsenal. You know, we've said time and time again, these turns don't work a lot of the time without golden tipple going ahead and kicking them off.
So he doesn't want to gamble on a tipple. Wants that gold, that yellow card in hand before he resolves that and not have to bank on a big
We're on gambling.
treasure.
Additional blue picked up for this
Let's
turn.
go
Maybe not changing the
gambling.
offensive options,
Aw,
but is
dang
changing
it.
the density
Oh, dang
of
it.
blues.
Oh, dang it.
Looks like this is
Yeah, I don't think it was worth gambling
enough
here.
for
We have
Enki to
so
start
little
coming to a decision
gold.
on how this turn
And
ought to
surely
play out.
we
He's
get
summoned
hooked
this
again
in.
here.
It's an interesting option here where Enki could get real aggressive. Think about something like Conqueror
Like, I think I just want to pass with like
Sawbones face.
Portside and Arsenal.
Let the
Or
limpet stick
Tipple and
around for a
Arsenal.
turn.
Like
It's
like one of
risky.
these guys.
Maybe it's ridiculous at this stage of the game, but we've seen time and time again aggressive play get rewarded here in our feature match area.
We are agonizing on this decision. For a moment, that looks like it was going to be just the tipple. Now, Conqueror to face with go again, of course. Still threatening at Arsenal.
Thinking about the rest of this turn is Enki Dupaquier. I've already outed myself as not having the discipline to stay on task, to keep clearing those allies. Enki Dupaquier, though, is a Pro Tour finalist. Has the hopes and dreams of his countrymen.
I actually think he
behind
can get
him.
away with one turn of
Wants to do it
not
all right,
clearing.
and we're going to look to activate Gravy Bones.
This
All
is
right.
so aggressive.
Okay, looks like a Restless Bones found its way into hand.
Another blue for Enki Dupaquier.
He's trying to find it. He just wants that yellow in hand. He really wants to try and make sure, okay, it's going to be Sawbones that gets out there. Sunken Treasure, Enki not really thinking too defensively right now as he, again, is insisting on being the one calling the shots.
Is thinking about Shiroi's possibility of defenses, though, as he gets that Sawbones out of the bin before he goes ahead.
The thing
and
is, if you
commits
set
to
the
this
tipple,
Conqueror attack, but now it is going
next
to happen.
turn you
Conqueror
have
of
a
the
clear-
high seas coming
a-
after Wu.
An efficient clear on the
Trying to
limpet.
clear out that arsenal. Wu's going to take an opportunity to get more information on the top of the deck. We'll check in on the defensive options on Wu's side.
Tip the barkeep there. Anka.
Oh, we found a tip. But we don't have boots anymore.
All right. Go to reactions. Blood on the water from Arsenal.
And again, a timely blood on the water, clearing out the arsenal here for Shiroi.
So sick.
Feels like he's found this card and only, excuse me, he does have the 3 copies, but finding them really at crucial moments in this top 8 match.
Here comes Sawbones. No go again on this, but still 6 damage. Almost a third of Shiroi's life total represented in that package.
Yeah, and it is going face here, Mitch. Note, Enki Dupaquier, in the end, just as greedy as I am, is going to let that limpet stick around for a turn. Likes his odds if he's able to go ahead and present some damage here. And maybe more importantly, does need to refresh that gold count. For Shiroi, just absolutely rich at the moment. Enki's living like a pauper trying to put together some gold economy. And yeah, Shiroi is incentivized to again deny the gold, and Enki will go into next turn with no
Oh,
gold as
sick.
of
And
now.
you get to go tip into
Definitely
Oyston here.
Clued into
Arsenal
that economic
pass.
game, but Shiroi has to use the Mage Master Boots in that previous turn, and he's still finding himself in a position where he's taking setup turns now, blocking with 2 cards, getting a Gold Kiss Rum in play, getting an ally on board, and that 3 lines up pretty darn well with Sawbones.
Couple of real annoying allies now in the mix for Shiroi Wu. On Enki Dupakier's side, I do believe it was in fact a tipple that was arsenaled here, so we're going to see if the hand has what he needs to unlock. It has a yellow golden tipple, so that will go ahead and be enough, but we are lacking in the ally department right now, Mitch.
It's a triple tipple hand. And the card he spied on top of the deck was a Conqueror of the High Seas. But again, like that's not, you want to see a yellow or a blue quite often in these cases, right? And Enki doesn't really have a way to manipulate that top card easily. No gold.
Can refresh it though, and he's about to pick up a gold on the back of this golden tipple, mercifully. Going to be disappointed not to get rid of an ally in this spot, but at least it does allow him to have gold on this next turn. Can keep things rolling here as well with that Conqueror, and Wu does have an arsenal this go around, so maybe more potential gold if we're able to get that Conqueror to hit. And of course, gold-baited hook will be unlocked as well. So there are some ways that Enki starts to get back into this economic game.
Yeah, this is all looking fairly reasonable once more for the Frenchman. Life leaders contracted slightly to 11. Okay, yeah, golden tipple now goes into the bin, closing the chain. Gold is being cracked.
Bro just does not believe in how
Joined
to
by
hold
another
play.
blue in the form of Loot the Hold. So still, Mitch,
I guess
no
it's a way to play around
allies.
hook.
Enki Dupaquier has run dry on that important aspect of Gravy Bones' plan.
This is so dubious.
I guess you could hope to find it with a blind tipple, but yeah, with that gold running as low as it does, Enki doesn't have the ability just to sift and search for it. So instead, another Conquer the High Seas. Murderous Rabble to power it. Does Shiroi have his 3rd and final copy of Blood on the Water here? Or is this something
I
he's gonna
swear
have
to
pay
God, if you 4
more
block
respect?
from Arsenal again, I'll lose my shit.
Where are the allies gone? There's been defecting amongst the ranks of Enki's deceased helmsman.
14 allies in deck for Enki Dupaquier in total. We don't know if they're all in the mix in this configuration.
Ball's in Shiroi's court right now. Would like to see the graveyard, maybe even a count of cards in general, just starting to work through. We've seen Gravy Bones games, mirrors sometimes go down to the last few cards, towards that fatigue zone.
Excuse me, it's 16 allies for both of these players, so equal counts on both sides.
None of these players registered a copy of Scuba.
Unlucky.
So sort of starting to recur some of those allies is not really an option. There's nothing to target with Sunken Treasure, unfortunately for Shiroi, but can still get himself a gold flipping over a yellow card.
Yeah, and has still
No
denied
ally
Enki
in play,
Dupaquier
though,
of
so
his
like-
own gold, and with no
That's
allies
crazy
in
work.
the
Whatever.
right now. Good stuff here from Shiroi. And again, Mitch, we talked about this game of inches, but it feels like more and more those inches are shifting towards Wu's side.
And that gold generation is exactly how Michael Hamilton began to claw his way back into the game. And like you've mentioned now, Shiroi hasn't given up nearly as much life as Michael did. But heavy block from hand that turn. Definitely going to shrink the scope of the Singaporeans' offering here.
Yeah, we're just like
Yellow gold.
basically every turn on Enki, we're just like flirting with our deck not
Another
functioning.
awkward hand. For
We never
Enki
have gold,
Dupaquier.
we never
Still
have
no allies
allies
showing
in
up.
the
That chart,
bin.
the high seas will go a little bit deeper into the deck, assuming
We're
he
just
keeps
like
that
one
around
turn
after
away from
defenses.
everything falling apart and just like
Here we go,
instantly
Moisted.
losing.
Will attack, and Enki says, you got it. Shrink that life disparity even further.
And it's just Oyston on this turn. Shiroi Wu not finding any other uses for the cards in hand, and the turn passes back to Dupaquier. Going to go ahead, fire off a golden tipple here. Gets rid of the sea legs. It's not an ally, but it is going to bring some Gold Kiss Rum alongside with it. And a card has been picked up for Dupaquier. Did Golden Tipple do its thing once more? At the bare minimum, it will offer a redraw. It's another Golden Tipple here with another sea leg. So all of a sudden, this turned into a very effective setup turn for Dupaquier.
Tipples out there, left, right, and center.
Tipple again from the arsenal. This one's going to clear the Oyston here.
The
But
Tipple
it is,
Rainbow.
again, going to get rid of a sea legs. Another card's going to be picked up here by Dupaquier. And now it's finally an ally.
Okay. Oh my
Sawbones
God.
joins the crew.
One resource available here. Enki wants to check the top. See if he could draw into something with this third tipple. And of course, allow him to put that stone boards away. Break the chain, make sure the blue goes into the graveyard.
Can get work done with the Gravy Bones activation here in combination of Dead Threads to go ahead and get the Sawbones out and attacking. Maybe there's something even more efficient based on the top card of the deck. We'll see what Enki Dupaquier puts together here.
Well, you don't have the resources to
Tipple.
attack
The
that
triple
player.
tipple,
one more
baby.
time.
It's got Sawbones.
Yahtzee, because that is all three colors of them. Either way, more importantly,
Hey, at least we
generates
have
a gold
gold now,
puts
right?
Sawbones in the graveyard, draws Enki a card. And again, this golden tipple is just not fun to block. It's not an attractive prospect, so Shivrui will leak more damage to it.
Life totals are looking a little
Great
dubious though
activation.
from Shiryu's
Looks like
side.
he's going to have to
I'm
refresh
getting
the
a little
card here.
worried.
There are the allies, Brian. Rigor Mortis just found its way into Enki's hand.
Two allies still in hand. Sawbones again going to head to the bin. Dead Threads activation. Pitch of the Rigor Mortis, and now Sawbones joins the fray. Going to come in with an attack as well. Enki was very, very close to bricking on that turn. Found the pieces he needed to go ahead and set up one more time. Also has the Sawbones at the ready in the bin.
I feel the rumblings.
Is this
though,
the pivot
of a
turn? Do we have an
monumental turn.
Avast E?
Shiroi took a setup turn, a quiet one. Only ended up attacking with Oyster.
Avast E conk
Now
or
it
something?
has to be go time. Portside Exchange is the opener with the chum heading into the bin. Gold created and a draw. Dead Threads activation. Swabby's in the hand there, and here comes the red golden tipple. Again, the perfect answer to Sawbones.
That's the first of those real heavy-hitting allies entering the bin, joining the
Did he make
second
the gold
copy.
off of that?
The first of those
Tipple.
real
So to put
to go ahead and set up
is the opener with the swap.
entering the determining factor when
He
those
forgot to
big
make a gold.
brawlers start coming in for 7.
I feel like this is really where Shiroi has to take the game by the horns. He's starting to run out of that buffer we talked about. Plenty of gold to work with though. Great Sign can absolutely go digging should the situation call for it. Sunken Treasure and Call to the Grave would be able to power that play pattern pretty well.
Yeah, Call to the Grave could also just be anything.
Action point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it can be anything. It can be whatever allies you need, although there's a whole host of the crew sitting there in the graveyard at this point.
Yeah, I guess maybe if there's more Sawbones in the deck and he's
Yeah, I
specifically
think we
desiring
want
that
more
one, here's a gold pay.
resources.
Card drawn. Avasti joins the grip.
More
Looks like
gold.
Shiroi didn't like what he saw. Digging further. Let's add a Rigor Mortis to the pack. Let's go again.
Because we want what 4, 5, 6 resources. So we want to have double blue. We got to play a blue, which will be the Avast E. And then have 2 more blues in hand.
Okay. It also
I guess
looks
we're
like
not doing that
Sea
anymore.
legs now picked up. Let's do it one more time.
we have just drawn a ridiculous number of cards. Shiroi also may not have created a gold off Golden Tipple this round. Well, that is mandatory, so that should be addressed.
The king is in the graveyard.
Yeah,
The whole
the
squad
gang.
is here, full crew at the ready for Wu now. And he can figure out exactly what he wants to do with it.
Got enough for a shambling marching band.
What was the blue? Oh, port side. Good looks.
How does the rest of this turn play out? Plenty of resources. All of the crew members there in the bin. 2 yellows and a blue. Looks like we're going to go ahead and pitch those 2 yellows. It's time for Chum to join the fray.
Balance of Justice, of course, as this has been an ungodly number of cards drawn. That yields the third and final Conqueror of the High Seas here for Enki. Looks like here's the intervention by our judge.
Oh,
Yeah,
are
they're
they
just getting that
giving
golden
him the
temple sorted out. I don't think it'll
That's
take
crazy.
them long to go ahead and get that added. Move short match area.
Yeah. A lot of saber rattling, really.
Yeah, definitely look at the output. No gold from Tipple, as we said. But now it's
Surely
just a
that's
Chum
agreed
attack
upon
and a
board
card
state.
left to be set up in
And
Arsenal.
unless
And Enki Tapakia has
Shiryu
picked up a 5-card hand by
notices
virtue of
you
that
don't give
balance
him
of
that,
justice.
right?
And it's a pretty good one. It's
Like,
a
that's just
Saltwater
outside
Swell
of
combining
interference.
with Conqueror of the High Seas. Didn't get a look at what that card was on top, but if we're talking blue, we could talk a very resource-rich turn.
It was a swabby on top.
Okay, so no blue as of yet. There will, of course, be redraws, but maybe no certainty on this turn for Enki Tapakia. Would have just loved this question to be answered and seen that blue sitting right on
The
top.
Gravy Bones activation would sort of clear that up for Enki potentially. At least refreshing that top card, but the compass doesn't exactly give him the clearest path to the ideal turn. But it promises to be pretty broad. Saltwater Swell, Conqueror of the High Seas. Often find them in moments where Shiryu was trying to preserve Arsenal. But this time around, the Singaporean doesn't really have the equipment to stave that off.
Wu has been ahead on gold basically this entire game, but it's getting closer, Mitch. And I will note, Enki has been ahead on Gold Kiss Rum. Used it very effectively in the early games.
I know who I'd rather be.
Into Blanche. Yeah, I do too, but maybe my priorities are a little different than yours, Mitch. I generally like to win games of flesh and blood.
I like it. Fresh our memory. 3 blues in hand, Call to Grave, Murderous Rebel of Asti, and
Did he
Conqueror
arsenal the
of the High
Avasti?
Seas.
Yeah, let's kick it off with that. Keep it nice and simple here. We know it's coming eventually.
Now, we do need 2 blues in the pitch zone for our High Tide to be active.
Yeah, not going to be a problem for Enki. Does have plenty of blues to work with. Just going to go ahead and pay this 4 and get charged up. Wants to consider his options one more time, though. We know the Sawbones at the ready. Are we looking at something like Conqueror Swell?
Yep.
Sawbones seems completely fine as far as damage output goes, especially with Shiroi at just 12. In that case, you're talking a 17 damage turn, Mitch. Only
Yeah,
one
how
point
does
of
he
block
stabilize
left
from here?
on that equipment. There are moments when Gravy just does
Given
not block
what
well.
the hand is.
You find one of those, you'd be in a really good spot. I will say a lot of the allies for Shiroi are just sitting in the graveyard right now, so the possibility of a pure no block hand pretty slim.
Yep.
Go ahead and try and take a look at what Shiroi's working with in just a moment.
I think he has a hand that sort of requires him to keep a number of those cards. I think I see a red Swiftwater
my
Sweep,
headphone
the
die?
Conqueror of the High Seas. Shiroi's not in a position to actually send those aggressively so. 2 of those reds gets fought in front of this to block out the Conqueror. Continue to protect the Arsenal. That's the last copy of this terrifying galleon that Enki has access to. And so called with
Why does
Brave.
it keep pausing?
We'll look to set
What the fuck is going on?
things up a little more.
Okay, I'm not touching anything and it paused on its own. What is going on?
This is the blue for the turn, so the
Okay, I'm just gonna refresh this. See if that fixes it. What is going on? Hmm. Is it YouTube? Because I also don't have audio. Or is it my internet? Any F's in chat? You guys can see everything? What is going on with YouTube? Is anyone else having problems with YouTube? Is YouTube just down? Or Reddit? r/YouTube. New. Nope. It's just this video won't load. Hey, Mal, what's up? What's the timestamp that we're on? I guess I should just do this, right? Bro, it's doing the same thing on the incognito window. Let's try Chrome. It's like kinda working. Nope. Bro, what the fuck? I guess I'll just try rebooting Chrome or Brave. All right, just in case a bunch of stuff starts playing again, I'm gonna mute my device so I don't have a bunch of shit playing and it's just aids for you guys. Reopen this. There's no like restore all tabs thing on Brave. Oh, that's ass. Is it just this video? Okay, I guess I'll just try a different YouTube video and see if that works. Bro, what is this blue ballage? Donkey Kong. Bro, this is nonsense. I guess I'll try restarting my device. I'll just reboot my computer, so I'll be back in a second.